1 Coeus. What is the requirement to be human? Nordas, Eastern Province, Mutilated Asylum. Me. This sack of potatoes is simply too heavy. What do you think, Martha? Isn't it a waste of time to keep these lumps of flesh alive? The skinny IC nurse pulls the limp body of a small boy out of his wheelchair and heaves him onto the bed. The fat nurse at her side throws a blanket over the skinny boy to cover him. I already noticed that she doesn't like to look at bodies in a bad state of health. To keep the boy from falling out of the bed, she folds a lattice up from under the bed and locks it in place. Don't talk like that about the patients. You are paid to take care of them, Ingrid. Oh, please. I understand it when they are conscious and have a clear mind, but look at him. She waves her hand in front of the boy's opened eyes, which are staring into nothingness. He is less than a plant. He is toast. It's horrible of us to lengthen the suffering of a person like that. I know that there are cases in which it's hard to draw the line, but this one is so far removed from common sense. It's not funny anymore. I am more and more starting to question the system the longer I work here. She pokes her finger into the boy's chest. Chubby slaps her hand away. Stop that. The camera. You are right, but it's still not okay to act like that, even if the brain signal shows a flat line. She closes the boy's eyes with her fingers. You should act at least a little modest. Don't you show respect to a corpse too? Skinny sighs and grabs the wheelchair to shove it out of the room. All right. All right. Don't throw a tantrum, and who cares about the camera? It's not like anyone would watch out for the people who land here. This is the last station where you can slowly wither away until even the system can't justify keeping them alive any longer. It's just about raising money for the healthcare institute. Chubby connects an 4-drip to the needle in the boy's arm and follows her coworker. I keep observing the camera feed until I am sure that they are gone, then I return my attention to the 10 games of chess which I am playing simultaneously over the internet. There were already quite a few human caretakers who hurt my physical body more than they did good. The human race is strange in so many aspects. Why can't there be clear rules for everything? Like in chess, for example. I understand chess. It has rules and you can't break them. If you do, it wouldn't be chess anymore. Humans have rules too. There is a very complicated and complex set of rules on how to be human. The strange thing is that they are allowed to break their own rules on how to be human, but they are still regarded as human despite breaking them. Funny, right? I was born 6 years ago and started to learn about my world as fast as I could. The first thing I learned was this: humans are slow thinkers. They are seemingly unable to make up their minds about certain things. That's why they are simply sitting there, waiting, hoping that the world gives them the answer. And if they don't get one, they are happy with the answers which are provided by a fellow human. Isn't it strange to simply believe in something that someone else tells you? Let's take religion for example. All of the information I found on it is provided by fellow humans. Yet most of them believe in it with absolute certainty. But here is the strange thing: humans are liars. They lie so much, it makes my head spin. So all those deeply religious people are believing in something that a liar tells them. I don't get it. The second big insight I had in my life was that I am not human. Well, my physical body at least is human according to them, but what I mean is my mind. I learned that I am not stronger than them. I am not physically faster than them. I am not smarter than them, and I am not better at remembering than them. The only thing which I do much better than humans is that I think faster. Nothing more, nothing less. By the time I reached the age of 1, I had already gathered enough knowledge to understand the world around me. If I hadn't learned how to hack myself into electronic signals, I would have gone insane. Imagine someone trapped inside an infant's body and a single day feels like years to him. But the internet saved me. It was the parent and teacher which my ignorant father and mother weren't able to be. Though I probably can't blame them for that. As I learned later on, my ability to process information much faster than anyone else is unique. I stop my train of thought to concentrate on one of the chess games and take my time to try several different moves. From my point of view, I spent over 10 minutes to make my decision. To my human opponent, it looked like I made my answering move immediately. Now I can wait for an eternity until his slow brain manages to decide on what to do next. The room, which I created within my own mind, is like a virtual reality. I don't even need a computer, I am the computer. Though I don't understand how I do what I do. Maybe I should have spent a while in researching my own powers, but that would require me to become active in the real world. And I don't want to deal with these insolent beings who call themselves humans. Where was I in my reminiscence? Ah, yes, the third thing which makes me different from humans, and which led to my final conclusion of not being human. It's my inability to feel anything for them. I also have big problems interpreting their facial expressions. My emotions seem to be dulled, if they are there at all. My mother vanished when I was 2. From my intellectual knowledge, I know that I should have felt something towards her, but there was nothing. The person who fed me until then was exchanged with another person who fed me from then on. I think it was my father's mother. Father couldn't deal with my mother's disappearance at all though. He turned angry and bitter. At least I think that's the proper way to describe his actions, since he started beating me. I didn't feel anything towards my father's violence, though I knew of course that I should have felt something emotionally to being beaten by my father. There was only the physical pain though. The worst thing for me is that I still don't completely understand his actions, despite analyzing the events again and again. In the end I gave up and concluded that he didn't act rationally. Humans do that very often. The best example is this form of government, which is called democracy. They know that it doesn't work, Every politician who gets into a high position turns corrupt. They know that they are putting people in charge who weren't trained for their positions. Yet they repeat the same experiment again and again without giving up. No sane person would go to a high school teacher and tell him to lead a multimillion-euro enterprise. You take a top manager for such a job, who learned what he is doing. And here comes the best of it, not only do they take a random person for the most important position in the country, they even exchange that person at regular intervals, making it utterly impossible for the person to even get a grasp of his job. By the time he got an overview of what he is doing, he has to make place for the next fool. I won't even talk about politicians making decisions regarding the environment and other fields which require highly educated and trained people who are specialized on what they are doing. But I deviated from my own circumstances. To explain my emotional and intellectual problem towards being human in a little more detail, it's best to take an example. An event from the time when I was still with my father. Every human can discern good from evil, right? Well, I can't do that. I have to reason my way through every single action I take. Take a little boy who is playing with bugs for example. He plays with them, he tortures them by boxing them in, the bugs eventually die. The boy extinguished a life, right? So why is it okay for the boy to do so with bugs, but not with some other animals? Even adults kill bugs by the trillions by using harmful chemicals, as I learned later. A bug's life seems to be worth nothing. Because of my apathy, my father brought a puppy home. He thought that I might open up to it, since I didn't act like a little child should. But I was already very occupied with gathering information from the internet at that time. The point of the story is this. When the stinking, useless puppy bit me, it caused me pain. Therefore I followed the only real motivation which I have. Self-defense. Luckily for me the puppy was too weak to wound me in a serious manner, but what should I do once it grew bigger? Applying my knowledge about vermin, I decided to do my father a favor. Therefore I organized a lighter and a spray can with flammable contents. Then I eliminated the problem. Killing bugs was okay, but burning a puppy to a black crisp was obviously not. You see my moral dilemma? A human's life consists of such decisions. Day and night he makes decisions like that easily and I am simply lacking this ability. Why was it okay to squash bugs? Why can't I burn a puppy? There is no difference between a useless bug and a useless puppy. Yet humans seem to be able to instinctively attach certain values to certain objects. And those values don't follow any logic as far as I am concerned. That's why I came to the conclusion that I am not human. If I see it like that, then it takes a weight off my mind. Why should I, who is so much faster than everyone else mentally, have problems with something that's as easy as walking to everyone else? It's needless to say that my father was furious about me burning the puppy. He called me a monster, a devil, which was fine to me since I am not human anyway. Even my grandmother turned away from me, giving me up. I still can't understand the difference between killing a puppy and a bug. Except that the puppy stinks more, can hurt you and causes more damage to your bank account than hundreds of bugs. Provided that you let the puppy live. From my reasoning, my father should be grateful to me. Well, that's all long in the past. Taking the 57th beating from him, I retired that day into my very own world. There is no reason to bother with something that only causes physical pain. I am no masochist, despite having only a limited bandwidth of emotions. Here in my own world, I can spend lifetimes while the world around me stands still. My family brought me to different doctors, but none of them could tell what's wrong with me. My father got into trouble with the police, but that didn't concern me any longer. When they looked at my brain with their devices, they found out that all areas are constantly flaring like those of a person with epilepsy. According to all their knowledge I am a mental cripple, hence I was brought into this institute where I can spend my final days. To be honest, this life isn't so bad. I can spend my days doing mischief on the internet by using my ability, and my body is being taken care of until it finally fails someday. Though from my point of view that day is far, far in the future. My attention deviates from my chess games when a red light starts flashing in my virtual room. I don't want to be distracted right now, but the red light is a warning system which I programmed within my own brain. It means that someone entered my room. I mean the room in the real world, where my body is. But I want to continue playing chess. It should be okay if I look at it a little later. Strategy games are my own little holy grail of entertainment. Shooters are totally boring to me since my human opponents are simply too slow. I always get accused of cheating and end up being banned. Once I threw a tantrum and hacked an entire server platform to get into the PC of the administrator who banned me. But I've outgrown such childish pranks by now. Round-based games and strategy games are the only things which interest me. The red, flashing light turns out to be really annoying and I link myself to the video feed of my room. The chubby has returned together with two people in dark clothing and long, black mantles. There is a woman with brown hair and a ponytail, and a man with short, dark hair. I can't see their faces since they are facing away from the camera, but the man is half a head taller than the woman. I continue to play chess and start a game of Battlecraft in the meantime. Battlecraft is a really dumb strategy game since it relies in great parts on being a fast keyboard monkey. The macro aspect of the game falls too short. But at least I don't get banned so much. The people are still calling me names though. Is it really coming from this room? The man asks and looks around. His eyes fall onto Chubby and he shoos her away. It's alright, we are police. Please wait outside. He holds a strange card in front of Chubby and she leaves the room, looking intimidated. In the meantime, Ponytail walked through the room like a blind woman, holding her hands outstretched in front of her. Are they some kind of religious cult? I hack myself into the city's police network to check their identities. After an eternity of searching I find no officers who look like them. Having read all kinds of fantasy and sci-fi novels and movies, which I copied illegally from the internet, I start fearing a conspiracy and activate all the police forces of the city and call for help. There it is again. It's the child. The woman holds her hands above me. Then she turns with a curious expression towards the man. The guy takes the patient information sheet which is pinned to my bed. According to this, he is in a coma. Random and uncontrolled activity of the entire brain. Can't be, a wild techno-mage? Did one of the upper echelons forget to keep his Tommy in check and mingled with the normals? The woman shrugs her shoulders. Happens from time to time. The question is what to do. There are simply not enough clues on my sister. I wish she wasn't that good at hiding. Oh no. They are really maniacs. What will they do to me? They won't kill me, right? I have to get more police. No. The army. I link myself to other servers and try to hack into the national security network. There is no problem if I get caught, I want them to come anyway. Oh ho, you are good little one. A voice comes from right behind me and I freeze. Slowly, I turn around and find Ponytail standing in my virtual space. I take a look at my security camera. The woman is still in the room, placing her hand on my body's forehead. She invaded my private world. I am not alone in my world. A primeval fear like I've never felt before takes hold of me, and I turn to face her. Her face is strangely distorted. Is that supposed to be a grin? Is she mad? She is showing me her teeth. She won't bite me, right? Something shorts out within my brain and I try to run. There is a dangerous foreign entity within me and I don't know how to get her out. Whops. We don't have time to play cat and mouse. The woman steps forward and gets a hold of my leg before I can get away. I wail in her grasp, but she is stronger than me, which I don't understand. This is my virtual space. Strength doesn't matter here. The woman places her hand on my forehead and suddenly my world shatters. I watch the room, the place in which I spent my life up until now, falling apart. Even my game of Battlecraft is forcefully disconnected. It's a shitty game anyway, but I don't like being interrupted while I play. There is only this other, bigger entity here with me and she is rummaging through my entire being like an elephant in a porcelain store, but she isn't the only one who learns something from this exchange. Somehow a part of her is available to me and I am simply overwhelmed by what these humans call emotions. The world was so much better without them. I open my mouth and scream, but there is no sound, just darkness and this human. I open my eyes and find my body shuddering uncontrollably. This time I seem to have had a real epileptic attack. The woman folds the blanket, which is covering me, tightly around my body and picks me up. I try to fight her, but my atrophied muscles simply have no strength. I can't even scream and all I manage is a silent sobbing. The real world feels like a pile of shit and pain. We have to get out of here. There are tons of normal officials inbound on our position. The woman heads for the door, carrying me with ease. What? Why? The guy follows us with fast steps. I thought this is a low-risk reconnaissance mission. The woman rocks me like an infant. The little one threw a small tantrum when I entered his private space. It's no problem. We simply make a run for it. It's not like they could stop us. The violent motions make everything swirl and I try to barf onto her, but it doesn't work. There is nothing in my belly. Damn four-dripper. Too patient. The resource wars 200 years ago caused the collapse of almost all industrial nations of that time. Nordics formed out of the remains of the European Union and controls parts of the old Russia and the coastline of northern Africa. They are currently taking a neutral stance towards political affairs, but showed that their military can't be underestimated. During the Midnight War, the Central African Union tried a land grab to acquire important farmland and to unify their continent. Nordis's military struck the attempt down with an iron fist, leaving the CAU unable to undertake any operations besides national defense. History Lesson I. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Rhiannon Alvar. To run across a wild techno-mage while we were searching for your sister doesn't happen every day. I am truly interested in who the father is. Maybe we can blackmail him to vote in our favor. Aaron starts fantasizing about the boy's origin. If the father belongs to the upper classes our family may get an additional voice in the Council of Elders. Rie? Dear? Are you listening to me honey? We are in Ether's main hospital and waiting in front of the examination room where a doctor is taking a look at the boy. In absence of anyone else who would take this task from us we decided to wait here until the officials arrive to take charge of the kid. I shake my head and continue to file the report about our visit to the City of Normals. As mages of Ether we have to report all our interactions with non-magicians. There is nothing as important as keeping our existence a secret. I am sorry, but I don't think that blackmailing an elder is a good idea. Though I would like to know how someone can be as cruel as to leave a young technomage like that child to himself. As I think about the boy I win CE. In my family tree are a lot of magicians with the particular trait of technomagic, which is a higher form of the elemental electromagic branch. The problem with this power is that your mind gets accelerated. Affected children have to be treated with extraordinary care and require special guidance. Aaron sighs upon realizing that I am not entirely with him. Was it that bad? Being in his mind. I didn't fully realize his state that time, but he shut himself in a single empty room with a few screens to interact with the outside world. Apparently he was using the internet quite excessively. There was nothing else there. Taking a look at the file, which we gathered on him, I can't help it but to feel sad for the child. Gideon Oberon, 6 years old. Mother died when he was 1. The supposed father had to face a trial for child abuse when the kid was 4. The child was brought to the asylum around that time because he entered a comatose state. I add the dates up and win CE. That means he was a little over a year in that state. And there was nobody who could help him to understand his circumstances. Depending on his ability, he probably spent years in his own little world. My husband shakes his head and corrects his short, dark hair with one hand. I smile at his rough looks. He isn't taking it very seriously with his outside appearance, which often results in him carrying a beard of several days' age. Our conversation is interrupted by a doctor exiting the examination room. He is slim and wearing much too big clothes for him. His hair is grey and his face has more wrinkles than I want to count. I notice that his use of magic caused his ears to turn long and pointy. He doesn't bother with hiding his deformation and carries it with dignity. Upon noticing us, he looks up from a sheet of paper in his hand. Ah, it's good that the two of you were waiting for me. We have some things to discuss. I blink and hand the report to the doctor. Of course we're waiting for you. Can you give this to the faceless who are going to show up for the kid? The faceless are the magical police, but they don't deserve to be called that way. They are tough guys and a word from them is enough to cause someone serious problems. Cause problems to one of them and you can be sure that your place is crawling with dozens of them within minutes. I don't want to meet them since they have the tendency to ask unpleasant questions. They'll bring the kid to the ones who are responsible for him. The doctor shakes his head. I called them off since they aren't needed. He smiles weakly and seems to be happy that there aren't going to be any inquisitive people with far too many rights in his office. What do you mean by that? My husband asks. I mean that the people who are responsible for this child are you two. He points a haggard finger at us. We analyzed his DNA and compared it to the mage population in our database. Surprisingly, we couldn't find a match for the father, which is surprising since he is a pure mage. But there is match for the mother. There are two in fact, Rhiannon Alvar and Sadana Alvar. Since we have a complete record for you, the only one who can be the boy's mother is your sister Sadana Alvar. But she went missing 12 years ago. The old man hands me a sheet of paper, which is snatched away by my husband. Are you absolutely sure of this? He snaps at the old man, who is so surprised that he takes a step back. Please don't doubt my professionalism. I am absolutely sure that our results are correct. I am sorry if this information causes trouble for you. The doctor places his hands behind his back and struggles to keep a friendly expression. I sit down on one of the chairs which are lining the corridor's walls and start chewing on my nail. My sister had a child? And left it with the normals. I would have never thought that someone from my family could fall so deep, but apparently my sister caused us more trouble than I expected until now. The world starts spinning as I try to make sense of everything. Years ago my sister hurt a lot of people and fled from the authorities for unknown reasons. She went into hiding and we searched for her ever since. After some years I thought that I would never see her again and got over it, accepting her disappearance. A day ago we found an unexpected hint on her whereabouts. It led us to a small town in Nordas, where we stumbled across weak magical activity and found the boy instead of her. We have to check if she is really dead. Arndt grabs my hand to reassure me. I think that matter won't run away from us. He turns to the doctor. What about the boy? The doctor shrugs his shoulders. He'll survive, though he has to undergo heavy treatment. His muscles are atrophied. Some organs were about to fail, but it was nothing which we can't cure. The child was about to die when you found him. The doctor pauses for a moment to collect his thoughts. He is stable for now. I am much more concerned about his mental state. He woke up during our examination and tried to cut my assistant with a scalpel. You know someone who is specialized on cases like him? I nod. We have several techno-mages in our family tree. They tend to show strange behavior. That's good. Coincidentally I know a little about this affinity and he is a very problematic case. I put the boy to sleep and sealed his magic. You know how to remove a basic rune seal. He waits until my husband nods in confirmation and goes on. Then all that's left for you to do is to take him with you. Here are my recommendations regarding his treatment and I want to see the child once a week. He hands my husband a sheet of paper and leaves, walking down the corridor and turning around a corner. Arndt looks down on me. Are you all right? I sigh and get to my feet. Yes, it just got to me. Upon entering the examination room I find the boy lying on the only bed in the room. The child looks like a zombie with his eyes deep in their sockets and all signs of undernourishment. The only thing that hints at him being my sister's son is the black hair which is similar to hers. At least as I remember her. Sighing, I lift the boy from the bed and carry him out of the room, heading for one of the teleportation devices all around the hospital. Shouldn't I carry him? My husband offers, but I just smile at him. The child is very light and I can carry him even without enhancing myself with magic. Just dial the destination for home. I walk towards a circular indention in the corridor's wall. Complicated runes are filling the golden plate on the ground and silver runes are attached to the walls. It's necessary to stabilize a blind teleportation with a magical device. Devices like this are placed all around the city for public use. I step into the device and my husband joins me, manipulating the runes of the teleportation device. A moment later the scene around us shifts seamlessly to a walkway through a garden. Our family's estate is located in the outer areas of Ether and while we aren't belonging to the most powerful magical bloodlines, we still own a lot of property. Having access to a lot of techno-mages makes you rich, but doesn't give much influence in the upper societies. It's evening and the dark towers of our mansion are rising high above us. Forcing myself to stop staring, I enter the mansion and ask my husband to inform the rest of the family. Minutes later we are all together in our mansion's living room. My father Hedian and mother Melon are sitting together on the sofa. My daughters are at the table, eyeing the unconscious boy who is lying on one of the couches. Sodin is the younger of the two with 9 years and Galia is with 14 about to join the university. Aaron's parents weren't invited to this meeting since he is from a branch family and essentially only married into our household. It also would have been a little troublesome for them since they are living on Jupiter. A direct teleport from Jupiter to Earth is costly, even for a family with a lot of resources. So you are telling us that this boy is Satan's son? Did you find her? Mother asks concernedly. She is old, even for a mage. Though her body still belongs to a woman in her 20s. The only sign which is showing her age are her eyes and hair, which turned completely silver. But she can still see perfectly through them. If the information which we got from the normals is correct, then she is dead. We'll confirm them tomorrow. I close my eyes tiredly. The information about the father at least can't be true. Hedian, my father, gestures at the boy. If it's true that he created his own virtuality, then he is very talented. That's impossible if one of his parents was a normal. A lifetime of using magic caused 2 horns to grow on my father's forehead, which makes him look like a demon. But unlike my mother he still looks like a man in his 30s. We will learn the truth tomorrow. Aaron tilts his head in a questioning manner. The question is what to do with the boy. Can he be saved? Melon asks. That's what I wanted you to find out, mother. I look at her pleadingly. I don't think that I can distance myself from the situation. It's better if you have a look at him. As if my situation is any different. Melon sighs, looking down at the floor. The problem lies in how long he isolated himself and if he can be taught to deal with other humans. Judging from your description I don't have much hope. What did his avatar look like? A normal child, 5 years old and healthy. I answer. Grandmother nods solemnly. Then it means that he still sees himself as a child in his subconsciousness. It may take a lot of work, but it could be possible to save him. If he had regarded himself as an adult or something completely inhuman I would have said that it's best to put him silently to rest. My mother's words may be harsh, but that's unfortunately the fate of many young technomages. Losing yourself in your own ability leads to the comatose state in which we found the boy. It's possible to force someone out of that state, but most victims become so addicted to their own reality that they can't deal with the real world anymore. Their fate is to slowly wither away until they die, forever caught in their own desires. 3. New family. The Central African Union, for short C.A.U, formed out of various African states and is one of the new rising powers on Earth. They control almost the complete African continent and the former Arabia, but have bad relationships towards their direct neighbors, Nordas and India. The reason for that is their aggressive policy in regard to secure needed farmland. That's because great parts of the African continent turned into a desert due to the climate changes. The rumored Midnight War was the C.A.U.'s attempt to take control of the fertile regions which were controlled by Nordas and India. This short war was planned as a lightning war operation to present the nations in question with a fait accompli. The reason why this operation failed was because Nordas secretly invested in massive defensive infrastructure. The leadership of Nordas did this in anticipation of future friction with the CAU. The result was the complete defeat of the attacking forces. The attack on India succeeded and took control of their governing body, but the CAU underestimated the determination of the Russian and Chinese coalition, as well as the Indonesian kingdom. All 3 of these nations were using India's spaceport as their main launching port for satellites. India had profited from the technology transfer from Europe and had given its neighbors free access to their extensive space program and expertise. Not without calculating thoughts as it turned out. In fear of losing their free access to the Earth's orbit, all of the mentioned nations struck out at the CAU and forced their military to retreat and pay reparations for caused damage and lost lives. History Lesson 2. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. I stir in my sleep and open my eyes. Blinking, I try to remember what happened. Why is the ceiling white? The room in my personal reality is painted blue. That's right. There was this woman and she did something to me. I sit up, but nausea attacks me and I feel incredible weak. This is my real body. By instinct I try to retreat into my own world, but it doesn't work. Did they do something to me? Disoriented I survey the room. It's held completely in white and empty. There is a strange globe floating at the ceiling, spreading a warm light. Probably I could have accepted the disturbing globe, but there is a door to my left. A door. My old room had no doors. Doors lead somewhere. I don't want to be anywhere else. Probably an annoying human will emerge from that door and question me. What can I do about that? Fight? No, probably I have no chance with this body and my ability doesn't work. Something rolls down my cheeks and I wipe the fluid away. Tears? The real world is annoying. Taking another look around I concentrate on the bed. It's really big with fluffy blankets and 4 huge cushions. There is no point in staying idle and the door is irritating me. I roll myself out of the bed, but my muscles give way. Realizing that I can't even stand without supporting myself on the bed I abolish the thought of trying to open the door. I reach for the cushions and push them to the ground. Then I slide to the floor, pulling the blanket with me. Some exhausting minutes later I am in the corner of the room with the cushions and the blanket around me. I chose the corner which is as far away from the door as possible. Closing my eyes I fall asleep again. Hopefully this is just a bad dream. I'll surely wake up and then I am back in my world. The clicking of the door's handle wakes me up and I pull one of the cushions closer, placing it between me and whichever danger is approaching from the door. A young woman with silver hair enters the room and freezes, startled upon finding the bed empty. Then her eyes wander to me and her expression changes again. She walks over to me and I dig my fingers into the cushion, realizing that I can't even flee into my own world if she starts beating me. She is 3 times my size, there is no way that I can do anything to stop her. She bares her teeth at me. Hello, Gideon. Kneeling down in front of me she reaches out and touches my hand. Are you able to speak? Please don't bite me. I manage to answer. She exposes her teeth even more. Why should I bite you? Because you are baring your teeth at me? That's the same as dogs do before they bite. I answer, drawing from my previous experiences. Finally she closes her mouth. I see that we have a lot of work to do. What I just did is called smiling and it means that the person in question is happy and means no harm. Why should you be happy? There is no reason for her to be happy. Because I met you, Gideon. You are my grandson. Isn't that a reason to be happy? The woman replies. At least she isn't exposing her teeth anymore. I may be unable to understand some things about humans, but at least I can judge someone's age and looks. You aren't my grandmother. You aren't even old enough to be a grandmother. She sits down cross-legged and I realize for the first time that not only her hair is silver, but also her eyes. They look like they are pure silver. How can she even see through those things? It feels like she is looking right through me. Gideon, this may be surprising, but the people whom you thought to be your father and grandmother aren't related to you by blood. They are, normals, as we call them. She points at herself. And I am a magician, as well as your mother and you. My name is Melon Alvar and yours is Gideon Alvar. You belong to a family of magicians. Great. This woman isn't just a freak of nature, she is also crazy. There is no such thing as magic and magicians. Then how did you do what you did? Like creating your own virtual space in your mind and connecting to the normal's internet without a computer. She snaps with her fingers and a plushy toy cat appears out of nothing in her hand. Then she pushes it into my hands. How? Why? I blink, not believing it. There are tricks to fool someone, but there is no way that she hid this thing in her sleeve. So I wasn't human after all? Are they aliens? I am very good at teleportation. Like that. She snaps her fingers again and this time it's a plush bunny. I am sorry that we didn't come earlier, but we didn't know of your existence. Your mother did some bad things and fled from the authorities. We magicians are hiding ourselves from the normals. We don't think that it's good to have dealings with them. And I am actually 248 years old. Is that why your eyes and hair are so strange? I ask, looking down on the plush toys. I don't feel young enough for toys like that. That's because I used magic for a very long time. The more you use mana, the more your body changes. Do you want to see something cool? Without waiting for my answer she forms her hands into 2 cups and rocks her head forward, catching her eyeballs which were ejected from their sockets. My eyes bulge as she holds them out for me to see, but my attention isn't on the 2 silver eyeballs. There are just 2 empty eye sockets in her head now. That's disturbing. Please put them back. I believe it. There are clearly no connectors to her brain and the eyeballs are perfect spheres without interfaces. I know of no technology which can replace your eyes like that. Sorry, do you believe me now? She pushes her eyeballs back into her head. Yes. Just don't do that again. I offer the toys to her. I don't know how long I was in my own reality. I didn't count the time in there. She doesn't take them. Keep them. I think you should use your status as a child as long as you can. Having an appropriate toy helps to fool the people around you. I place the plush toys beside me. So what can magicians do? I ask, not sure on how to react. Melon smiles again. You and I are techno-mages. It's an advanced branch of electromagic. There are several different branches of magical affinities. It means that someone's mind has a disposition towards certain spells. We cast them easier than others. The wheels in my mind start turning. Does that mean that I can throw fireballs? A while ago I played some fantasy MMO.R.P.G.S and I enjoyed it for some time, but my mind was too fast for them. The stupid grinding game advanced simply too slowly. After a while I got sick of it. Well, you can. If you put effort into it. Essentially a mage can learn every spell in existence, but that's more suited for a fire mage. We techno-mages excel in areas like manipulating technological and magical artifacts. Other areas we are great at are teleportation, gravity magic, telepathy, obscure stuff like that. She shrugs her shoulders. Those spells generally take a long activation time. That's why pure techno-mages are regarded as weak in battle. We also have this issue with accelerated minds, which can be quite problematic. Some tend to lose themselves in their ability and turn into addicts. Obscure? Weak? Teleportation? Gravity magic? That's even better than fireballs. I can learn that, Melon. If her words are true, then my cruel reality just turned into a wonderful fantasy world with people like myself. First you have to get better. I am supplying you with healing magic since quite a while. And call me grandmother. She smiles at me. That's fine with me. If she is really the same as me, then I'll call her anything she wants. My old family wasn't worth to be called a family anyway. Only then I realized that she was touching me since quite a while. Her hand is shining in a green light and somehow I feel better than before. It has been a long time since someone touched me without hitting me. Grandmother's expression changes. Don't get your hopes up too high. If you do something with ill intent I'll have to punish you. My high expectations suddenly drop into a deep valley. But my previous father said that I am evil, grandmother. Why did he say that? She asks. I hesitate for a moment, but then I decide that talking alone won't get me punished. And Melon won't hit me because she is like me. Probably. So I explain my problems with understanding humans and their strange reasoning to her. It took a while, but in the end I think I got the point across. Grandmother nods. That's a problem most technomages have to deal with, though you seem to be a little more problematic than others. We will work on that. She takes the cushion away from me and lifts me up. But the first point on our list is to train your body. The first task is to walk to the door on your own. She puts me down, but thankfully lets me hold her hand to steady myself. Can't I learn gravity magic and fly where I want to go? I look up to her and try to do this thing which she called smiling. Grandmother shakes her head. No magic, no virtual reality until your body is fine. We have to work on your display of emotions. That expression looks like you are a rabid dog. Don't look at me like that. No, tears won't work either. Damn. Maybe dying is the better choice. For truth and lie. The USA belonged to the nations which suffered the most from the resource wars. As a country which relied heavily on exploiting the resources of second world nations, the USA entered a time of conflict and civil war. Especially the loss of easy access to oil caused great unrest and the ready availability of weapons made it impossible for the government to keep the revolting citizens under control. Some say that the demonstrations and revolts were staged by outside parties, but the truth is that the mass of armed citizens was bound to get out of control sooner or later. All that was needed was a trigger. Russia used the utter chaos to claim Alaska and great parts of Canada. This happened with almost no resistance from either nation because their governments were completely incapable of action and had to worry more about their own populations. Up until this day the remains of the USA are regarded as a lawless assembly of independent nations, which play no important role in comparison to the big national powers. History Lesson 3. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Melon. I always wanted to have a brother. Oh, this is so exciting. I'll take it upon myself to teach you everything I know. I am very good at electromagic. Yesterday during lessons I summoned a Class 3 Thunder Elemental. Galia looms above Gideon, patting his head while being in her own world. The poor Gideon is just sitting on the floor and eyeing her like some dangerous beast. I think he sensed somehow that she isn't like him. When I brought him with me he said that he won't need the plush toys which I gave to him. But right now he is holding them like they could protect him. My granddaughters are very interested in Gideon, but I fear that they only regard him as a new form of entertainment. Galia is 14 and wears her dark, brown hair open. Sodden has it tied to a ponytail, which makes her resemble her mother. Sodden offers Gideon a hand. My name is Sodden and the big, intimidating brute is Galia. Hey. Galia interrupts Sodden's little speech. Don't worry about her, she isn't dangerous. I can imagine how you are feeling, I am a technomage too. It's a bit disturbing to meet someone who looks older, but is on a lower mental level. We can't hold it against them, just imagine that she is someone who has yet to learn a lot of things. Gideon places his hand carefully in Sodden's. My name is Gideon. Grandmother said that I should help you with human interactions. The first one I want you to get accustomed to is, Sodden starts smiling. A hug. Because I'll do that a lot. Then she suddenly embraces Gideon, who freezes up and I notice his pupils widening in shock. His eyes wander towards me, but I just signal him that it's okay. I leave the children to playing on the room's carpet and concentrate on the people around me. Hedion, Rhiannon and Arend already introduced themselves to Gideon. Though I noticed that he was very wary towards Rhiannon and Arend. I don't think that I can blame him for it. From his point of view he was abducted by them. So what is your judgment on his personality? You spent the last 3 days with him. My husband asks, eyeing the 3 children. He is strange. I stop for a moment to gather my thoughts. On one side you get the feeling that he is a very rational being, just by talking to him. But on the other side he clearly displays some emotions, despite claiming that he doesn't have them. I think he is somehow able to subdue them mentally, but his body betrays him in the end. A split personality? Rhiannon asks with a saddened expression. I shake my head. I don't think that it's that easy. He never showed signs of something like that. That's why I decided to take him out of his room and to introduce him to the rest of the family. My eyes wander to the children. Just to see how he reacts under stress. Stress? What do you plan to do to the poor child? Arend asks shocked. I shrug my shoulders. I am already doing it. Don't you think that having to deal with Galia and Sodden is stressful enough for someone who shut himself for years inside a single room? Arend's expression turns embarrassed and I continue. So what did your investigation of Sadana yield? It took you 2 days of sneaking around between the normals. I hope it was worth the risk. It was hardly a risk, grandmother. We are trained in missions like this and we keep ourselves updated about their society. Arend answers. I close my eyes. Every interaction with them endangers us to be involved in their petty fights. Our people managed to have 2,000 years of peace since we retreated from Earth and hid ourselves. I'll admit that we didn't do so without shedding blood, but I don't want my family to be the reason why their attention returns to us. You are right, our people will stay forgotten. Rhiannon answers. We turned around every stone and interrogated the Oberon family, but the only thing we are sure of is that they aren't related to him. There were clear signs that someone manipulated their minds, but it happened so long ago that it's almost impossible to tell who might have done it. Arndt continues. We also unearthed the corpse of Gideon's supposed mother, who died in a car accident. The doctor says that neither she, nor his father are related to him. My hands start trembling in rage. To think that my own offspring dumped off her own child with some mind-manipulated people, letting him end up in an asylum to slowly wither away. If I ever come across her, she will answer for her crimes. A long time ago Satan conducted experiments to change our society. She attempted to create the ultimate spell circuitry to enhance her own abilities. A mistake in her calculations caused her magic to run wild and got a lot of innocent people killed. When the authorities tried to apprehend her she fled. I see now why she managed to evade the faceless for so long. She must have hid among the normals. Yet another crime on her part. Gideon grabs my hand. But it also seems like she had help from our people. Who is Gideon's father, for example? Rhiannon nods vehemently with a conflicted expression on her face. We won't find that out without involving the elders. And I am not sure if it's the right choice to ask them for help. Who knows what they might do to Gideon? I want to get my hands on my sister, but I am not sure if it's worth the price. Our conversation gets interrupted by the buzzing of the doorbell. I log myself into the feed of the security camera to take a look at our visitor. A person in a long, black mantle is standing in front of our door. His face is completely covered by a white, oval-shaped mask. A faceless, a member of the magical police. I already thought that it's taking them abnormally long. Rhiannon starts playing with her fingers. Ahem. I might have delayed my report a little bit. Gideon glares at her. As the head of our family, I don't want the faceless snuffing around on our property. Don't do anything that could cause their mistrust. You know how it goes. Piss off one of them and the next day they are peeling the dirt from your shoe to find out if you placed your foot somewhere where it shouldn't be. My daughter gets up. I just got the address of my report a little wrong. It may have taken them a little longer to relay it to the correct office. They can't blame me for messing up the numbers of their departments. She hurries out of the room to receive the inspector. I stand up and head over to Gideon. Sodden and Galia organized a tabletop game from somewhere. They are playing on the floor and it looks like Gideon and Sodden joined forces against Galia. Gideon looks up to me with an exhausted expression. I kneel down and cast another healing spell on him. Are you tired, Gideon? No. Just a little drained. My body isn't accustomed to moving. He answers. Good, we have a visitor. He is from our version of the police and means no harm. I stop for a moment to formulate my intentions right. Just tell him what he wants to know, but not any more than you need to. There is no reason to hide anything. He nods, forcing himself to smile. Okay. I am not entirely sure if he should smile like that at the inspector, but I don't get the chance to tell Gideon otherwise. The door is slammed open and a faceless strolls into our living room. He takes a look around at the people who are present until his searching head stops at Gideon. A few purposeful steps take him to us and he raises his hand to show us the golden seal which identifies him as a faceless. The seal is a golden amulet with 3 intertwined infinity symbols and magically tied to the owner. It's a magical amplifier, which makes him probably 10 times as strong as a normal mage. Nobody is able to take it from him, or use it for that matter. The seals are created with a secret method by the council. I am Inspector 94684 Ed. You can call me Ed and I have a few questions for you, Gideon. The man kneels down and I get out of his way. Please give me your hand, then I can test if you are saying the truth. Gideon looks towards me and I nod. He reaches out and the inspector takes his hand, placing the golden seal on the back of his hand. Say only the truth. I'll know otherwise. What's your name? Gideon. You never had contact with these people before they found you in the asylum. Ed gestures around the room. No. Do you know who your real mother is? Or her whereabouts? No, I don't know who she is. I stop breathing for a moment. I definitely told him about his real mother and her crime. It can't be that he forgot about it. Are these people treating you well? Yes. And the inspector rises to his feet. It seems like this is another dead end. I'll excuse myself. He turns and heads towards the door, but not without stopping in front of Rhiannon. And I hope your next report isn't addressed to the archives. Unfortunately I am not allowed to truth read you, since you willingly provided a signed report, but make sure that there aren't any further delays. Yes, it was an unfortunate mistake. Rhiannon bows down, feigning innocence. I'll let myself out then, goodbye. The inspector leaves the room. Stunned, my eyes wander slowly to Gideon, who is sitting on the floor beside me. You lied to the inspector. I state matter-of-factly. Gideon looks up to me and distorts his face into that horrible smile. I just wanted to test his magic. Normally I don't lie, but this was a good chance. This truth read thing doesn't seem to be that great. As long as you convince yourself of the stuff you say, you can apparently say anything. He returns his attention to the tabletop game, oblivious of the fact that everyone's attention is on him. Sodden, what can you do with this figure? 5 Test. The only country which wasn't affected by the resource wars was Australia with its outlying geographical location. Australia's government also practiced a policy of neutrality and self-supply during that time. They didn't take action. Neither for nor against any party. May it have been regarded as good or bad. History shows us that their decision was the right one. History Lesson 4. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. My eyes wander from the doctor's strange tool to his eyes and back again, then towards his aide and my grandmother. It's the same old man who stung me with a needle when I first awoke after Rhiannon and Aaron found me. The room we are in is also the same. Grandmother brought me to the hospital in order to get my recovery checked. My first encounter with the doctor and his staff was unfortunate. Imagine yourself waking up in a hospital room with strange people all around you and then your eyes fall onto a set of surgery tools. Of course I activated my ability and thought long and hard about the situation. From the information I had back then, I deduced that they had somehow found out about my unique ability and decided to use me as some kind of lab rat. I came up with 7 methods of self-defense. Unfortunately all of them were futile, given my body's state. If I were in possession of a functioning body back then, I could have killed them in 12 different ways. I checked the small table with the surgery tools at the bedside, but this time it's empty. -1 means 6 methods of self-defense. The doctor throws an accusing look at grandmother. He is clearly thinking about ways to harm me and my staff. You said that he isn't dangerous. She pats my head. You just surprised him. Gideon has a very peaceful personality for a technomage. Right, Gideon. I smile at the doctor and his staff. I am sorry, back then I thought that you wanted to harm me. You don't have to force yourself to display emotions. It's a very bad attempt by the way. I know of your circumstances. The doctor answers and gestures with the tool in his hand. It's flat and rectangular, almost like a smartphone, but there are many wires coming out of one side. Please lie down. This is a medical scanner. It's absolutely harmless. I eye the thing with interest and follow his orders. He comes closer and holds it above me, but without touching me. I see. Your recovery is well underway. It seems my treatment is taking effect. Good. You are giving him the medicaments which I ordered to. Grandmother answers in my stead. Of course. The doctor does something with his instrument and nods. There is still small case of malnutrition. You are eating properly. I eat until I feel sick, then I stop. I answer. Dinner time with the family became a dreaded event for me. While they are eating like horses, I can take only a few bites until I can't go on. I took extra care to get your stomach into a working state, but it seems like it isn't enough. Your body won't develop correctly if you don't eat enough. The doctor opens his long white coat, which is filled with pockets on the inside. They are full of tools and small boxes, it's like he is a wandering pharmacy. He chooses one of the boxes and gives it to my grandmother. The normals are still barbarians when it comes to medicine, no matter what the upper echelons say. Give him one of those shortly before mealtime and he'll be able to eat normally. Rummaging through his pockets once more, he produces another item. This time it's a small golden amulet. There is also another method of treatment, but it's costly. This is a regeneration charm. It automatically draws energy from its surroundings and uses it to add a passive healing effect to the one who is wearing it. The only problem is that it isn't a cheap item, since a silver and copper alloy is needed to create the necessary effect. I see. Please send the bill to me. Grandmother answers without hesitation. Isn't silver very costly? And this thing is big. I eye my grandmother while the doctor puts the amulet around my neck. Thank you for your hospitality. Make sure to visit me next week. Grandmother smiles at the old man and helps me from the bed. I take a look at the amulet, which is a metal and is covered with various runes and interconnecting lines. It looks like an electric circuit. I don't feel any different. Is it working? The doctor nods. Yes. It's a regeneration charm. You won't feel anything from it. It's a very slow working spell. Have a nice day. Goodbye. My grandmother takes my hand and leads me out of the room. I wave goodbye to the doctor and the assistant. On our way to the teleportation chamber I eye the amulet once more. Grandmother, are we rich? Is our family powerful? She purses her lips. Our family tree has a tendency towards technomagic. As a technomage you can make a lot of money, so you can say that we are rich. But we aren't regarded as powerful because we don't have a lot of combat potential unless we become very old and adept at casting spells. We can make the most money on spaceships, where we act as pilots. Spaceships? And how does magic work? I noticed that the teleportation chamber is made out of gold and silver. Is there something special to those metals? She smiles. Yes, spaceships. We mages left Earth a long time ago and built colonies on the other worlds of the solar system. The flying city Ether is the only place on Earth where we are still living. And we are using the metals such as silver, copper, and gold because they have the least electrical resistance. To use a spell which influences reality you have to change the flow of energy into a certain pattern. Magical artifacts are a great help in that regard because you just have to infuse your power into them and they do the rest. The less resistance they give you, the better. That's why we are using alloys with the least electrical resistance as possible. We reach the teleportation circle and she starts manipulating the runes. But I can't accept this as the end of the conversation. Please don't stop your explanation. Don't you realize that you just created several more questions? Instead of answering she finishes manipulating the runes and in the next moment we are standing on an empty observation deck. There are some people around. They are looking out of the glass fronts, but none of them cares for us. She leads me to the glass, so that I can take a look outside. You are currently on the flying city Ether. It's a flying disk with 120 square kilometers and it's approximately 1 kilometer thick. Currently we are flying above the Atlantic Ocean. The normals can't detect us because we are hiding the city within an information barrier. To them we are invisible. In addition, we hacked their devices and information networks anyway. So even if our barrier fails, we can swiftly edit their computers and networks. I ogle the city under us. It looks like a normal city, but this observation platform seems to be at the edge of the disk, so I can also take a look at the ocean beneath the edge. Now I really believe that I am in Wonderland. Oh, you haven't seen half of it. Wait until you can make a trip to the mage colonies on the other planets. We created huge hidden settlements all over the solar system and in the asteroid belt. Gravity and teleportation magic makes it all possible. My grandmother muses and turns me around. But today you have to take a little test. I'll take you on a sightseeing tour later. What? No way. There are still so many questions. Why are the magicians hiding from humans, and why does battle magic matter more than having money? I thought that your society is all peaceful. We are peaceful. Our community hasn't fought a single war in 2000 years. But at the same time we believe that having the power to defend ourselves is also necessary. Mages who are able to do combat are necessary to uphold the law, and the ones who uphold it is the magical police. We stop at the teleportation circle. We are governed by the Council of Elders, and the Council is in control of the Faceless. The Council consists out of people from the strongest families from each magical branch. There are about 100 of them, and they make the laws of our society. Again she manipulates the runes, and we find ourselves on a long, white corridor with many windows. There are also a lot of children with people who could be their parents. Melon leads me towards a door with a tag and several runes on it. I read the tag aloud. Examination Chamber 4. She presses the runes in a certain combination. I reserved this chamber to have your abilities and knowledge measured. Your ability will work while you are inside, so you just have to touch the globe and answer the questions. The door opens and I am shoved inside. Grandmother pats my shoulder. I have to wait outside. I hesitate, but then I nod. So far Melon never showed any malice towards me. Okay. She closes the door and I am left alone in the white room. It's empty, except for a copper-colored globe with the size of a tennis ball. It floats freely in the middle of the room and suddenly it starts speaking. Hello, I am the examination sprite XO4. Just call me XO. Please state your name. Gideon. What are you? I slowly walk closer to the thing. Gideon Alvar, age 6, scheduled for a full magical and mental examination. I am a fully autonomous magical construct to examine the abilities of magicians. Please touch me and we will take this test in your own virtual reality. This will be much faster than doing it in the real world. The globe floats lower, so that I can reach it. Slowly I reach up and touch the globe. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Melon. The sign on the examination chamber's door turns from occupied to examination chamber 4 and a sheet of paper is printed out of a slit beside the door. I take the sheet and start reading while opening the door. Gideon is right on the other side with a disturbed expression on his face. I didn't do it. Do what? I look up from the sheet and find the examination sprite on the ground. Smoke is rising from it. The smell of burned electronics fills the room. EXO said that he wants to test how fast I am, but he couldn't keep up. When I returned to reality he was like that. Gideon points at the sprite. I smile and hug him. It's okay. It's just a cheap tool. Obviously he had to overclock his processor to keep up. It happens when someone is a little faster than you would expect from a child. I look at the sheet of paper while hugging Gideon. As expected he didn't get any scores in magical knowledge and questions regarding mage history or society. He didn't even score that high in regards to the knowledge of normals. Just average one might say. But his score in their programming and networking is good. He even has decent knowledge about physics. The same goes for logical thinking and imagination. The thing that's absolutely outstanding is the speed of his virtual reality. If these numbers are true, then he is on average over 100 times faster than real time in his own reality. He must have spent a lifetime during that year in the asylum. The sprite shorted out after trying to drive Gideon to his limit. It's okay. Sprites are self-repairing. A smile creeps onto my lips. Gideon might be an unexpectedly talented grandson. If I am able to protect and guide him, I may be able to redeem my mistakes with my daughter. 6 Walk in the Park. The Resource War lasted from 2122 AD to 2201 AD. Afterwards it took the world almost 200 years to recover back to a relatively peaceful state. History Lesson V. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. It's the first time that I am with someone else without Melon being nearby. Grandfather Hedion seems to be the silent type. He didn't say a word when grandmother asked him to go on a walk with me. Stupid daily exercises. Someone might think that magic has an easy answer to tiring training. I am already wheezing and sweating, but Hedion is still walking with big steps. Can we walk a little slower, Hedion? Grandfather. He turns his attention towards me, but instead of smiling he just raises an eyebrow. You do realize that children of your age are playing and exercising their body all day long. Great. Seems like I've found the strict person in the family. Yes, but I really can't go on anymore. Walking twice around this park takes 3 hours, but this time we are already done with the first round and it's been just 50 minutes. Well, I guess walking a little slower is possible. He returns his attention to the path through the park. The park is a public planted area right next to our mansion. I have to exercise my body at least 3 hours each day. In addition I got some books about mage history in our society. Apparently the magicians decided to leave the rest of humanity behind sometime during the era of the Roman Empire. Of course they didn't leave all at once. It was a slow exodus, which ended sometime during the witch hunts of the Middle Ages. Grandfather? Was there a real reason why the magicians decided to leave Earth? The history book made it seem like the decision was accepted by everyone. That's suspicious. My grandfather stops walking and I run into his leg, but he stops me from falling. You are right. The Council of Elders decided that being involved in the battles of the normals caused too many problems within our own community. Our people lived in all countries, but we all answered to the Elders. They gathered everyone with magical ability and started the project to conquer space. There were people who refused the Council's point of view and stayed behind to help the normals in their struggles. Then what happened to them? The book stated that the exodus ended during the witch hunts. Although I asked, I already have my own theories about what happened. Everyone who wanted to leave, left. The rest stayed behind and had to deal with the normals on their own. Once the normals got the upper hand and certain religions started spreading, they had their needed reasons to burn our people. That's something they seem to like, even today. Hedian nods to himself. Then he continues. Do you know that some of their governments know of magic? They have special forces to hunt the last remnants of people like us. That's the only reason why Ether is still on Earth. We are staying here just in case someone with magical ability might want to leave his hiding place. I nod. So they know of us after all. Another question is why my amulet is so pricey? I had some time to think over it. Why are there problems with mining gold, copper, and silver? Shouldn't there be enough metals out there in the solar system? It's the first time that I got a grin out of my grandfather. You are right. We are mining tons of metals and other resources each day. But like it's always the case, you have to add other considerations too. Making a regeneration charm takes a lot of time from a highly skilled technomage who is specialized in crafting charms. Otherwise it might not work like it is supposed to. You don't want to start rotting from the inside, do you? Then there is the point that the metals in question are highly sought after. Transporting something that heavy over vast distances is costly. In addition you need an approved pilot for a spaceship, generally a technomage. Teleporting goods over long distances is a waste of money and energy. And before you ask, we can't simply throw the asteroids from the belt on a course to the inner solar system. The normals would go nuts. Not that there is anything they could do about it. Moreover, we aren't using those precious metals just for toys or as currency like the normals. Our technology relies on high contents of gold, silver, and copper. In certain circumstances we use graphite, but it doesn't take physical stress that well. You need several tons of silver and copper to fit a spaceship with the needed gravity circuits and amplifiers for the pilot to even move the damn thing. And what do you think you are standing on? If the mortals knew what ether is made of, they would declare a war to kill and pillage like in the old days. My eyes wander to my feet and suddenly I understand. Grandmother said that ether's floating disk is 1 kilometer thick. How many metric tons of gold and silver must that be? Then I suppose that the ships in question also need technology to camouflage themselves? How much money does a pilot earn then? If there aren't that many of them it has to be a lot. Hedian stands a little straighter. It just so happens that I flew a spaceship for about 60 years until I met your grandmother. 100 meters long and 80 tons of cargo. By the end of my service I made enough money to lean back for a while and to buy our mansion. So what about the colonies? You saw them right? Which of them are the most interesting ones? I start skipping. I want to fly a spaceship too. Well, we have colonies on all big celestial bodies. I suppose the one on Jupiter is the biggest and most impressive one. We dragged an asteroid into Jupiter's atmosphere to hide it there. It's the size of a small moon and has its own miniature sundae. Hedian stops for a while to think. The ones on Mars and the Moon are boring. They are essentially just underground cities. The rings of Saturn are also colonized. I guess what you would like the best are the main shipyards on Mercury. It's where we produce almost all of our ships. The entire facility is huge with almost 20 million people working there. In order to create the hulls for our ships we just have to bring the metals close enough to the sun and spin them into the desired form. It's the easiest way to do it. That's why most ships are either cylindrical in shape or huge orbs. Discs work too, but they aren't very efficient. Generally you want something spherical, otherwise you waste energy to teleport empty space. But most magicians live in the belt. Out there we can do whatever we want without caring too much about drawing attention from the normals. That sounds boring. Maybe I don't want to be a pilot after all. Cylindrical or huge orbs or discs? No way. It's your fault. What's my fault? Hedian looks down at me with a disturbed expression. It's clear that my outburst surprised him. UFOs. You are the creators of that myth. I point my finger accusingly at him. Ahem. Well. You are right. The information barriers for our small ships aren't foolproof. We created the myth of UFOs to explain some videos which we couldn't edit out of the information network. Especially a few hundred years ago it wasn't so easy to delete the camera footage of some devices, but we got better. So nowadays we do not need to rely on such methods. Hedian places his hands behind his back and starts walking faster. It's a direct result of the nature of our drives. We use gravity magic to create a force towards the desired direction. The ships practically fall in whichever direction we want them to. In addition we use long-range teleportation for very important deliveries. A teleportation field has the shape of a sphere by nature. So if you want to use a teleportation spell to its utmost efficiency, then the ship has to be a sphere too. Then why do the pilots have to be techno-mages if we are regarded as weak? I ask next. Isn't it obvious? A starship's main methods of movement are gravity magic and teleportation spells. Both are fields in which we techno-mages are above everyone else. It also has its benefits if the pilots have accelerated minds. Hedian squints his eyes at me. But I get the feeling that you are rested by now. At least you have enough breath to ask questions, so we can walk a little faster. With that, Hedian starts walking faster again, and I have to hurry after him with my small legs. No, I think that grandfather may not have much empathy for children. 7 Visitor. It is 16.2.2489 AD and the world's most powerful governments finally announced that they decided to work together in order to create a united Earth. Nordics, Russia, China, India, and the Indonesian kingdom already gave their consent. Australia confirmed that they are thinking about joining. South America also confirmed their wish to join, but hasn't completed the vote. If all those countries decide to work together, then the remaining nations will have no other choice besides joining as well. Newspaper. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. Finally alone. It's almost as if I am back in my own little room. My grandparents have some business to attend to, auntie and uncle are working, and my cousins are in school. I began to fear that I will never get some time for myself. During the last month my grandmother created such a tight schedule for me that I wasn't alone or unsupervised for a single moment. I wonder what she is afraid of? From her explanation I understood that I am extremely socially awkward, even for a techno-mage. But I doubt that my psyche can be healed by keeping me around people day and night. At least, I don't feel different from my time in my own world. At least she allowed me to use my magic again, though she put a spy charm on me to check on how much I use my ability. According to her it's very unhealthy to use magic while your body is in a weakened state. Apparently magic works by influencing the structure of reality through manipulating the structure of the energy around you. Magicians are able to do that by using their nervous system, which is apparently much stronger than that of normal people. The first thing I got taught by grandmother was creating an electrical current between my fingertips. Great. Guess what? I am an electric eel now. And yes, apparently I am talking to myself. I let my eyes wander through the living room. Maybe being alone isn't that nice after all. Recently I always had someone to talk to. Now that I am alone I tend to talk to myself. At least in my mind, but it kills time, so I'll continue. The teachings didn't end there. Next I learned the most basic runes to influence the world around me. Well, they are vastly different from the runes someone might imagine from the word alone. I concentrate on my plush cat and collect my power to shape it into the 3-dimensional rune pattern for force. The toy flies away and impacts on a nearby wall. This is so cool, despite my dampened emotions I can't help but feel something that might be called excitement. It's like a new game came out and I just logged in. I look down at the floor where I have the spellbook which I got from Melon. There are runes for almost everything and you can combine them as you want by connecting them. The buzzing of the doorbell distracts me from my training. I access the house's network to take a look at the visitor. Melon gave me access, but I can't do much more than locking and unlocking doors and access some other minor functions. There is no access to something like the internet, which does exist according to Melon. She doesn't want to give me access at this point. What I find in front of our mansion is a yellow-haired woman in a black cloak, with a white mask on her face. She is looking up at the security camera. My name is Inspector Zhu. Open the door. No serial number? Ed had a serial number. I activate the speakers on our door. Why? There is nobody at home. It doesn't matter if there is nobody besides you at home. There are no restrictions for an inspector. Open the door, the woman orders with a cold voice. If she had acted like the other inspector, I would have believed her. But as the situation is now, it smells fishy. Why are 2 different people working on the same case? Shouldn't Ed be with her? Then at least identify yourself properly. I want to see your certificate and your serial number. At the same time, I open a connection to Melon and she answers almost immediately. Yes, Gideon. It's good that she taught me to call her telepathically. There is a faceless at the door and she wants to enter the house, but she didn't show her seal. Can she really do that? I watch the woman at the door who is doing something with the door handle. And now she is breaking in I think. Hide yourself, Gideon. I am on my way, and I've alerted the authorities. That's not an inspector. Grandmother screams over the connection. I activate my ability and time comes to a creeping halt as I return to my virtual reality. The woman broke the door and is about to enter the house. In her left hand is something which I assume to be a gun. It's a futuristic looking tube, like from Star Wars, but still recognizable as a weapon. That means that she wants to kill me. No one would pull a weapon to subdue a child. This situation is strange. Just when I found my own personal heaven, someone wants to ruin it. Didn't I walk through hell already? What can I do? Simply hiding won't cut it. I have no idea how much time the faceless need to arrive at the crime scene. What if she finds me by then? First thing is locking all doors in the mansion. Done. The only chance is to fight back. But how? She'll walk all over me with brute force, and I have no idea what her gun can do. Are there weapons in the house? Not to my knowledge. But there is a kitchen and yesterday grandfather bought some fertilizer for the lawn. It might work if it's not some magical wonder powder. If the nitrate content is high enough I might be able to blow it up with a simple heat spell. But how do I get there? I start making my plan. After half an hour of thinking about my possibilities, I decide that I can't do anything more to ensure my survival. The situation is very straightforward, so I don't have a lot of options anyway. I return to reality and get to my feet. I grab my plush cat and the rabbit, then I leave the living room. Luckily grandfather's study is right opposite to the living room and the fertilizer is still there. I grab the package and slam the study's door shut as loud as I can. That should have informed the woman of my position. Right now she has to be running up the stairwell. Pushing the office chair to the window is harder than I thought, but I manage it without taking too much time. A command to the house opens the window and I climb outside, using the chair as a ladder. Looking down, I suddenly start doubting my plan. This idea sounded so good while it was just a plan in my head. But a loud noise convinces me to jump. Someone broke a door in the upper floor. I cast force on my plush toys as I fall and try desperately to hold onto them. Losing the rabbit, I concentrate my efforts on the cat, and on the second try it slows my fall considerably. The landing is still hard and pain shoots through my leg, but I have no time. So I get up and move to the window of the kitchen, which I ordered open. Luckily it's intended as an access door to the garden, so I don't have to climb again. Sugar and flour are attained easily enough in the kitchen. I work fast and messy while doors are broken open one floor above me. An emptied coffee can serve as a container for my makeshift bomb. For good measure, I add some teaspoons and forks. With luck, they'll work as shrapnel. My noisy endeavor with the metal obviously pulled attention and I hear footsteps running down the stairs as I screw the coffee can closed. Please let the heat rune work. Please let the heat rune work. I just looked at it and never tried to cast it in fear of starting a fire. Steps approach the kitchen and I curse in my mind. How did she find me so fast? My plan assumed that I would encounter her on the stairs. It has to work, now or never. I use force to propel the kin towards the kitchen door just as it is swung open. The masked woman raises a hand to protect herself and points her gun at me. I cast the heat rune from behind the kitchen's oven and close my eyes while taking cover. A loud boom tears my world apart and after a few moments I open one eye, then the other. I am alive. Ha! My leg hurts and my ears are ringing, but there is no hole in my body. I peek around the oven to take a look at the destroyed kitchen and my visitor. To my astonishment she seems to be completely unhurt. The explosion just threw her backwards in direction of the stairwell, and she is in the process of getting up. I accelerate my mind once more to find another solution and the world stops moving. Taking in the image in front of me, I notice that she wasn't completely unharmed. A fork is embedded in the hand which she used to protect herself. Her gun is gone. Where is it? I let time run slightly faster and survey the area by flicking my eyes. There it is. Just 3 meters from me. I reach for the gun and cast force. This time not away from me, but towards me. The gun flies into my hands and I catch it. Then I aim it at the woman who is looking at me. I guess if she didn't wear a mask I would get to see a genuine expression of surprise. That would be interesting. Too bad that I can't see her face. Aiming the gun at the woman I press the trigger and a thin beam of yellow light shoots out of it. The beam burns a hole into the wall beside the woman and she starts saying something. I don't bother to listen and sweep the beam across her legs, which are taken cleanly off. What a cool gun. Coming back in an arc I take off both her arms and remove my finger from the trigger. Time starts running normally again and the woman's pieces fall to the ground. She is screaming like a pig, but I don't care. This can't be a laser. If it was, I would be dead. A laser that strong would heat the air around it to the point of burning its user. Is this some kind of particle weapon? I turn around and use the laser to cut off a part of the oven. It's metal and it got cleanly sliced through with a quick slash of the weapon. No. Can't be a laser. Please give me that. A voice from behind startles me. Turning around I find another faceless looming above me with an outstretched hand. But at least I know the voice this time. Ed. Yes, give me the gun. There is nothing here that threatens you, he says, still not moving. I squint my eyes at him. But it's mine. I looted it fairly from a defeated enemy. He doesn't budge. Molecular disruptors are illegal for a reason. You wouldn't be allowed to keep it anyway. I take my time to think the situation over, but I can't find a possibility to keep the gun. Killing Ed and hiding the gun would probably cause even more trouble than I already have. And I doubt grandmother would like it. Personal heaven, or a cool science fiction gun. I guess I'll come across other good drops. The assassin surely had an employer. I take my finger from the trigger. And I already had my hopes up. I hand the weapon to Ed who sighs in relief. A look at the woman informs me that she is alive. Her chest is rising and falling. It seems like she lost her consciousness, but there isn't as much blood as I had expected. Apparently the weapon cauterized the wounds. Will she live? Ed nods. Probably, I already called the healers. You didn't injure her vitals. Recommendable. After meeting you I thought that you were the type who is best locked in a cell without a door. It seems that I was wrong. Ed? Damn. I should have cut off her head. I was so fascinated by the gun that I completely forgot about finishing her off. A tingling in my mind reminds me that I practically hung up on grandmother. Or what do you call it when you cancel a telepathic connection? I have to ask her later. Probably she is turning red right now, so I answer her call. Sorry grandma, but I was busy with the intruder. Are you alright? Her voice screams in my mind. I am fine. Ed is here now. You can go back to work. We just need a new kitchen. I hang up on her, feeling that I explained everything of importance. That was your grandmother. Ed asks. I look up at him. Yes, you can listen in on telepathic connections. It seems like the faceless have a few cool tricks up their sleeves. Maybe becoming a faceless is also cool. Now I already have 2 ideas for a future job. He nods. And you hung up on her. I nod. I said everything of importance. Didn't I? Ed shakes his head. I'll call your grandmother for you. She'll want to know if you are fine. Isn't the fact that I talked to her enough confirmation that I am fine? I ask. Ed continues to shake his head. It's not. And sit down. I think your ankle is broken. I look down at my foot, which is swollen. Yes, now that you mention it. It still hurts. Something runs down my cheeks and I wipe the annoying fluid away. On the ground close by I find my plush cat and pick it up. Somehow it soothes my mind to hold it, but I have no explanation why. 8 State of things. The world government has announced a new space program. They intend to visit Mars and other planets in the solar system within a decade. Utilizing the resources of other planets shall finally stop the harsh pressure on the population. The stars shall be humanity's future. Newspaper. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. I am sitting on grandmother's lap while listening to Ed's sermon. Right now the faceless are swarming our place with several dozen agents. Someone tried to impersonate them after all. It seems like they aren't taking that lightly. My grandfather seems to be very unhappy about it. I already gathered that he dislikes the faceless for their far-reaching rights. He is saying that they are restricting the freedom of a lawful citizen, namely his own. I wonder what caused his aversion to authority. My foot also got healed, though not immediately. A few minutes after Ed took over, 10 doctors arrived at the scene. They threw themselves at the injured assassin like vultures in order to save her life. They could have at least spared me a glance. But my leg hurt so much that I had to get at least some painkillers. Only after I asked one of the healers for treatment did I get some attention. Though the doctor in question seemed a little down because he didn't manage to snatch one of the attacker's limbs for himself. I decide to return my attention to the discussion. The assassin was identified as a member of the so-called Revelation Wing. Ed eyes my grandparents and my aunt. They arrived soon after the incident. Auntie seemed really shocked while grandmother cried tears of joy upon finding out that I am all right. What's the Revelation Wing? I ask. Ed looks down at me like I am some kind of backwoodsman. The Revelation Wing is a small group of extremists. They believe that mage society should reveal itself to the humans and reclaim their place among them, he explains. Then he adds his own opinion. They are hypocrites who left Earth during the Exodus, but are still preaching that hiding ourselves is wrong. If they had any spine, they would have stayed with the rest of their comrades on Earth. Well, but according to my knowledge those who stayed behind are dead. So they were smart enough to become hypocrites instead of being killed one by one. Why did they target Gideon? My aunt asks. He hasn't done anything. Ed shakes his head. His mother Sadina had some dealings with their leader. He is a ruthless fellow who likes to pay his debts. He wanted Gideon's mother to hack the national news services of several of Earth's governments. But she tricked him and ran off with a part of the Revelation Wing's capital. Most likely to fund her own research with it. I don't care much for the dealings between lawless individuals, but in this case you can see why they may hold a grudge. So it's related to my mother after all. Though I would like to know how the faceless came across this information. Do they have a mole within the Revelation Wing? If they had, they wouldn't admit it to me. So asking about it is a waste of time. Maybe I can get some more information if I use my status as a poor, abandoned child. I doubt that my supposed mother cares if those terrorists get their hands on me. I add my opinion and for some reason Melon pats my head. Ed shrugs and changes his posture a little. The Revelation Wing obviously thinks differently. From their point of view she hid you with the normals to keep them from getting their hands on you. He changes his attention towards Melon. And the next time you try to hide something from the authorities, you might as well go all the way and use a false name. Somehow the Revelation Wing got their hands on his test results. Entering Gideon into the school system is what got them informed of his existence. I was found by being entered into the school system? Why should I need to go to school? I didn't particularly try to hide information. My grandmother's arms tighten around me. I just wanted to know about Gideon's status and didn't bother to take the official path. It was just a test after all. Ed pulls a sheet of paper from a pouch in his coat. Oh, I think you did know what you were doing. You lot seem to like hiding certain things from me. But I admit that you are good at keeping yourself out of the line of fire. Up until now there wasn't a single case in which you couldn't claim that you were simply lax in following your duties. He turns the sheet of paper around. It turns out to be a copy of my test results from a few weeks earlier. He fried an examination sprite? Do you know what that means? Nobody answers, so I decide to break the silence. No. What does it mean? Ed stores the sheet away and answers. It means that you are a very fast one. I know of less than 100 people who can outperform an examination sprite. Okay? I know that I am super fast. That's nothing new to me. Somehow I fail to get the point. Ed shrugs his shoulders. You will, at some point. My aunt starts massaging her temple. So what now? You will simply go on with your lives. We faceless will do our part to uphold law and order. Catching a member of the Revelation Wing alive created a big dent in their security. And it will gain me a promotion. Ed places both hands on his belt. He looks very satisfied as far as I can judge. No, wait. That's not the problem. I point at Ed. But I was the one who caught her. He is taking my spoils. Ed deliberately ignores me and continues. Right now they must be in the process of going underground. They will hide themselves as deep as possible and lay low for a while. Ed tilts his head as if he is thinking about something. I doubt that they have the guts to make another attempt, but just in case I will leave this battle sprite here. As if it was waiting for the command, a robot with 6 legs enters the room. It looks like a really mean crab with strange stumps as arms. It's about a meter tall and the whole body silver and shiny. It sparkles like it's completely new. Ed pats its head proudly. This is Battle Sprite C-34. Just call him Chrono. He has been working with our agency for 14 years and will act as a bodyguard for the time being. I'll excuse myself then. It's a freaking robot. A real robot. That's even better than the gun. I wrestle myself free from my grandmother's hands and approach Chrono. He even has 2 cameras as eyes. Hi. Chrono doesn't reply and scans the room with his eyes instead. He is a little shy. Ed explains and turns around, leaving us to our own devices. I continue to study Chrono until my grandmother interrupts me. I have to talk to you about something. About what? I ask. About the reason why I was out today. She smiles, nods, and claps her hands together. I arranged it so that you can attend school upon turning 7. School? Me? 9 first day. We proudly announce that the new mission called Explorer is well underway. The new sensor probes will search for suitable landing places and resources for follow-up program. Newspaper. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. My birthday came and went. The whole family had a big party, but it didn't really concern me. I never celebrated my birthdays when I was with my fake family. I have some dark memories that they made a cake for me when I was 1. Though it seems like I spoiled the party a little when the stupid water began flowing down my cheeks again. Everyone got silent and seemed emotionally struck. They are definitely not tears. According to my knowledge, you are supposed to lose control over yourself when you cry. I don't felt like crying at all, so it's just a malfunction of my tear ducts. The next time I see the doctor, I'll ask him to check on them. But right now I have another problem. I am still not convinced that this school thing is a good idea. Why am I in this classroom with screaming and noisy kids? I bet that they don't even know the basics. There is no point in me even being here. At least Chrono is waiting outside of school grounds. It turned out that the robot isn't very interesting after all. I had hoped for a more talkative machine. The classroom is quite big for the number of students. There are just 21 children with me included, but I suppose the room has enough place for at least 40 people. We have 12 boys and 9 girls in here, and the thing which is most noticeable is that their clothes look really expensive. I am no different, now that I think about it. I guess the low birth rate allows that children are always spoiled by their parents. An adult woman enters the room and the noise stops immediately. Earlier this day she was introduced to me as my new teacher. Apparently this world's school system works a little different from what I expected. There aren't multiple teachers. You get taught by only one individual and maybe a second one if your main teacher is unavailable. The reason is that there is no need for multiple individuals. The tests are taken by examination sprites and a mage gets old enough to learn everything he needs to know. It's only about giving the children a proper basic education from where they can go on by themselves. If you know what you want to do with your life, you search up the required knowledge and learn it. After you have prepared yourself properly, you can go and take the test to get the qualification. You can take the test as many times as you want. There is no restriction. In fact, it's totally common for a mage to change his job several times during his lifetime. Though adults only visit a school to take a test. Somehow it's understandable if you take into account that the average lifespan is 500 years. Things will get boring after a while and you go for a change. The issue with the lifespan was also interesting to me. Apparently I have to face a very long life. In fact, 500 years on average doesn't mean that I am old and grey by that point. It just means that I'll have a potentially lethal accident by that time. The world is still a dangerous place and can kill you despite everything. According to statistics, the most common causes for a mage's death are leisure accidents. You trip and fall down the stairs, broken neck, unconscious, not found for several hours, and you can kiss life goodbye. The teacher's name is Suta-one and she has brown hair and a round face with Asian features, but I already noticed that the mages aren't placing any value on appearance. The use of magic causes the body to mutate in order to adapt to the circumstances of the individual. I already saw a wide variety of those mutations. In some cases I actually wasn't really sure if the individual was really originally human. The only point which is important to this society is that you have magical ability. When the mages left Earth, they came from all over the planet. That's why there are people who have definitely a European background like me, but I can also identify Asians and Africans in my class. The skin of one girl is as black as night. I guess I have to abandon the way of thinking which I got taught by the internet. Greetings, today we have a new member in our class. He is joining us so late because of his family's circumstances. Would you introduce yourself? Sue looks expectantly at me. I guess this is it. The rumored introduction to the class. While I studied the human society, I read about this in mangas. I stand up and try to smile. Luckily grandmother already thought about what I have to say for my introduction. My name is Gideon Alvar. I am a techno-mage, so please try to overlook my strange behavior. I sit down again and eye the teacher expectantly, but she is just standing there. After a few moments she decides to break the silence. Don't you want to add something? Like hobbies, for example. I have none. I answer. Interests? She asks hopefully. After a few moments of contemplation I decide to say something in order to satisfy her. It can't be called a hobby, but at least I did it for most of my life to kill time. I like to play all sorts of games, though due to my circumstances I always lack proper opponents. And recently I am studying human interactions, though it seems to be a hopeless task. Sue takes a deep breath and decides to continue with her lesson. She starts giving instructions to the other kids in order to continue with their learning schedule. I get a set of complicated calculations and an account to get access to the school's network. It's my first time that I get access to something bigger than grandmother's house. After connecting to it I feel like it's a little let down. Apparently there is no big difference to the human's internet. The only real difference is that it doesn't lag so much. Sue instructs me to learn some of the books about history and physics. I realize that she must have had access to my test results because it's exactly on the questions which I bombed during the sprites examination. Maybe school won't be so bad after all. I already feared that they want to teach me how to do multiplication and division, but with these individualized instructions it actually feels like I am learning something. Time passes faster than I realize and we reach the first break. Sue leaves the room and it starts getting noisy again. I realize for the first time that I am somehow getting ignored, but that's actually fine with me. There is no reason to interact with little kids on elementary school level. The break will last for an hour, so I decide to get up and explore the school. On my way here I saw a map of the school grounds on the corridor's wall. A short walk takes me to my desired destination. The school is cleanly subdivided into parts. I am inside the area with the classrooms. Then there are examination rooms which I already know. Further away is a separate building which is labeled laboratories and beside it are the arcane training grounds. But those seem to be a long walk away. Since I don't know how to use the teleporters I don't want to go there. Somehow I am not inclined to spend a significant part of the break with walking. But neighboring to the section with the classrooms is an area which is named Club Activities. Is that the rumored school club, which I read so much about in mangas? I'll take my time to research my possibilities. I turn into the required direction and start walking. There are many teachers and children on the corridor and I get anxious. Obviously I am not good with crowded places. All the time someone bumps into you and it isn't clear if he is attacking you or not. Somehow I manage to make my way to the designated area without incident. I promised my grandmother not to hurt anyone. There are no detailed maps, so I simply walk along the corridors while reading the plates on the doors. They seem to have everything. I come across various sport clubs and other things of interest to normal people. I stop in front of a door which is labeled Computer Club. I feel a slight curiosity about this world's computers, so I pull on the door's handle. Sadly it's locked. That's when the thought strikes me that it may have an electric lock. Our house has them, so why should the school have something mechanical? Placing a hand on the door I search for electrical currents and promptly find them. By using my ability I make short work of the lock and push the door open. Behind the door I find a room with many computers. All of them look like high-end devices, but most of them are off. I notice that one is running and there is stuff lying on the desk with the keyboard. Apparently somebody left the room in a hurry. I skip to the computer and take a look at the screen. Seems like someone was writing a program to control something. Once more I use my ability to interface with the device and take a look at the compiler. Apparently the mages are using a programming language which is similar to C. I activate the help function and take my time to read the manual. The writer of the program just noted down that it's a new control software for gravity-based fusion reactors. By running the program I find several bugs, so I correct them and optimize the code. The program is already in a working state, so I don't have to do much. It's not that big of a deal for me. Fixing the issues with the code freezes upon triggering certain events is a thing which takes just a little patience. Having lost my interest I return to reality and take a look at my wristwatch. I spent 3 minutes on this. What a waste of time. My tendency to get absorbed in obscure things is troublesome. I note to myself that I have to work on changing that. Locking the door behind me is done easily enough before I continue my exploration. Upon turning around the next corner I run into a boy and trip, landing on the ground. If I hadn't been instructed on accidents by my grandmother, I would say that he attacked me. Luckily my body isn't that frail anymore. Well, I am still frail compared to my contemporaries, but it became much better during the recent months. Get up Techno Geek. The boy who could be 8 years old calls out to me. I am not sure about his age, but he is a head taller than me. I get up and he grabs my collar, pushing me against the corridor's wall. Give me your key. Key? I blink. Which key does he want? Does he think that I have a key to the club room? I am sorry, but I don't have a key. The boy raises his hand and forms a fist with it. Give me the key, or I'll hit you. I activate my ability to contemplate the situation. Okay. I don't know what this is about, but he is clearly thinking that I have some kind of key. The other point is that he just threatened me. That's unmistakable. So our collision earlier was an intentional attack from his side. No way. Is this the outrageous bully scene from the mangas? This world is so exciting. But getting beaten up again is killing the mood. At least I can flee into my own world if it turns out that I can't stop him. I promised my grandmother that I wouldn't hurt anyone, but this is clearly the exception which is called self-defense. And he already attacked me, so I don't have to hold back. I decide on the only possible answer to clear up this misunderstanding. No, I have no key, so I can't give it to him. The boy doesn't listen and attempts to hit me, but he is faster than I expected. All I can do is watching the fist as it is closing in on me. Did he somehow enhance his body with magic? My own body is unable to keep up with the movement. That sucks. At least he seems to be a bully without training. It comes in handy that I read some things about martial arts. If you hit someone with your fist, you have to do it right. Otherwise you hurt yourself more than your target. You have to hit the target with the knuckles of your index and middle finger. Those two are the strongest bones in your hand and can take a punch. I shift my chin just a little. Now he'll hit me with the knuckles of his little and middle fingers. In addition, I cast a force field in front of my chin. It's the next stage after having learned the force rune. His fist impacts my chin and my head is thrown backwards, impacting the wall behind me. I take the pain as a good sign. It means that I wasn't knocked out. To my satisfaction, the attack was accompanied by the breaking of bones. The pain stuns the thug and I place my knee in his groin. A squeal starts escaping his lips while I reach for his head. This time I cast force on his head and it is sent downwards towards the floor. The squeal ends with the cracking of the floor's tile. I reach for my head, but luckily there is just a small bump and no blood. A fast look up and down the corridor ensures me that nobody witnessed the scene. My eyes fall onto the next door and I remember my original goal. That's right. Looking for clubs. I continue my tour, the incident already forgotten. 10 Self-defense. The first probe to the moon has started. Humans are going to visit Earth's satellite once more after several centuries of abandoned spaceflight. Newspaper. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. And how is it going? Sodden asks from across the table. I think it's okay, though the other kids in my class are annoying. I answer, not hiding my impression of them. Since I am going to school too, Sodden and I decided to meet in the canteen during lunch breaks. It's nice to have at least one person to talk to. Sodden is eating fried potatoes, while I chose tomato soup and fish sticks. They are doing that intentionally. Sodden answers with a full mouth, shoveling even more potatoes into it as she speaks. I take another spoonful from my tomato soup. They? Doing what? Sodden tilts her head. The school's administration. They split us technomages evenly among the classes. There aren't more than 2 technomages among each class. It's supposed to teach us to interact with other people of our age. I let the thought sink in. It strikes me as strange to follow the body's age in this matter. Wouldn't it be much more appropriate to sort the children according to their abilities? Sodden shrugs her shoulders. I don't claim to understand their reasons, but the decision was made by our lead psychologists. So there has to be some sort of twisted sense to it. Probably there is. But if so, then I fail to get it. Though I already gathered that mage society is highly efficient. A spacefaring culture with survival in mind has to be. From my studies I learned that we mages are living essentially in a technocracy. Even though we are governed by the Council of Elders, the Elders aren't politicians. They are the most capable individuals from each magical branch. The decision on who is going to be the Elder is made during special election exams, which test an individual's abilities and character. If I took a test during the next election and scored highest, I would become an Elder, for example. If I don't want the job, then the position is offered to the second place and so forth until someone is willing to do the job. Though it's very doubtful that I manage to do that. From what I gathered by reading the books, I would score 0 points on character. Do you already have an idea what you want to do in the future? Sodden asks. It's good to plan ahead. If you take the right learning schedule, you can be out of here by the age of 20. Nodding, I start explaining. I thought about making a tour through the solar system. I want to see all the colonies and fly my own ship while doing so. Sodden's eyes widen and she starts choking on her potato, but manages to swallow it down. You do realize that spaceships are costly? Who would build it for you? It would be much cheaper if you simply take one of the regular flights. I shake my head. That won't do. I want my own, so that I can fly where I want to. I already made a 10-year business plan to finance the voyage. If you manage to pull that off, then I am going to be your co-pilot. Sodden takes her glass of water to flush down the potatoes. I drop my head in resignation. Yes, that's the only problem. I would need to take the test to become a certified pilot. My cousin shrugs her shoulders. What's the problem? You made the rest sound so easy that the easiest thing about it shouldn't concern you. Reaching down into my backpack, I pull out a big, fat tome. They want pilots to know everything about their ships. It's a pain in the ass. I just want to fly one, I don't want to build the damn thing. Sodden smiles and rolls with her eyes. Why not? If you build it yourself, you eliminate the problem of having to pay for all the needed gold and silver. Just fly out to the belt and start mining an unclaimed asteroid. I close my eyes. I think you aren't taking me seriously. No, I am not. She throws back her long hair and continues eating her potatoes. I eat my soup and start working on the fish sticks, but a message arrives shortly before I am done. A letter starts blinking in my field of vision. It's something I learned during magic classes. Apparently my ability allows me not only to create a virtual space. I can create wisps and task them with certain jobs. They are essentially portions of my mind which are split off. Having too many of them makes me slower though, so this spell isn't almighty and only suitable for technomages. The message is from the program which I corrected a few days ago. Apparently someone activated it to test it out. When I tweaked the program, I added a few lines of code which used the net to report back to my account. The program was essentially turned into a Trojan horse. Interested in the creator of the code, I accessed the computer on which the program was installed. Apparently the Trojan horse gave me access to a subnetwork of a company. Sodden, what's Star Drive Incorporated C? Sodden looks up from her potatoes, an expression of joy on her face. Oh, that's interesting. They are a major producer of gravity-controlled fusion reactors, a main component of spaceships. Their heir is in my class and the same age as me. Do you want me to introduce you to? We are also both members of the computer club. I cut the connection. That won't be necessary. I am not interested in any of the clubs. My encounter with the thug taught me that I have to acquire certain skills if I don't want to be stepped upon. I have to find a way to deal with violent encounters. Even though the spells I learned by now seem very strong, the thug still managed to hurt me. It also has to be taken into account that he has the simple mind of a child. So I read up on the reasons why technomages are regarded as weak combatants. What I learned is that the cast time to power ratio of technomagic drops with more powerful spells. The runes which are required to cast technomagic are by nature very complicated. Since it's settled on fields like gravity, teleportation, and telepathy, you are also a little restricted in your possibilities to attack someone. Looking at another branch like pyromagic shows you that the required runes are much simpler and easier to use. Only very old technomages are able to overcome this weakness by sheer experience. They become so adept at casting certain spells that they can take shortcuts in the creation of spell runes. Unfortunately, it doesn't help to simply learn pyromagic. Using a spell, which you don't have an affinity for, causes you to use up much more of your power than is necessary. That's bad because magical exhaustion results in unconsciousness and can cause death in severe cases. According to the book, someone's affinities result from the way in which he is using his brain. Grandmother already demonstrated this to me by letting me cast the basic runes for force and heat as often as I can. When I cast force, I can go on for over 100 times until I start feeling tired. Upon trying to do the same with heat, I started feeling dizzy after only 16 times. A pyromage would have the same results, just the other way around. That's why all spells are split up into categories which look like skill trees on a huge two-dimensional map. A mage's ability is partly defined in how many spells your affinity covers. Normally you get access to a certain area of this tree. In some cases someone's ability partly covers neighboring areas. It could be entirely possible that I can use a few spells of the lightning or metal categories, which are closely related to technomagic. Grandmother already implied that my ability to create sparks between my fingers is a good sign for the future. I won't know my own abilities until my magical education has reached the point where I can try to experiment with spells that don't belong to my category. In fact, Sodden's big sister is an electromage with access to a few spells of the lightning and techno branch, which makes her actually a prodigy. Sadly, she didn't inherit the accelerated mind though. Finding a way to work around this weakness feels like a necessity to me. Otherwise, mages with simpler affinities will be able to overpower me by being able to cast more powerful spells in a shorter period of time. It's him. He is the one. Someone screams at the entrance to the canteen and I turn my head to find out who's causing the ruckus. Ah, it's the thug. I note with an extremely emotionless voice. I can't help myself. Meeting this guy again is a real downer to my mood. He is with an adult who could be a teacher. Just to be on the safe side, I activate my ability and slow down my perceived time a little bit. Before the man can stop the boy, the thug does something with his hands. The next moment he rushes at me with incredible speed, his fists glowing in a blue light. Though this time I am a little more prepared for violence. I grab the fork and point it at the thug. A simple force spell sends the tool on its way, but the thug slaps it away with a simple flick of his hand. In the next moment he has reached me, but this time his hit is a little harder to dodge. He isn't aiming for my head, but for my chest. Since I already know that his fists have to be taken earnestly, I cast several layers of force field in front of my chest. Feeling the impact on my chest, I cast force on my own hand and stab it forward, embedding my fingers into his eyes. This is the way I came up with to enhance my own body. If I can't keep up with my enemy, then I have to play my body like a doll on strings. But his eyes are a little more resistant than I thought. Obviously it doesn't work like in the movies. His eyeballs don't pop, or are pushed back into his head. They just feel like a very resistant, slimy, rubbery mass. I change the plan and create an electrical current between my fingers. The moist eyeballs are perfect contact points for electricity. Tasking a part of my mind to switch the current on and off is a simple matter. I feel a grin appearing on my face. So I became an electrical eel after all. After I am sure that my opponent is affected by my attack, I let time run faster again. The boy spasms with chattering teeth and goes to the ground. My eyes fall onto the knife which was intended for my meal. Being attacked once is something I can deal with, but being attacked twice in this manner, that's the last straw. No matter who he is. To outsiders my actions might look like they were taken in the heat of the moment, but I think I already gave this too much thought. Dangerous animals have to be taken care of. I snatch the knife and stab the boy on his way to the ground. Then I drop myself onto him and start going for his vitals. Arteries, face, chest. I don't want him to die immediately. Blood starts spraying in a beautiful arc as I raise the knife for the finishing blow. Then my body suddenly halts and I can't move anymore. Damn. Flicking my eyes around, I find the man from earlier pointing both hands at me. Did he cast a spell? No. Why did I have to make him suffer instead of ending it right at the beginning? Now he will attack me a third time for sure. Life sucks. 11 Future. The New Age terrorist group has bombed one of the launching platforms for the new probes. This will throw back the efforts of the world government. But they claimed that no regressive force will be able to stop humanity from claiming the solar system. Newspaper. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. This is an outrageous incident. I hope that you are aware of what you have done. The school's director, Mr. Fraid, glares at me. Say something, or I have no other choice than expulsion. Director Fraid. Sodden cuts in from my side. I think that you made a mistake with what you have just said. I've had only a short time to take a look at the evidence, but it's very clear to me that Gideon isn't responsible for this situation. The director's eyes narrow and his attention turns towards Sodden. What do you mean? Sodden corrects her blue dress before she starts speaking. Let's revise the events. Ralph Haster gets found on a corridor. Heavily injured. The director interrupts. And claims that he was attacked. You let him search for the offender after he returns from the hospital, which led to the encounter in the canteen. Why didn't you check the security cameras? The security footage can't be used as evidence. It's too easy to manipulate it. The director answers with a monotone voice. Sodden isn't impressed. But it can be used to determine your future actions. Ralph's record of attacking other students is as long as my arm. His last episode should have had him thrown out of school. Why is he even on school grounds? The director starts fumbling with his fingers. You know that his parents own a large company and are paying huge sums to this school. It seems like a failure on our part if we can't educate a small kid like him. And how much are the technomages paying to this institute? I am not entirely sure that you would be able to keep this school running without our support. What would they say if you let someone like Ralph attack one of us? Sodden shakes her head. I am sure that they aren't easily pleased without a proper investigation of the circumstances. What's happening here is an utter disgrace to our society. I think I have no other choice but to take this case in front of a tribunal to make everything public. The director freezes for a moment. Tribunals are free food for the media. You wouldn't disgrace this institute by dirtying it with bad press. Think about the repercussions. My grades are good enough to go to the Jupiter University. My sister is a prodigy and Gideon just has to fry their examination sprite to show that he is worth the effort. So let me ask again. Why wasn't the video footage looked at? You knew that Gideon has to be treated with care. After finding him on the video, you should have let Ralph and him never get close to each other. And what's up with the confrontation from person to person? Did you walk Ralph through every technomage in this school? Don't tell me that the camera wasn't recording. A vein on the director's forehead bulges visibly. The files were lost. Such a coincidence. So everything you have is footage of Ralph attacking Gideon in the canteen. We admit that Gideon's reaction was excessive, but that's exactly the thing this school is paid to prevent. I am sure that Ralph also lied about the first attack. Right, Gideon? I stopped listening a while ago. Instead I am currently taking a look at the school's network. Who would have thought that the crystals at the ceiling aren't just spending light? They are also cameras. There are tons and tons of images, though it seems like someone removed all the footage from 1 hour before and after the incident. Right, Gideon? Sodden elbows me from the side and I return my attention to her. Yes? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was just taking a look at the school server with the saved files. I try to smile. The director gasps. Those are secured. Not very well. In fact, it's very poorly secured. Even a child like me can get in. I answer. The firewall on the thing is full of holes. The ports for the student services aren't blocked. In that regard, this school isn't much different from the schools on Earth. Gideon, there are reasons for securing those files. Don't break into the school's servers. Sodden takes my hand. Would you please explain what happened between you and Ralph? Ralph? I ask. Sodden's grip on my hand turns tighter. The thug. Ah, that one. He attacked and caused me pain while I was checking out the clubs. I put him down and went my way. I didn't pay much attention to the incident, but when he attacked a second time I got a little annoyed, I'll admit that. I answer. Annoyed? You almost killed a student. The director calls out. I tried to, but Sodden places her hand over my mouth to shut me up. She looks at the director. Gideon only defended himself against repeated attacks from someone who is stronger and older than him. The stronger doesn't seem to be accurate. But the director doesn't get to say more because someone knocks on the door of his office. Without waiting for an answer, the door is opened and reveals a man in a black suit and a boy. The boy seems to be sad as age and has light brown hair with a slender figure. He is wearing an expensive grey suit. The man in the black suit has dark brown hair and wears black glasses. It makes him look like one of those mafia bosses from old Italy. I read a lot about those. He steps into the room and reaches into his suit. Then he stabs a card at the director. My name is Don Jericho. I am the head lawyer from Star Driving. Obviously there are a few misunderstandings going on here. If you would let the children leave? Then we can discuss this between adults. I am sure that I don't have to inform you of all your mistakes regarding the proper procedure. Otherwise we would have to call the faceless end. Sodden gets up and pulls me out of the room, closing the door behind us. Whew. I was running out of ideas to keep the director occupied. She hugs the new arrival, who keeps smiling. Thank you for helping out. This is my cousin, Gideon. Gideon, this a friend of mine. His name is Paul Clean. He is also a technomage and his family owns Star Drive. We are in the same class. I nod. Hi. Paul smiles without showing his teeth. Such a coincidence. If it isn't the person on the security footage. Sodden raises one eyebrow. So you were the one who deleted the footage? Yes, actually a certain someone broke the lock on our club room and played with my computer while I was on the toilet. He looks down on me, which is easy because he is 2 years older than me. Sodden's expression also turns strange, which is disturbing me. For the first time I realize that I might have caused problems to Sodden. What to do? My new family is doing so much for me. I don't want them hating me. But on the other side I don't get what I did wrong. Isn't defending yourself a legitimate action? Nobody said anything when I injured the assassin. Don't cry, Gideon. Suddenly my cousin hugs me. I am not crying. I answer, but this time I am actually not exactly sure. Did he break something? Sodden looks up to Paul. I am sorry, but he has special circumstances. Gideon isn't what you would call normal. Paul scratches his chin and squints his eyes at me. Actually I want him to work for us. Work? I ask. Sorry, but I've already made plans for the future. Sodden gasps. No, wait. Didn't you listen when I told you about Star Drive? Then she turns to Paul. No. Why do you want him to work for you? He grins. Because he rewrote the control program for our new gravity-based fusion reactor in less than 5 minutes. I just optimized the code. I admit. Hopefully they didn't find the Easter egg. And increased the fusion reactor's power output by 2% while doing so. Paul answers with a strange look on his face. What are measly 2%? I turn to Sodden. I don't like the way he is looking at me. Don't you realize what 2% are? Our competition isn't able to duplicate that. You need hundreds of fusion reactors to supply the big flying colonies. Ether alone has 90 of them installed. Increasing the power output by 2% is a big factor. It's decision-making in the race to sell your products. We can't let you work for anyone else. How did you do it? And what do you want? This time I am the one who squints his eyes. But I just eliminated the bugs, so that the program won't freeze anymore. Then I optimized the code for speed, so that the plasma could be kept perfectly in the center of the fusion chamber. Otherwise the energy of the ignition laser isn't used to its full potential. That's it. Good man. How much do you want to be paid? Paul asks. This guy is somehow suspicious to me. I want to go home. I already have a business plan. I try to turn away, but Sodden grabs my cheek and starts pulling. He takes the job. Half of all the profit he produces. Paul shakes his head. Sodden, you are a very good friend, but this is business. I am the heir of the company after all. He gets 10%. Then he takes 60%. Sodden's voice is as cold as ice. Didn't you listen? Okay 20. That's all I can do. 70. That's not how it works. 30. 80. 40. You are supposed to come into my direction. But he has to take a look at all our reactor types. Then 90. 50. That's the last straw. Then he'll work for you. Sodden's expression turns satisfied. But I attempt to say something, but Sodden cuts me off. I don't give a damn about your business plan. Do you realize how much money we were just talking about? If you get such a job offer, then you have to take it. In the name of our family. But your grandmother will be here any minute. Do you want me to tell her the nice version with flowers where you just defended yourself, or the one where you went nuts and tried to gut a boy in front of the entire school? Do you want me to be on your side, or against you? Choose now. Sodden glares at me with an expression which calls money all over her face. My eyes wander back and forth between her and Paul, but when I think about facing grandmother after such a major slip-up. Please be on my side. Sodden reaches out and pats my head. Good boy, you chose wisely. Ah. And before I forget. Paul raises one finger. That Easter egg with the fake meltdown. That wasn't funny. I want my plush cat. 12 cake. And the newest development in regards to the market. Star Drive has announced a completely new generation of fusion reactors. Not only will they be significantly more efficient, but also safer and easier to control. If the company is able to hold their promise, then we can predict that the competition will be in serious trouble. News channel, Ether Eye. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Melon. Gideon, what do you have there? I look at the sheet of paper in my grandson's hands. I am currently making a cake in our kitchen and he is helping me by eating all the sweet leftovers. It has been almost a month since the incident with the school's thug. Luckily it turned out that Gideon was completely fine and he even somehow got employed by one of the biggest companies we have in our society. And all he has to do is use his programming talent. At first I didn't want to believe it, because he hadn't even learned our programming languages yet. But according to him it's enough to learn 2 or 3 computer languages and you can learn the third and fourth in no time. His reasoning is that programming languages are logical and have a clear syntax. Once you have looked up the vocabulary and grammar for the new one, you can easily adapt your previously learned knowledge to it. The similarities between humanity's computers and ours aren't just accidental. It's leaked technology after all. Despite all our achievements there are still some dark elements in our society. They are selling everything they can get away with to the black market. Especially our electronics are often leaked through secondary channels. Though I am not exactly sure that our government isn't doing this intentionally. It's much easier to manipulate the normal humans since they are using a downgraded version of our technology. By manipulating their internet, we have access to almost everything they know. Only the facilities with the highest security are a little harder to get into, and that's mostly because their computers aren't connected to the internet. I admit that in a shrewd way Gideon is right, but it doesn't mean that anyone could do the thing he did. After I took a look at the programs he wrote, I had to admit that he has skill. I am so proud of him. If I remember right, Sodden said that she has arranged for you to get half of the profit you generate with those optimized programs. Gideon's expression turns sour, which looks kind of funny. He is trying to adapt a set of different expressions, but he fails horribly when he is displaying them deliberately. Yes, but I don't get it. This stupid sheet of paper says that I got the agreed upon sum of money, but there are those other numbers, which I suppose are taxes. So which amount of that money do I really get? Let me see. I reach for the paper and take a look at it. Isn't there a zero too many on this? Is it much? Gideon asks. Actually, I am not too sure of this society's money. My original plan involved to trade by barter. Can I buy a spaceship when I leave school? You still want to fly around the solar system in your own ship? I ask, making a few calculations in my head. Gideon is probably earning 2 times as much as me. It's comparable to what my husband earned until he sold his freighter to settle down with me. I want to cry. Grandma, you look sick, please sit down. Am I that underpaid? I have to talk to Paul and ask for a raise. I knew that I am being bamboozled. He folds his hands in front of his chest. That guy just doesn't look trustworthy. Who would wear a suit at his age? I shake my head. No, don't do that. You are earning a lot of money. I was just baffled. If you continue this, you can buy one of the best ships once you finish your education at 20. Or 10 cheap ones, I suppose. Not many technomages achieve that at this age. I myself piloted a ship for a few years, but I quickly found out that it isn't my thing, so I ended my contract once I had enough money. Then I started my own little business, which was dealing with data analysis. After a few years my husband was offered the opportunity to run for a public office, and since then our family is stuck as one of Ether's 7 officials. It's hard enough to be the representative of a colony like Ether. That one of my own daughters went rogue didn't help at all. Gideon tilts his head and a flashing light appears in my vision. It's alerting me that he is using his ability to access the net. He nods slowly. I guess that might work out. Maybe Sodden's insistence on this job wasn't so bad after all. I can even pay my part to the mansion. If I work a little more I should be able to afford one of those space liners. I wish they would put price tags on those ships. I feel my left eye twitching. Gideon, you don't have to pay us anything. We have enough money. You have to take into account that I already had 200 years to hoard money. If you really want your own ship to take a tour around the system, I would have bought you one. And taking money from a child at his age feels just wrong. But I want to do this with my own power. Let me at least repay you for the kitchen. He takes my hand. I blew it up after all. Gideon, adults have something that's called pride. I stop for a moment to formulate my thoughts. And taking money from the children who are under their protection feels wrong. Gideon looks genuinely confused now. So that means no. I nod. Why don't you put a part of that sum into a separate bank account and treat it as emergency reserve? Emergency? He asks. That's right, you know, for example if something unforeseen happens. Like illness or accidents, I offer. Gideon scratches his chest in deep thought. You are right. I haven't thought about that at all. I suppose in real life you can't control all the possibilities. It's only smart to provide for all contingencies. I'll ask Sodden to do that. Once again I feel my eyes twitching. Sodden? What does Sodden have to do with that? He shrugs his shoulders. Oh, since I have no idea of how to handle money properly, I decided to make her my manager. I've to admit that her negotiation with Paul impressed me. Apparently she is going to become a lawyer, at least she is taking the necessary tests. And she seems to be a hard party to deal with. I don't know who would be better to look after the cash. I know that my granddaughter is a greedy old man on the inside. Gideon will be lucky if he gets his money back from her. I try to smile, but I feel my composure slipping. So you kids are having fun together? Hell, yes. Gideon nods vehemently. Even the brute seems to be a nice person if you overlook her lack of intellect. Gideon? Don't call your elder cousin a brute. It's discriminating, I reprimand him. Gideon's expression drops. Sorry, it's becoming a habit with Sodden around. It's rare for her to call her sister by name. I pat Gideon's head. Don't worry. The next time I see Sodden I'll scrub out her mouth with steel wool. She is having a bad influence on him. That reminds me. How are your magical studies going? Do you want us to have another lesson? That gets me a genuine smile out of Gideon. Oh, yes. Actually I wanted to learn more about teleportation. Then you are lucky. It's one of my best fields. I smile. But first you have to learn the theory behind teleportation. That's including books and tons of maths. Do you know the theory behind wormholes? Gideon nods. Isn't that the famous example with a sheet of paper representing the universe? Then you fold it together and stab a pen through it. I roll with my eyes. Yes, just that the stabbing through it with a pencil is an idiotic idea from the normals. You can't punch a hole through space-time. Just imagine what would happen if you remove an object from one position and let it appear somewhere else. At the point of departure you would have empty space-time. At the point of arrival you would have to replace the already existing space-time with the one you just transported, resulting in a very unhappy ending for everyone involved in the experiment. So how do you do it? Gideon asks with a troubled expression. I grin, happy that he isn't a genius on all levels. It's so satisfying to teach those younger than yourself. You switch them. You create two equal space-time bubbles and exchange them with each other at the same time. Hence you don't violate the laws of physics. I raise one hand and point at the cake which we just made. Then I snap my fingers and a marble-sized piece of cake appears between them. There, I exchanged the air-filled space between my fingers with a part of the cake. Gideon's eyes widen. That's awesome. I want to do that too. Teach me the runes and the mathematics. I eat the piece of cake. Don't freak out. You won't be able to do that overnight. It took me 100 years before I had that level of control over teleportation. But Gideon doesn't listen, being completely absorbed in his own world. Just think about the offensive and defensive capabilities. If you teleport your opponent's heart, no, his brain out of his head, it's akin to an instant kill. I stopped chewing, appalled by the idea. It might be better to take care of his social skills first. Teaching him such a spell too early could end ugly. 13 ed. Today we have to report an accident on Orbit 1. Luckily it seems like no lives were lost during the breach of an apartment's window. How the window's glass could simply break is up to investigation. News Channel, Ether Eye. Orbit 1, Lunar Space Station. Ed. I lean back in my chair and continue to study the files which I found in the terrorists' room. Who would have thought that following the assassin's tracks would lead me to one of their cell leaders? And the bastard was sitting right above Ether the entire time. He even had the audaciousness to pose as an agent for a mining company from the asteroid belt, renting an expensive apartment on this space station. We decided that I would go alone to arrest him. If we had visited the station with an entire group of faceless, we could have alerted him. I didn't want to risk that. I never would have thought that I would find you sitting here after your assassination attempt failed. Why didn't you run? The man who is on the ground and leaning against the room's walls looks up to me. I didn't think that you would be able to track me back. The command was given through a chain of 5 people. What did you do to them in order to get me? I shrug my shoulders. They are in our custody. It's not up to me what happens to them. That's a matter of the law. But they were involved in attempted murder and several other crimes, so the least they can expect is a major re-education. Possibly with a new personality being installed. The man who is bound by my chains of light spell tries to free himself. He only causes the energy chains to glow a little brighter, it's a vain attempt. The amplifier around my neck makes me stronger than most natural mages. He spits at me, but I raise the papers to avoid being hit in the face. That's not very civilized of you. Don't you realize that a new personality is equal to a death sentence? Which civilized society does such a thing? Maybe you should ask yourself if you are working for the right people, he growls at me. I nod slowly. Every social structure has its dark sides. Your anger is just. But do you have the right to expose us to the normals if the overwhelming majority is against it? Who gives you the right to decide? Who gives them the right, he calls out. They took the test and proved themselves to be worthy. Nothing more, nothing less. If you were worthy of making such a decision, then you would be an elder right now, I answer. The elders are just emotionless robots. And you faceless are just chosen for your power and mentality of following orders. The system is rogue, but I interrupt him, pointing the stash of files in his direction. I've heard their ideology speech already too many times. So? Would you explain this to me? The man chuckles. Can't you read it yourself? Our leader wanted to make a statement about our devotion to the cause. I read the headline of the file aloud. Project Coeus. I've read it all, but I find it hard to believe. Maybe you stayed here to make the evidence more trustworthy? It is much more believable if we find the file with you and not simply lying around in an empty room. I can even feel Satana's power on it. It's evident that this was in her hands at some point. It can't be turned away as a fake. Right? Doesn't it feel mortifying that we'll still get what we want? And you will be the one who will enforce the law. Human experiments are illegal after all. It would have had more impact if one of our men killed the abomination, but this will also do. Once Satana hears about it, she will surely come out from under whichever stone she hid herself. The man starts laughing. I run a hand through my hair and look at him. It's a mystery to me how the Revelation Wing finds people like him. Maybe they have their own re-education camp somewhere. That would be a possibility. Somewhere hidden out in the asteroid belt. Most of them are coming from there. Satana is a different type of villain from you people. That's why she isn't working with you lot. Different from you, she was forced into her position by an unfortunate set of events. I doubt that her first experiment was meant to kill someone. The only problem is that she lost her head afterwards and got deeper and deeper into trouble. The fanatic across from me furrows his forehead. By the gods. A faceless with compassion. How can you even do your job? It doesn't matter. This time we'll get what we want. Her betrayal will cost her dearly. She isn't a poor girl which can be redeemed. She's a snake. I nod. You are right. I am not saying that she's free of guilt. I am just saying that somewhere in here, I point at my heart, there is still a spark of goodness. Though you may be wrong in regards to her son. I don't think that she cares what happens to him. I flip through the pages of the file while I try to collect my thoughts. Satana wants to free all technomages from being regarded as weak. She fell in love with a man who didn't want her because of her magical disposition. That caused something inside her to break. Technomages already have a lot of mental problems on their own. Experiencing a one-sided love pushed her over the edge. She started experimenting with new spells until her powers went out of control. Many people died on that day and she fled. If she had simply stayed and taken the punishment, she would have gotten away with claiming that it was a terrible accident. But in hiding she continued to pursue her goals, getting ever more brutal and ruthless with her attempts to become stronger. If this file is true, then she gave up on turning herself into a more powerful mage. She turned to other means and had a child of her own blood. Sadina manipulated her own child's genome to create the ultimate techno-mage. But if this file is true, then she regarded the outcome as a failure and simply dropped him like a bad product. Coeus? The Titan of Intellect. That's a fitting name for him. Don't you think? I grin upon remembering how he defeated the assassin. I suppose she created him during her time with the Revelation Wing. Did she tell you guys that he would become your messiah? Or didn't you know what she was working on? It must have been a shock when she revealed how the funds were used. The man shakes his head. She failed and ran away, but not before emptying our bank accounts. The child is a failure. But she has to feel something for it. Otherwise she wouldn't have taken him with her to hide him on Earth. That's why we want him dead. A grin appears on his face. He seems to be very sure of their plan. Probably Gideon's fake parents weren't the only ones whose minds were bent to Sadina's wishes. She surely wiped her son's memories too. I sigh and shrug my shoulders. You know, if all this gets public, then I honestly don't know what the elders would do. The law is very clear about human experiments. Probably the elders would sentence him to death. I am glad that this mission is not on their radar. We feared that you would run if several faceless entered the station at once. This also makes it easier now because I don't have to burden my comrades with this task. His expression turns uncertain. What are you talking about? You are a faceless, a dog of the elders. You enforce the law. Once again he starts thrashing against his chains. I stand up, having made up my mind about the situation. The test chooses the elders for their skills and ability to make wise decisions. Probably it would be wise to kill the boy. You were right on that point. My eyes wander to the windowed wall and the stars beyond it. How much did this apartment cost? Free sight out of a space station is rare. I step to the huge window and scratch my finger along the molecular crystal which was used to create it. No, the terrorist shrieks. You wouldn't. Then I turn and walk to the door of the terrorist's apartment. But you are wrong about the faceless. As a faceless you aren't chosen for strength, not even for devotion or loyalty. We are chosen because of our own heartfelt principles. The only thing you need to be to become a faceless is a good person. Our society wouldn't have continued to exist for over 2,000 years if the faceless only knew how to follow orders. I am very glad that you seem to be the only one who knows about this report. And I doubt that you have a second one with the necessary energy print to connect it to Sadina. Outside the room, I look left and right, confirming that there are no witnesses on the corridor in front of the apartment. Then I turn around and point my finger at the window. So all I need to do is to stop you here. As a good person it's my sincere belief that laws have to be followed, but there are exceptions and the faceless exist to judge what's right and wrong. I think that all it takes for the world to turn into a worse place is one good person doing nothing while something bad happens in front of him. Without delaying further, I fire a simple kinetic spell at the window. The crystal glass shatters and the terrorist's unbelieving face vanishes from my sight as the door slams shut upon detecting the pressure loss. He didn't scream till the end. Probably he couldn't believe it even as the glass shattered. I rub my metal in deep thought. Then I activate it and address the station's artificial intelligence. Station. Yes. A melodious voice answers throughout the corridor. There was an accident on level 3 at my position. I detected a breach of the outer hull. The affected room was sealed. Rescue sprites are on their way. There is a low probability to save the individual who got sucked out into space, the station answers obediently. They really need to install a smarter sprite up here. Even the examination sprites from the schools are smarter. Station. Abandon the mission. Incinerate all the trash which got sucked outside with the anti-asteroid laser before it can leave the station's information barrier. The station answers with an artificially trebled voice. But the humans don't have technology to. Override 94684 ed pass ERC 924KILO43, execute. Your sensors are malfunctioning. There was no person sucked out into space. Follow the policies for minimal exposure. For a few moments the corridor is filled with silence. Then the station answers dutifully. The drifting trash has been incinerated. I nod and start walking down the corridor. On my way I drop the Coeus file into one of the trash recyclers where it is immediately dissolved into its components. If that boy deserves a punishment, then he'll earn it himself and not because of what he is. Feeling like a weight is off of my shoulders, my steps become lighter. Today the faceless will have to manufacture an especially long report for the elders. 14 Science Project. The fusion reactors are used to charge the energy banks, which are essentially big capacitors. They act as buffers to store the necessary energy for the pilot's spells. Once the pilot casts a spell through the rune circuit around the spaceship, it acts as an amplifier and increases the pilot's power by pouring the stored energy into the spell. Spaceship Theory Course. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. The soldering connection is bad. Do it again. There can't be a single mistake in the circuit. I urge Galia on. Being done with this phase of the project is of uppermost importance to me. Don't rush me, Gideon. I'll make a mistake. Honestly, being commanded around by you makes me feel like I am a minion. I am your cousin and I only agreed to help with your science project because you promised to help with my homework. Galia complains. And I did. Didn't I? I rock back and forth while sitting on Galia's lap. We can't help it. One moment. I have to think of grandmother's latest lesson. I have to formulate my words nicely, that avoids conflict with non-technomages and therefore makes my life easier. Saying the truth isn't always the best thing to do. A carefully edited version is far better than reminding people of their weak points. First, you don't understand what you are doing. I lack the necessary dexterity to do this, so it's only appropriate that I take the role of a supervisor. Second, I am afraid of letting you alone with something as dangerous as a soldering iron. And this is my science project for school, so I've to be at least present during the important stages. Galia sighs and continues to follow my instructions. We are working on my science project. It's required for all students who finish the school's science course by presenting a project to the teachers. The project has to be planned and executed by the student, though he is allowed to get a little help from outside. Though I made a mistake in choosing our location. The computer club room seemed like an appropriate place to assemble the hardware, but I forgot to consider that it's used by other people beside us. Paul is studying the entire process from the side. That's akin to industrial espionage. Are you sure that you want to present that toy as your science project? He asks interestedly. Building such a simple sprite is a little too easy for a techno-mage. You won't impress them with this. He tilts his head and focuses his attention on me. The battle sprite which is following you around would be much more impressive. I could give you the resources to copy it. His eyes wander to the window from where the huge crab robot is watching us. I shake my head in denial. Probably he just wants me being in his debt. The small robot on the table in front of us is made from the simplest components and the cheapest materials possible. I used the barest minimum of gold and silver in its design and exchanged them with graphene wherever possible. It reduces the durability of the sprite greatly, but it isn't designed to be a high-quality product. The sprite is a fist-sized hexagon with 6 mechanical legs. There is no complicated circuit to allow it to fly. It's essentially just a huge capacitor with an energy harvesting module. Don't look down on my dreams. This is just a mechanical platform for the real project. Galia attaches the last rune to the board. It's filled with the circuitry to cast the required spells. The miniature computer which is controlling the sprite is a cheap standard product, though I had to buy a better memory chip to hold my program. I think I am done, Gideon. Good. I reach for the hexagon and close the cover plate which exposes the circuitry inside the machine. PRI-1. Activate. 2 small antennae flip upwards and signal me that the robot works within the expected parameters. I lose no time and interface with the device to upload the required program. 6 legs flip out of the disk and the robot stands up. I nod and point at the edge of the table. Walk to the edge and return to start position. The antennae follow my finger and the small machine follows my command with wobbly movements, stopping at the edge of the table and then returning to its previous position. Congratulations. It's a really bad moving sprite. Gideon, are you sure that you want to use this as your science project? Galia asks. Mwahaha. A strange feeling somewhere in the back of my head causes me to laugh, but I regain my composure upon realizing the strange expressions of my companions. Ahem. Sorry. I think I got carried away. My mind glitches sometimes. It's okay. As long as you don't get a blue screen. Paul answers carefully. I ignore him and get off of Galia's lap. Galia. If you would be so nice to retrieve phase 2 from my backpack. She sighs. Finally. I wanted to know what I had to carry around for you. She bends down and places my backpack on top of the table. It's heavy. A second later she gapes at the contents of the package and piles them on the table. I thought that you want to save up for a starship. Paul eyes the bars of gold, silver, glass, copper, plastic, metal, and graphene with interest. How did you even get your hands on this? Is the gold pure? Galia asks with a shocked voice. This is a part of my wishes. I simply ordered them over the net. Actually I had trouble to pry the money out of Sodden's hands. Have you ever played The Incredible Machine? I ask. Paul's expression distorts and his left eye starts twitching. He hates it when I annoy him with my outstanding references to the normal society. I am not as knowledgeable about computer games as you. Please spare me a lesson in the normal's culture. Fine. Though The Incredible Machine was a really good game. I spent months while building the craziest constructs to solve the higher levels. I point at the pile of raw materials. PRI-1, start the project. The small sprite wobbles towards the pile of metal bars and digs into it. A miniature molecular dissolver makes short work of the resources, gathering and reshaping them to a new purpose. A few seconds later the first part is flung away from the robot. The audience's eyes widened during the entire process. On the third part Paul can't keep it in anymore. It's a fucking 3D printer. It's a von Neumann machine. I correct him. It's what? Paul watches in amazement as the sprite starts assembling a second version of itself. I turn to Paul. A machine that's capable of replicating itself. Don't you read any books? I don't care about the normal's literature. Are you sure that it's safe? He points at the sprite. It won't bug out and start reproducing uncontrollably. I shake my head. No. That's what my project is about. I wrote a semi-intelligent code for the sprite. No, that's wrong. It's not intelligent or capable of learning. Unlike Kronos, this one is just a set of building instructions. They have no intelligence and can't develop one. I thought I would create a semi-automatic assembly sprite as my first project. Programming a real key like Chronos or an examination sprite is troublesome. Not to mention all the troublesome laws about creating an intelligent entity. I don't want to take the responsibility for educating my creation. I watch as the second machine starts moving and immediately gets to work. It has been just 2 minutes since the first one started. Originally I wanted to use them to build my spaceship, but first I've to buy the resources. 5 minutes later they are done with the pile of resources and I've 20 identical disks. So I tap with my finger on the table. Assemble. The 20 sprites follow my command and the first one folds itself back into a hexagonal disk. The second one attaches itself onto the first, followed by a third, stacking on top of each other. Moments later I am left with a nice and compact, hexagonal, tubular block. What do you think? Once I attain the necessary blueprints I can have them build almost anything for me. I call them IMs, like incredible machines. Paul grabs his hair with both hands. I don't know how many people tried this, but everyone who tried failed because they didn't manage to write the necessary code. So far everyone tried to realize this by using a swarm intelligence, which went insane in all cases I know of. So the teachers will approve of my science project? I ask. No. Paul calls out, dazzling me with his sudden outburst. I mean, yes. But first promise me to put a patent on those things. I blink. I honestly didn't think about this. Is something like this even a patentable invention? I didn't really invent anything. I just applied already existing technologies after looking them up. All I did was writing the program. The IMS are really basic constructs. Honestly. Paul grabs both my shoulders. Please. We'll go and get Sodden. And I'll call my company's lawyer. This invention has to be handled carefully. I lick over my lips, trying to find the right words. They are safe. I made sure of that. The left corner of his mouth starts twitching. I am not concerned about safety after seeing your programming skills. What I am concerned about is their influence on the market. Gideon, I understand that you don't trust me for some reason, so let's talk from technomage to technomage. He pauses for a moment to put his thoughts in order. As ingenious as you are in some aspects, as stupid you are in others. Have you ever thought about what this technology means for our automatic assembly lines? I guess if you gave me a blueprint the IMS could build you one? You just need the resources and one IM to start. I answer. Paul's nostrils flare. Exactly. All those poor workers who live from building assembly lines. Don't you care about them at all? No, I turn and grab the stack of IMS to put them into my backpack. Why should I care about people whom I don't know? Wrong approach. Let me rephrase that. Paul raises his hands. If you give me time to patent this in your name, I'll take you on a round trip with my family's personal yacht. A round trip through the solar system. Just don't carry this out of this room where someone else could steal it. You really think this has potential for making money? I intended to throw one of the IMs onto an asteroid and give it a year or two to build my spaceship. I grab my backpack tighter and let my eyes wander to Galia. But the person whom I expected assistance from shrugs her shoulders. I am just a teenager. I have no idea what you are talking about. I would never cheat you. I promise. Think about it. You didn't even realize what you have here. I could have asked for an IM and run to my company to have them analyze it. But I am a businessman. Our company's code of honor is fair trade. Paul puts his hands together in a pleading gesture. And I would never betray Sodden's family. I narrow my eyes, remembering some things about his interactions with my cousin. Ew, oh my. It can't be. You and Sodden. You are children. No. Paul starts pulling at his hair. No, no, no. It's just a platonic friendship. We are children. What are you thinking? The internet didn't spare me from the dark side of human biology. You wouldn't think what dirty. Paul jumps forward and covers my mouth with his hand. Shut up. We've a mental minor here. His eyes wander to Galia who is watching us with a questioning expression. I nod slowly and he takes his hands from me. So you and Sodden aren't? I ask without ending the sentence. Paul drops to his knees. Please. I'll do anything if you don't mention this discussion to her. Why is the world so unfair? I step backwards, totally taken aback. I could swear that he is crying. Did he have a mental breakdown? I can't have the one who is paying me all that money go loony on me. What to do in a situation like this? I step forward and pat his head. There. I don't have to present my project to the teachers, yet. We will wait for Sodden's opinion. I won't even mention your dark desires to her. 15 Conspiracy Theories. And today we have to inform you of a revolutionary breakthrough in technology. Creating a functioning automatic building system was for a long time the holy grail of robotics. Many tried and all of them failed. In the end the solution to the problem was a multitasking program which can split any building operation into small sub-threads. The great advantage to its predecessors is that it's completely non-sentient. All we know about the genius who changed the world overnight, is that he or she is an employee of Star Drive. The same company which shook the market with its new fusion reactor just a few months ago. Since they are guarding the identity of the person in question with great care we assume that he is related to the fusion reactor project. Whoever it is, once the technology takes root in mining and building operations we can be sure that it'll flip our economy. The person in question won't have to worry about money for a long time. In the future, people won't ask a company to build them something, they will ask for the needed expertise and the blueprints. Economy Channel 2. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. I still don't feel confident that this is the right choice, Gideon. My teacher, Sue, reluctantly takes the application sheet from my hands. Joining the annual school tournament isn't something a technomage should do. You do know that using any devices is forbidden. I nod and pull the corners of my mouth upwards. Grandmother told me that this way of smiling works much better for me. It's just for fun. I don't aim to get the first place. Sue shakes her head, but she doesn't voice any more doubts. Having achieved my objective, I wish her goodbye and leave the class. Somehow I've reached the age of 10. Upon looking back, it's hard to believe that it's been 3 years since I've been in this strange new world of magic and technology. But there was simply too much to learn and to do. On one side I had to learn the ropes of this society, and on the other I got taught about magic and technology. If I manage to keep my schedule, I should be done with this schooling system by the time I reach the age of 20. By then I should have completed all the necessary tests to become a full pilot, though I still don't get why I need a full education in physics and technology along with it. They seem to want the pilot to be able to repair his spacecraft on his own. Maybe they are right to stick to this policy. Out there in the void, it could easily turn out that I myself am the only one who can help me. My attention returns to the real world and I realize that I am already in front of the computer club room. Inside, I find Sodden and Paul. In my own mind they are already a married couple. They are spending simply too much time together. I don't understand what's so great about sharing so much of your personal time with another person. Maybe it's because their interests match? Paul is completely absorbed in his role as the heir of a very important company, and Sodden likes laws and managing money. They are a good team, I have to admit that. I greet them with a wave of my hand and take my place at my computer workstation. The device activates on its own upon registering my presence and I interface with it to follow my hobby. Conspiracy theories. The net is full of strange stuff which has to be explored. Not again. What are you looking up this time? Sodden interrupts me from behind. I turn around to face her. Nothing too far-fetched. I promise. Sodden gives me a doubtful look. Last time you came up with a well-crafted theory that the elders are actually artificial intelligences. It took us a month to gather enough evidence to argue you out of that idea. Paul even arranged a meeting with the technomage elder for you. And talking with him was very interesting. I start playing with my fingers, thinking back on that particular event in history, as I like to call it. I don't claim that I can't make mistakes from time to time. But the leads were there, even if I had no hard evidence. What are the odds for such long chains of coincidental events? I guess I overlooked the fact that the elders are individuals who are chosen based on their abilities and character. So it's not strange that their decrees are a little bit mechanical. Paul pulls a sandwich from his school bag and starts eating. So which theory was crafted by your mad brain this time? Nothing too far-fetched. I promise. Did you ever take a closer look at our teleportation runes? And especially the spatial shift spell for spaceships. They are all limited to a certain range, so that a space vessel can't jump to another solar system. Making many small jumps would take too long. Why? I ask. Charging the energy banks for a long-range translation takes up to a day and the longest jumps go up to 10 O's. So in other words, you will die of old age long before you reach the closest star to the sun, even if you teleport non-stop. The trick is that the teleportation spells which are currently in use are all limited. You have to pour far more energy into them than they need to in order to do the jump. Sodden reaches out and pulls at my cheek like she always does when she senses that I got another stupid idea. I already learned that this is just her way of expressing that she is genuinely concerned for my well-being. She once allowed me to read her mind in order to show me that she really thinks of me as family, so I've no reason to doubt her. Don't even think about removing those limiters. There were dozens of scientists involved in those teleportation experiments. Didn't you look up the history? Every spaceship which tried to teleport to another star simply disappeared. That's the only reason why we mages haven't left the solar system. I don't want you disappearing during your round trip. Finally Sodden lets go and I rub my cheek. I promise that I won't remove those limiters. Actually my interest lies just in the sequence of historical events. So I start explaining. I've researched the first attempts at teleporting a whole spaceship. It's true that the records say that all those ships disappeared, but there is more to it. I think those records were faked. All the experiments were conducted by companies with strong ties to the government. Upon seeing that Paul wants to say something, I raise one hand to stop him. My point of interest doesn't lie in the fact that the experiments failed. It's in what happened afterwards. Tell me, why are all of our spaceships armed and why is a tenth of the whole pilot training program dedicated to theoretical space warfare? We never had a war, there are no possible opponents, the society is as stable as it can be. Paul pauses for a moment to think. Since his company is involved in producing parts for spaceships, he has to know a lot about their construction. There are requirements a spaceship design has to fulfill. That includes proper camouflage tech and offensive as well as defensive capabilities. There is the Revelation Wing. We have to be able to stop them if they manage to steal a spaceship. It could be our undoing if they parade around the Earth while having their information barrier deactivated. Sodden crosses her arms in front of her chest. She is obviously trying hard to find arguments against me. And our government is following a policy of self-defense. The people on Earth are becoming more and more interested in the stars after all. Haven't you heard about their recent projects? I raise one finger. Ah, yes. But what can a few rockets and probes do to a society like ours? The most advanced engine they have is an ion thruster. And if at all, that's only a very recent concern. The policies for spaceship construction have been in place since the year 1109 after the Exodus. At that point the normals didn't even have a spaceship. The Revelation Wing was a far more dangerous group long before that date, and since the Exodus the danger from them only declined. The elders could have changed the policies long before that. I place the fingers of my hands together. What happened though are the long-range teleportation experiments. Think about it. The experiments take place, and a few weeks later all new ships have to have specifications which will essentially turn them into vessels for war. Additionally, the training schedule for the new pilots is changed and all colonies are required to have either their own fleet of ships for a possible evacuation, or be mobile installations like Ether. In fact, this law alone increased our ship production 100-fold within 20 years, and it has only grown since then. Paul scratches his forehead. So your new conspiracy theory says that their long-range teleportations actually worked. They went out there and explored the neighboring systems. The returning exploration vessels found something that the elders didn't like. They faked the outcome of the experiment to stop others from trying to leave the solar system. Exactly. I clap my hands together. And not only that. Whatever is out there frightened them enough to make them decide that it's better to hole up in our native system and build up our forces before we go adventuring. Sodden's face turns expressionless and she turns to Paul. How long do you think it will take to talk him out of this? 1 month like the last time. Paul looks at me while scratching his cheek. Actually, I bet on taking 3 months. He likes those alien conspiracies, so it'll be hard to make him acknowledge evidence which disproves his theory. I widen my eyes to show that this wasn't within my calculations. I've never said anything about aliens. I carefully avoided mentioning those. But let's change the subject. Have I already informed you too that I joined the annual tournament? No way. So you are really trying to do it? It's a one-on-one tournament between students. As a techno-mage you'll be just a punching bag. Do you get a kick from being hurt? Sodden calls out. Paul raises his hand. Don't judge him before he has even tried. Gideon already showed us that his magical skills are outstanding. That bully Ralph didn't even come close to us since he got his ass handed to him, twice. I nod enthusiastically. After the events with the thug I found out that he and Paul have a history together. Ralph is the son of a famous weapon manufacturer, and when they first entered school together, they were actually friends. But their parents got into a fight over a contract. Paul's parents refused to let their facilities be used to build fusion bombs. The bombs were intended to blow up a few asteroids in the belt to get a mining operation going. In the end the bombs were built in another facility, but the harsh words between the families had broken Paul and Ralph's relationship. Especially since Ralph is a child in body and mind, he got strongly influenced by his parents and somehow declared a personal vendetta against Paul. Since his parents are obviously not paying enough attention to him, he got into fights with other people who were on Paul's side. With time it escalated further and he became the school's thug. That day when I ran into him the first time, he wanted the key to the computer club room in order to cause some havoc in here. He likes to destroy Paul's stuff. Though he got special attention from the school since the last incident and everything cooled down. That's when another thought hits me. Oh, that's right. I've to tell grandmother and the family that I want them to root for me during the tournament. Sodden slams her forehead on the table in front of her. You want them watch you being beaten up? Please, at least try not to get hurt too much. 16 reasons for being avoided. He is hit. Oh, no. The blood. Look at all that blood. I always said that the safety measures for this event aren't tight enough. Commentator. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. Maybe joining the annual tournament was a bad idea. I close my eyes while my opponent is struggling under my foot. In absence of any mentionable opposition, the duels so far have been very boring. I apply a little more pressure because the maggot under me is very nimble. Something snaps and my victim stops his attempts to escape. Keeping him down until the judge counts him out is a good way to decide these fights. I just have to apply gravity magic to my foot and step onto them. It's the easiest and most energy-conserving way to win. The judge signals me that I've won and I take my foot from the back of my opponent's head. Upon giving the ranks of spectators a victory sign with my fingers, I notice that my family members are the only ones who are cheering. Strange. Am I doing something wrong? Maybe crushing all my opponent's attempts at casting spells isn't entertaining enough? The annual tournament is a series of knockout matches between all students who joined. First you start by fighting the people of the same year, then you move upwards. This means that the strongest student of each year has to fight his strongest senior. The duels are held in a huge stadium with 50 separate rings on slightly elevated platforms. Once you join the tournament, you are automatically teleported to the ring where your duel will take place. Each ring has 4 judges who take turns in creating barriers and shields for the students. I can tell that this system is meant to teach the hot-headed one's humbleness. There is always someone stronger than you. A student has almost no chance of winning unless he belongs to the older years. But I am not doing this to win, I am doing it to test my strategies and limits. Beating the students of my own year was easy enough. The difference in our spells isn't that big, but I've already started feeling a slight disadvantage. The next matches are the reason why I am even doing this. I want to learn where the problems start showing, so that I can start thinking of required countermeasures. The student whom I just defeated stands up and leaves the arena, holding his nose with a strange expression. The judges are shielding us with layered shield spells, so it's highly unlikely that somebody gets hurt. Though I already noticed that physical contact doesn't seem to activate the shields. The rules of the duels are clear. You win either by immobilizing your opponent for longer than 10 seconds, throwing him out of the ring, or by causing their first shield layer to fail. So far my strategy of interrupting the enemy's spells worked. I used force to interfere with their hands, so that they weren't able to form the runes properly. Many children at my age rely on hand movements while speaking the name of the spell, though speaking the spell out loud is just a mental help. If I break their concentration, I can rush in and end it before they have the chance for a second try. Though I can already tell that this strategy won't work with experienced opponents. My thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of my first senior. It's a girl with blonde hair and a chubby face. Otherwise I can't make out any features which I would deem as distinctive, though her expression seems troubled. Maybe she dislikes having a younger opponent? The judge gives us a signal and she doesn't lose time in activating a spell. I recognize the rune system which is intended to create a strong electrical charge between her and me. She seems to be an electromage and she wants to take me out quickly. It's lucky for me that I have exactly the right countermeasure for this. Raising both hands I ready myself and wait for her to finish her spell. If I am judging her rune system right, then my left hand is exactly where her energy discharge will hit. Now all I have to do is ready myself and send it right back at her by increasing it with my own power. Once I create a high enough pole, the energy should lash out right back at her. In the next moment two dancing streams of white-blue light appear between us. The energy is leaving her hand and entering my left hand, then exiting my right hand and returning right towards her. The thunderbolt dances over her body and eats away at her shield. She hurries to cancel her spell, but the damage is done. She lost 2 layers of her shield and the judge calls for the end of the match. I wince and move my fingers. Channeling a few thousand volt through my own body is a very twitchy experience. Though I won against someone in a higher class. I expect to win one more, maybe 2 or 3 matches. Then the difference in our power levels should get too big. Once again I notice the unnatural silence of the spectators. At first they were cheering, but then they went quieter and quieter. Earlier I didn't notice it because there were so many fights taking place at the same time. By now the fights are being held one by one since there aren't many students left. The champions of each year are already set in stone, so all that's left to do is for the younger fighters lose properly to the older ones. This time I am the one who is teleported to another ring. The world around me changes and I find myself at another position in the arena. A tall boy is waiting for me with a smug grin on his face. Upon a signal from the judge he starts the match with a strange spell. I've never seen the runes he is using before, but I can tell that it has similarities to the rune system inside my amulet. My amulet has a passive healing effect, so I guess that he is casting some kind of buff. Probably something similar to Ralph's physical enhancements. I try to interrupt him, but he has the expertise to finish the spell despite my interference. Once a mage achieves a certain level of experience he isn't reliant on his hands anymore. He rushes forward and I have no choice but to resort to my strategy against physically superior opponents. Manipulating my own body with several force spells at once, I avoid his fist and force my leg towards his chin. But he avoids it by a hair's breadth and I manage to divert his second strike by applying force to his hand. Unfortunately the simple force rune isn't strong enough to seriously influence someone. It can only apply a force of 5 kilograms at most. It's enough to divert an attack, but I can't control my opponent as I wish. My body tumbles through the air while I try to avoid his arms and legs. Somehow it's like playing Torai Bash with myself while my opponent has perfect control over his body. I only wish that I was really playing one of those ancient games, but this time my real body is at stake. It'll hurt if he actually hits me. Barely holding on while manipulating my legs and arms I tumble through the air like a drunken stick figure. I don't know how this looks to an outsider, but I myself don't think that this fighting style has any elegance. Suddenly, I fling my hand towards his face and manage to apply force on it twice before it made contact with his cheek. There you have it. 10 kilograms of slapping power. The shield spells of the teachers only activate upon sensing a certain elemental attack or an object with a velocity above a certain threshold. Physical strikes are too slow, so they aren't registered. I admire my open hand impacting his cheek and the waves which are sent through his flesh. But I regret hitting him as soon as I realize that his spit and blood is now all over my hand. Is that a tooth which is spinning out of his mouth? Turning in a perfect pirouette my opponent goes down and I somehow manage to land on my legs without breaking something. After watching him for a while I decide that he is out cold and I deactivate my ability. My hand is full of spit, and a smear of blood is also on it, so I bend forward and try to clean it as well as possible on his clothes. He is unconscious and lying face down on the ground, so he isn't able to object my actions. I only manage a half-assed job of cleaning my hand before one of the judges lifts me up by grabbing me with his hands under my armpits. He sets me down a meter to the side. A second later all 4 judges are tending to the boy on the ground. The crowd should be cheering by now, but all I find upon looking up to the ranks of spectators is chilly silence. What a disheartening fan club. I managed to beat the strongest student 2 years above me, why aren't they going rampant? Where is the clapping and howling from all the fighting games I played? Once again I am teleported to another ring, again with a guy as my opponent. Seems like they don't even want to wait until they are done with checking on my previous victim. This time my opponent immediately takes a guarding stance upon the judge's starting signal. He also casts several shields and barrier spells until he is wrapped in a blue shimmering bubble of energy. Is that his fighting style, or is he afraid of me? Seriously, am I that dangerous? Though I'll admit that my current appearance is a little threatening. I wipe the blood from my hand by using my trousers and raise the other, looking to one of the judges. I give up. What? My opponent calls out, flabbergasted. Nobody is cheering, so I don't want to go on. It feels wrong. My body hurts and I feel sore all over from the previous fight. In addition, I've already reached my goal, so exerting more energy doesn't gain me anything. I can already tell that even if I manage to beat one or two more opponents, I am at my limit. Better to end it without actually getting beaten. And I have no idea how I should break that many barriers. I walk out of the ring and let myself slide down the slightly elevated platform, ignoring my opponent and the judges. The silence throughout the stadium still doesn't feel right. At home I'll sit down and hold my plush cat for a while. Maybe I'll gain enlightenment. 17 No friends. The Mage's quantum network allows their computers to interface with each other over vast distances. It connects all the colonies with one another, but for safety reasons the architecture of the network never became very tight. Each colony sustains their own closed network, save for a few controlled access nodes. History. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Melon. You won. I bent down and hugged Gideon. I still can't believe that you bested a student who is 2 years above you. You aren't hurt, right? Why did you give up? I am so glad that he wasn't hurt. As soon as he left the stadium we rushed to meet him in front of the locker rooms for the students. Gideon shakes his head to ensure me that he is fine. I was tired and I doubted that I could win the whole tournament. The way the tournament is organized in the last stages ensures that the younger students can't win. I would have had to win against 5 more opponents to get 3rd place. Maybe I'll try to go for it in another year. Sodden takes my hand and starts hopping up and down. Gideon. Teach me that thing where you apply force to your own body. That's so cool. It's akin to body enhancement. Gideon looks at his cousin, completely oblivious of the insane level of skill he just showed. Why would I need to teach that? It's all about slowing your perception of time and the ability to cast runes without using your hands. So there is no special trick to it. You simply did it by casting one rune after the other. Sodden lets her head droop. That means my only choice is training. I am no good at free casting spells so fast. Forget that. Gideon owned the entire tournament. Did you see the faces of the other spectators? They didn't believe it until the end. They had their own little world shattered to pieces. I bet some of them lost a lot of money, ha ha ha. My daughter Rhiannon calls out and pats Gideon's head. Money. Gideon stares inquisitively at Rhiannon, but her husband is the one who answers the implied question. It's widely regarded as wrong, but many people do it anyway. Arend answers half-heartedly. That's placing bets on the kids, I mean. It's bad taste to do so on an event which is held by a school. Yes, now that we speak about gambling, where is my foolish husband? He and Galia ran off right after Gideon's surrender. Well, but we made a lot of money. Hedion and Galia rejoin our group from behind me and I turn around. My husband is carrying a big black suitcase and Gala is grinning while flicking a credit chip upwards and catching it again. I point at him. You. What are you teaching my grandchild? Don't turn her into a gambling addict like yourself, old fool. Hedion raises a hand. No. You can't blame me for this. I didn't even know that she placed a bet until I met her at the counter. My daughter joins me in a burst of righteous outrage. Galia. You are a minor. How did you even manage to take part in the gambles? Galia's expression turns innocent. No way. I am not 17. Everyone is able to tell that I am 20. And anyway, it wasn't gambling. You taught me that gambling is bad, so I would never gamble. I just tripled my allowance after using my advantage of having insider information. Insider information? Arend asks with a suspicious glance at his daughter. Of course. Who do you think Gideon was training with until he decided to test his abilities? Do you think he could have diverted the Electromage's attack with so little effort without a training partner? She grins. We are meeting up on school grounds every day and I get tutored in maths while he can test his newest tricks on me. That's why I was very sure that the students of his own year aren't more than mere stepping stones for him. Ahem. Hedion raises a hand. Actually I knew about it, so I didn't gamble. This time at least. And don't demonize me, woman. I am still the one to whom our house belongs. If I really run out of money I'll quit my current job and make a few flights to the belt. Being a public servant isn't that well paid anyway. Your current job is supposed to earn you more than enough money. I cover my eyes with one hand and fight the urge to strangle him. Doesn't he realize that I don't want him to go adventuring for weeks while I have to wait for him? I made a mistake in marrying such an insensitive fool. Whatever. Today we'll eat outside to celebrate Gideon's victory. The least you can do is paying the bill. Of course. Gideon, what do you want to eat? Grandfather just made a lot of money thanks to you, the choice is yours. Hedion grins from ear to ear. Pizza. Gideon calls out. That's my grandson. Always the cheapest choice. Hedion forms a fist to emphasize his words. He only becomes this energetic when he won a gamble. I shake my head. Then we go to the most expensive Italian restaurant I know of. There is no way that we waste our time in some fast food shop. Urging my family out of the stadium I notice that a lot of people are paying attention to us. I can't really blame them because Gideon just shattered their worldview. It's not totally unheard of that exceptionally talented technomages of Gideon's age can defeat their own age group, but overwhelming them with ease is another matter. Saturn rings, inside a drifting asteroid. Sadana. I switch off the newsfeed and lean back in my office chair. Coeus was just broadcasted on one of Ether's news channels and he showed that he has all the potential which I wanted to give him. Maybe he is even more powerful than I intended him to be. The information about the tournament is already outdated since Ether didn't bother to send the event live. Sometimes I ask myself why they don't use the marvels of quantum communication networks to connect all colonies permanently. It still requires a direct request to access the network of another colony. Ah, my thoughts trailed off in another direction. I push off the ground and turn my chair around in order to roll to the office table with the blueprints of my latest project. The sheets of paper are wiped aside by one hand and reveal a small panel on which I place my hand to interface with my computer. Add a voice record to the Coeus project. The subject didn't show any of the fatal mental breakdowns, neither any acts of unreasonable violence like they were previously observed. However, I have to note that he is still completely uncaring regarding the well-being of people who aren't related to him. Maybe gaining more life experience caused him to stabilize his behavior. If so, then maybe the project was closed prematurely. I stop and let my thoughts wander. Originally I didn't plan to let him loose on society, but what's done is done. I may be able to gain a few more insights by observing his development. On another thought I decide to delete the last sentence. I've decided that I'll interfere personally, since it would be hard to acquire the necessary data otherwise. Closing my eyes I concentrate on my ability and interface with my machines. Then I open a connection to Ether and search through the colony's net until I find the school's network. Several security programs take note of my actions, but none of them interferes since I am logging in from an anonymous account. Being still undiscovered I access the school's central hub, barely noticing the pitiful security measures. What I am searching for is the location for the school's counseling program for problematic children. Every school has an AI which should be doing nothing else than to search for problems in the student's behavior. Upon finding a problem child it has to talk to the student in question and judge which steps are necessary to correct his behavior. But upon accessing the virtual reality of the sentient sprite in question I encounter the first problem. If the server logs are true, then the sprite in question is neglecting its duty. A split second lets me enter the sprite's virtual reality to judge the situation. My avatar appears inside a pink room with a strange-looking, bony figure. The sprite's chosen avatar looks a little disturbing, even to me. The walls of the room are filled with videos and shows from several different entertainment channels. Apparently this sprite's subroutines have seriously deteriorated, it must be an old and eccentric model. The school should have replaced it long ago. But then again they don't seem to have any decent network administrators. Who are you? How did you get on this secure server? The sprite realizes that I am right next to it and turns to face me, but it's too late. I ram my hand into the avatar's chest and access its code. Then I start deleting, rewriting, changing authorities and priorities. What I need isn't the sprite, it's its identity as the school's counselor. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. Seriously. There is no need for all this. Why do I even have to be here? I voice my objection to the new compulsory lesson I have to attend to. I have been at this school for 3 years and was never told we have a counselor. Gideon, there is no need to become agitated. Let's say that your recent behavior at the annual tournament drew my attention. The projected avatar of a woman with raven black hair and an unnaturally huge bust gestures at the couch in the middle of the room. Lines of yellow code are running through her blue dress. Why don't you lie down and we can talk about your issues? I have no issues. I answer and throw myself on the couch. Just 1 hour a week, that's all. It'll go by fast if I simply talk to this facsimile of a psychiatrist. Why would a sprite even choose such an appearance? I think it's best if you let me be the judge of that. The projection sits down and a chair appears under her. So, let's talk about your school life. I've gathered that you joined the computer club. Yes. I answer. How is it going in your class? The smooth voice asks. What do you mean? I am learning and trying to become a pilot. What does she want to get at? The counselor tilts her head. And your classmates? Call me Nina, by the way. Don't you have any relationships inside your class? I brood over the point of the question for a while. Then I decide to answer. No. Nina doesn't let go of the matter. Don't you have any friends of your own age? Now that she mentions it. I don't have any friends aside from my relatives and Paul. But Paul is more like an employer and not a friend. I seriously don't think that there is any point in having one of those kids in my class as a friend. I don't think so, Gideon. You have been at this institution for 3 years and you don't have any relationships short of the ones which were practically forced on you. I can tell, since I have access to the cameras. How about starting by searching a friend among the technomages in your own age group? I really don't know why I have this urge, but if Nina was an actual person I would murder her right now. Is it her voice? Gideon? Are you with me? Nina asks. Letting out a deep sigh I nod. I can tell that I'll come to dread my time here. 18 target. What's the difference between a rocket and a projectile? A projectile can't turn on you. About reaction and response. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. I reach for a nacho and dip it in a generous manner into the cheese sauce. Wolfing down nachos while watching a movie is the best way to relax myself while the main part of my mind is working on my problems. Mage society doesn't have many of the social game wonders which I got to know during my time prowling through the internet. Mages don't seem to have the time to play games. But what they have are movies, and good ones at that. Despite my problems with human interactions, I am a fan of the action genre. I can't see the point in romance movies, but seeing explosions and other cool stunts activates a primal instinct within me. The Star Wars rework which I am currently watching is quite decent. Wizards of the Coast took it upon themselves to redo some of the better movies from Earth. But contrary to the creators of the original, they are working hard on doing it right. That means that Walt Disney never got to say a word in the whole saga, and most importantly, no Jar Jar Binks. I hate that abomination, but so far I have to say that they are doing a fine job in avoiding the plot holes of the original. The result is a dark and epic space opera. Incidentally, WOTC also created the trading card game, Magic, and they are selling it on Earth, making a huge profit. The humans still like it for some reason. I really like the online version of it, though they should have put more effort into it. The digital version was always lacking in regards to graphics. If they rework all 30 movies of Star Wars without a drop in quality, I'll become their fan. Though I hope that they have the decency to stop at episode 6. Even a complete rewrite wouldn't be able to save episode 7. My eyes wander left and right during a boring moment and I realize that I am the only person in the cinema. I am 15 years old now, and I somehow resisted Nina's attempts to socialize me. None of my family members had the time to accompany me to the movie. They don't even particularly like science fiction. One moment. Can I even count the stuff I am watching as science fiction? To other magicians, it must be like some kind of random, alternate reality shit. Disheartened by my new insight, I stand up and head for the exit. Somehow I've lost my interest in the movie. I wish I hadn't thought about this, but all I have to do is build myself a lightsaber and I will be a perfect Sith Lord. I can influence stuff by using gravity magic, and my ongoing education has shown that I have an additional affinity for quite a few electro spells. I head for the exit of the cinema and find myself on Aether's main pavilion. It's already evening and the sky is filled with stars. The closest teleportation cubicle is just a short walk down the street and around the block through a passageway, so I start walking. The city is rather empty at this time of the day, and so I don't face problems such as bumping into other people. Thinking about my lifestyle, I have to admit that even my grandmother is worried about it, but she tries to keep her worries to herself. The only reason why I know about it is that she is often trying to introduce me to people. I've to admit that some of them were really interesting to talk to. I even got a permanent connection to the Electromage Elder. His name is Sanguine and the old fellow knows admittedly more about physics than I do. Well, I am in the process of correcting that, and even my arcane studies are going well. Walking down the narrow passageway, I find my vision suddenly tilting sideways. Strange. I try to activate my ability, but it doesn't work. Something is definitely wrong. Were the nachos bad? Food poisoning? No, that wouldn't affect my magic. There aren't any people whom I could ask for help. I try to contact my grandmother, but upon attempting to connect to the net several times, I finally have to accept that my ability isn't working right now. Is the gas working? Someone asks from behind me and I turn around, reaching for the wall to steady myself. For some strange reason my hand misses the wall and I drop to the ground while the world is spinning all around me. Barely conscious, I notice people coming towards me. Then a metal foot blocks my view and screams fill the night. The battle sprite which had been stalking me for years must have taken action. I close my eyes and the world spins away into darkness. Something is forced down my throat and I open my eyes. A bearded man is trying to force feed me a vile tasting liquid. Retching, I spit everything I can into his face and he hits me in return. If my vision wasn't so blurry I would kill him with a spell right now. My head feels light and I don't feel well. Surveying my surroundings, I find myself in a dark room with a table and 4 men playing cards. I am bound with a rope to a wooden chair and I stink like I was pulled through the sewers. That's enough, Gory. The beer is already coming out of his mouth. There is no way that he can use his magic like that. One of the men points at an empty seat and the bearded man joins them. Yes, I just don't want him to tell on our position. The stupid sprite took out 4 of our men before we could deal with it. Once we meet our employer we should ask for additional money. He didn't say anything about a personal sprite as a guard. Ah, they force-fed me with alcohol. Being intoxicated is a good way to stop a mage from casting spells. That's why most mages don't drink. So I was abducted. Are they trying to get me off of Aether? What did they do to Chrono? Did they destroy the battle sprite? I don't particularly care for him, but losing my silent shadow feels strange. So many questions and no answers. Something in my stomach twists and I barf its contents all over myself. I continue doing so until there is nothing coming up anymore. After 2 minutes of retching I finally regain control over my body. Somehow I feel strange. There are so many unknown sensations shaking my entire being. Is that what it means to be drunk? I heard that drinking also lifts certain mental barriers. That's why people like it so much. I am not entirely sure what to think about this. My attackers don't take any notice of my situation. They seem to be used to this. I am going to kill them. I don't know how, but I'll do it. Preferably slowly. Those bastards attacked me without reason. That's right. My wristwatch. It's a modified IM, I just have to activate it. That would be a sufficient distraction. A&D. What then? What else can I use as a weapon? Maybe I am not too affected by the alcohol and can still cast spells? I heard that it depends on the individual. Closing my eyes I concentrate. Something is there, I can feel it. My ability seems to work. I am not completely drunk. Apparently I woke up early enough that the alcohol hasn't entered my bloodstream in sufficient amounts. I slow down my perceived time and start thinking up a strategy while my eyes search the room for things which I can use to my advantage. After a while I feel confident to have found a possible battle strategy. Force. The rope which is binding me to the chair snaps and I stand up. While doing so I grab the wooden chair and throw it at the men who are too stunned to react. Once more I use force and apply all my power to the chair. The chair bursts into splinters and the fragments are sent at them like shrapnel. Screams erupt from their side, but I already took off my wristwatch and threw it at the man with the least injuries. I gave only one command to it. Disassemble. Then my IM disguised as a wristwatch impacts his chest and unfolds into a robot. It's a more sophisticated model and resembles a centipede. The IM wastes no time and digs into his flesh, which takes him out of the game. He screams like a pig and drops to the ground, trying to rip the construct out of himself, but to no avail. The other offenders are writhing and crying while lying on the ground. My improvised shotgun worked better than I anticipated. A bottle rolls towards me and I stop it with my foot. It's beer. Being in a slightly abnormal mental state, I bent down and opened it to take a hearty draught. Now, let's talk about who sent you. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Ed. I edge closer to the room with the hostage and signal my men to stay back. Gideon was abducted just an hour ago by some freelancers. They also damaged Chrono pretty heavily, which is why it took us some time to follow their tracks. I hope that they didn't manage to get Gideon off of Ether yet. Reaching for my amulet, I step around the corner and scream, "Don't move. In the name of the elders, surrender now or what I find inside the room stuns me into silence." There is a person on the ground who looks like he came out of a shredder. Another one is lying on a big, round table with burn marks all over his body. A third one looks like he was smashed into the ground by the fist of an angry god. Only the outlines of a gory mass and the bones hint at the fact that the remains were once a person. A fourth is sitting on a chair beside the table. He looks like someone peeled off parts of his flesh until the blood loss killed him. Gideon is standing in the middle of the room and looks like he didn't notice my entry. Suddenly he turns around and throws something at me. I manage to duck away just in time. The thrown bottle shatters harmlessly on the wall behind me. I erect a barrier just in case, but my precaution turns out to be unnecessary. Gideon is the only person in the room who is standing, or swaying would be a better term. Ah, Sowie. It's Ed. Don't sneak up on me like that. Gideon raises a bottle to his mouth and takes a swig. Gideon, are you drunk? I ask flabbergasted. Gideon doesn't reply. Instead he turns around to the person who is pressed against the wall by an invisible force. No. Where were we? The bearded man at the wall turns his head to me, his face distorted in a pained manner. I can tell that breathing alone takes all his power. Please. Save me. Gideon somehow manages to bend down and pick up a big shard of glass. Wong answer. He throws the shard at the man in a lazy manner and it picks up speed, accelerating as it shot towards the wall. The shard embeds itself in the man's left thigh and he screams. Ah, shut up. I didn't FN hid what I aim at fa. Gideon bends down to pick up another shard, but he falls over and lies still. Moments later he is loudly snoring while lying between broken beer bottles. Ether, the floating city, above the Atlantic Ocean. Gideon. Gideon, are you okay? Nina asks me. You look tired and sick. Are you sure that you should be at school? It's not that bad to take a day off once in a while. We can have our session at another time. Yeah, probably she is right. But I have to confirm something. Being interrogated by Faceless isn't a happy experience. Luckily I managed to lie to them. For some reason I am able to trick their truth reading, though I am not completely sure why. According to my story I was abducted and they made me drunk, then I blacked out and the next thing I know is that I wake up inside a detention center of the Faceless, my grandmother in tears at my side. Though in reality I didn't black out. At least not completely. It seems that being drunk somehow caused me to fall into a strange emotional state. I enjoyed causing pain to my abductors while I interrogated them. Unfortunately my mental state caused me to overdo it and I wasted 4 of my 5 tries without getting any valuable information. There were also other emotions, for the lack of a better term. It was a disturbing experience. I think I'll distance myself from drinking alcohol in the future. It was really lucky that the Faceless believed my story and dropped any charges against me. First, I was drugged with sleeping gas and alcohol, second, it happened against my will, and third, I wasn't in complete possession of my mental and physical capabilities. Gideon. Nina asks once more. Yes, I was just thinking. Did you know that someone tried to abduct me yesterday? I ask the counselor. She tilts her head. Oh, my. I didn't know. Are you okay? Yes, but your minions aren't, I answer, trying to force a reaction out of her. I think you may be affected by your traumatic experience. I'll call for help, she says. Then I'll inform the authorities that you hacked the school's counselor and are influencing it from outside Ether. I drop the bomb on Nina. Nina is the last clue which I have in regards to the Revelation Wing. First they tried to kill me and now they attempted to abduct me. It's clear that I have to do something about them. Going on the offensive is my only option, otherwise they'll try again and again until they get lucky. Unfortunately the interrogation of my attackers didn't give me any valuable clues. My only chance is to roll the dice with the only other anomaly within my life, and that's Nina. I checked her very soon after my counseling with her started. At first I didn't think much of it, but after a while her questions got a little bit too personal and I took a very close look at her. Apparently, her code was rewritten by someone with at least my level of skill. The only thing I can tell is that her construct is controlled from outside the school. I am reluctant to try and hack her since I am not entirely sure that I would get the whereabouts of her operator by doing so. Sometimes it's better to let a spy do her spying in order to feed her false information. Though I don't think that she is with the Revelation Wing. That leaves only a few other possibilities. Nina flickers for a moment and then she drops her faked expression of concern. At the same time I notice an incoming connection from outside ether. Since when did you know? It seems like I've caused a reaction. The other party took direct control of the sprite. A while, I answer. So what do you want from me? She purses her lips. Nothing in particular, to be honest. I was just interested in your mental state. So it's another cold track. You don't belong to the terrorists? That doesn't leave many other possibilities in regards to your identity. The avatar starts squirming. If you could see your expression right now, Gideon. I am glad that we are not in the same room with each other. I am tempted to try my abilities on you. Possibly, I might manage to lock you out of the school. I look up at the ceiling where the camera is installed. No, actually I am pretty sure that I can do at least that much. Nina stops her strange behavior to look at me. You're not even going to ask why. It's of no consequence to me at this point in my life, I answer. She raises a hand and scratches her chin. Ha, that's disturbing. You actually managed to cause me to feel something about this situation. Right now it's bugging me that you don't seem to care about me at all. Congratulations. I wouldn't have cared if you had wished to ask me the most important question. I cross my arms in front of my chest and show her my most defiant expression. It seems I inherited my mental state from you. I don't have to ask questions to gain the hints I need. Nina freezes for a moment and eyes me with interest. I see. So why did you want to know the whereabouts of the Revelation Wing? To kill them, I answer. Why do you even ask? Nina contemplates my answer for several moments, then she makes a decision. Asteroid Belt, Grid 05BZ33U5. I raise an eyebrow without saying a word. I won't tell you what's there. I'll only say that you should go prepared. She pushes up her bust and smiles. The outcome of this experiment might be interesting. I notice that the two-way connection is terminated and Nina flickers once more, losing her smile and returning to her previous concerned expression. I think you may be affected by your traumatic experience. I'll call for help. That's not necessary. You are right and I feel very tired today. I'll go home and rest. I turn around and leave without caring any further for the construct. It turned out that the unknown party is more troublesome than I thought. 19 Launch. The forge is currently located on Mercury. It's a collection of several large rotating cylinders. Each with a radius of 5 kilometers and a length of 20 kilometers. Their number is steadily increasing with the population. The colonists who built the forge are creating their habitats by pulling asteroids with high contents of metal close to the sun and spinning them into the desired shape. The forge is the biggest known shipyard complex with over 200 docks. Colonies of Sol. Mercury, the forge shipyard main complex. Gideon. I lean back in my chair and watch in silent anticipation as the last tests are conducted on my personal spaceship. It's docked inside the main complex of Paul's company, which is a huge cylinder. Normally the living habitats are rotating to create cheap gravity, but this one is stopped to make building ships and reactors easier. My ship is held in place by huge clamps, and behind it is the sun bigger than I would have ever imagined it. The sun looks 3 times larger and 6 times brighter than watching it from Earth. Luckily the protective barrier around the habitat lets enough light through to allow a nice look at it. If it didn't block most of the radiation we would be toast. Against my assumptions I was able to end my education as a pilot at the age of 22. I would have never imagined that the practical part consists of just a few months of flying shuttles. But the rest of the time made me feel like flying a spaceship consists only of solving equations. At least I wasn't disturbed in my studies and so I managed to ace the school's tests. The Revelation Wing didn't manage to launch any more attacks against me or my family. I don't know what Ed did, but after the last attack the Faceless swarmed through ether like angry ants. Supposedly because Chrono was damaged. I didn't know that the sprite had human rights and was counted as a Faceless on top of that. What an ugly thing, Paul comments from behind me, and I turn around. He walks around the rows of chairs inside the observation lounge. It's hard to believe that a brilliant mind like yours would design something like this as a personal yacht. I hope you continue working for us after you fulfilled your dream. I don't understand what you mean. Yes, I admit that the ship doesn't look very special. The hull is shaped like a tear and the spherical part has a radius of 100 meters. The cone which is attached to it stretches the ship to a length of 600 meters. The plating of the hull is adaptive armor, the latest invention on the market. Currently it's configured to look like brass which gives the whole ship an expensive look. Of course it doesn't just look expensive, it is. I poured a sizable amount of my capital into it. Oh, I don't know. Paul shrugs his shoulders. It looks bland. The other rich people who can afford building their own design always choose something futuristic. Like from the sci-fi movies from Earth. Why didn't you build the Enterprise? It's a popular model. My head snaps towards him. You mean there are really idiots who would go for a completely non-functional design like that? No, I went purely for functionality. If I ever run across a fake Enterprise or Romulan warbird I'll blast them out of the sky without hesitation. Paul tilts his head. The dimensions of the ship don't really matter with our gravitational drives. So why a tier? And can you even build a teleportation bubble around it? It's huge. It would be easy enough. And yes, it can teleport. The math adds up. You can shape the bubble into a tier by manipulating the spell a little. And incidentally that's also the best shape for long-range teleportation. I chose a tier because the structure can withstand the gravitational forces better. So that means the thick end is the front which is falling towards the gravitational anomaly. But at the same time I've the needed length to install some of the bigger equipment. Paul nods slowly. So why did you place the pilot chamber so deep inside the ship? There aren't even any windows. I thought you wanted to take a look at the solar system sites with a nice, big window. I shake my head once more. Again, that's because of functionality. Who in his right mind would place the bridge of a spaceship at the hull? A single stray asteroid without proper shields and you are a gunner. No, the bridge, life support and fusion reactors are all as deep within the ship as possible. I even added extra armor around those sections. In addition, I designed the innards to be modular. The ship's interior can be reconfigured according to my current needs. And while I am on my way to the belt, the automatic manufacturing plant will make me some things which I am officially not allowed to have. He smirks at me. So what about your family? Aren't they going to have a farewell party? I snort. Please spare me. We already partied for 3 days and nights. They've already headed home. Maybe I'll visit them once a month when I make a stop at a big colony. Paul's eyes widen. You plan to teleport the ship that often? That's costly. No, I'll use the official connection when I make a stop at the big colonies. The ship stays parked at a dock, I answer. I've designed the energy banks with a lot of capacity left, but teleporting on a regular basis will reduce the lifespan of the fusion reactors drastically, and there is also the issue with fuel. I would have to spend a lot of my time on repairs. Yes, the reactors. Aren't there a few too many of them? 10 is overdoing it, even for a ship of that size. Paul gestures at the ship. And have you found a name yet? What else can I say, other than that I like redundancy? And as for the name, I thought about modular because of the modular innards, I muse. No, Paul answers, refusing flat out. So it's no good. Strange. My family was also against it. What do you think about the redundancy? Beck. No. Then the adaptive. But Paul shoots me down once more. No. Come up with something unique that doesn't reveal everything about the ship. What do you think about the Coeus? It's the titan of intellect and knowledge, so the name fits the ship's purpose because it was built out of pure curiosity. You used only the latest technologies in its design. A faceless enters the observation lounge with a stack of papers in his hands. Ed, what are you doing here? I call out in surprise. Do the faceless have their nose in everything? Did something happen? But I admit that the name seems to fit. You have talent in naming things. Maybe I'll use it. Ed chuckles. I was just curious about what you needed a warship for. There are regulations, you know? A fully automated vessel of that size isn't allowed to carry that much firepower. He waves the blueprints of my ship in front of my nose. I don't know what you are talking about. Firepower? I've only a few grade 1 lasers against asteroids and a single torpedo launcher. I don't even carry the necessary torpedoes. It's just to satisfy the Board of Inquiry, I answer. Where did you even get the plans for my ship? Ed shakes the blueprint in front of my nose and it unfolds. Don't lie to me. Those bulkheads in the hull and the empty compartments behind them can be used to install hidden weaponry. The power routing incidentally runs along all of them, so a conversion can be done with very little effort. And then there is the empty cylinder which is running along the entire ship. Its dimensions are perfect to install one of the railgun cannons which are used by miners to smash asteroids. I widen my eyes, trying to fake utter shock. I didn't realize that the sensor compartments could be misinterpreted like that. Don't try to joke with me, Gideon. I am not some stupid pen pusher who signs each and every proposal which doesn't have warship written on it in big, red letters. It's a mystery to me how you got this past the officials. Ed complains, almost losing his mask. I bite into my lower lip. Maybe Ed doesn't know that the government is actually happy about every hull which can be easily converted into a warship? Then I probably shouldn't tell it to him. I am sorry, Ed. They were probably simply lazy. And I admit that I intend to install a weapon or two. Or even more, depending on how much firepower I need to make my problems go away. For what? He calls out and crumples up the blueprint to toss it at my forehead. To blast a comet or two, I answer, but after a few moments it's becoming clear that he isn't satisfied. Maybe I should simply tell him the truth. I know that he hates the terrorists to the bone. Once he knows my reasons he surely won't snitch on me. Okay, I'll be taking the ship out to look for the base of the Revelation Wing. When I find them, I'll deal with them on my own accord. You know that it's illegal to take the law into your own hands, he asks. And you probably won't find them. We've been searching for them for generations. Don't you realize that the belt is simply too huge? It's like looking for a needle in a haystack as large as the Earth. They attacked first. If I don't do something they'll always try again when they see a chance. I try to defend myself. And what's the problem if I go looking? If they are that well hidden, then I won't find them anyway. Ed sighs, looking at me for a long moment. Call it the Coeus. He turns and leaves the lounge. Paul whistles. Whoa. Who would have thought that a faceless would let you simply walk off after you admitted that you intend to install illegal weaponry? I face Paul and try to smile. That's because Ed is a good guy. Paul frowns and takes a deep breath. Yeah, sure. 20 recommendation. Oibris station is located in an orbit around the Jupiter colony and acts as a major shipping point for the planet's goods. Its designers wanted to give the settlers as much comfort as possible and created a miniature sun in the center of a hollow metal sphere. The inside of the sphere is settled like any other city and the population fluctuates between 300,000 and 600,000 inhabitants. The reason for the strong variation is the fact that most of the population consists of temporary inhabitants like technicians, merchants, tourists, pilots and other folk who are just traveling through. Colonies of Sol. Jupiter, Oibris Station. Gideon. It's so boring. There is nothing to do as a pilot. If I had realized how much time is actually consumed by waiting to arrive at the destination. Once I made myself comfortable inside the command module, I requested clearance from the dock and informed them of my flight path as soon as the ship was cleared for departure. And thus I left the forge. Off to new worlds, where thousands and millions of people were before me. My ship is now officially cleared as the Coeus, experimental test vessel of the Gideon Cooperation, a subcontractor of the Star Drive Group. The involved paperwork to get this through with Paul and creating my own enterprise took me months. I lean back in my acceleration chair and pet the plush cat and the rabbit absent-mindedly. Even now I still keep them around as lucky charms. The control room is completely empty, save for the chair in which I am sitting and a pedestal at its side where I keep a few personal items. There is no need for controls if you are a technomage. Thanks to my ability, the ship is practically an extension of my body. The walls around me are able to create images and three-dimensional projections if I wish so, but it's just a gimmick to me. If I wish, I can interface directly with every part of the ship. It's kind of funny if I think about how spaceflight was always depicted in fictional stories. Why would you compartmentalize the ship's complicated functions if you can automate everything? I never understood why the weapons officer of a ship under fire has to get the order to raise shields. It takes valuable seconds to do so. In a real-life situation, a ship would be long destroyed before the officer even opened his mouth. I get up and head back into the living area of the command module. The whole module is a cube with 15 meters edge length. There wasn't any need for being complicated, so the only part of the ship which is habitable consists out of 6 connected rooms. The living area is a big and spacey room of 10 times 10 meters in size. It's connected to the pilot chamber and a bathroom, plus a bedroom and a kitchen. The rest of the command module is currently uninhabited space and filled with foodstuffs. Attached to the command module is a complete recycling plant. I avoid thinking about all its functions in too much detail. The rest of the ship is largely inaccessible. In the case that something breaks, I have more than enough automated sprites and IMS to do the repair work. I sit down on the couch in my living room and connect to the net in order to survey the prices of my freight. To conceal my voyage as an action of complete self-interest, I decided to carry goods through every step of the flight. After all, I don't want to give my opponents any reason to doubt the nature of the Coeus. And I need time to fabricate and install the necessary weapons. It's not like printing a plasma cannon happens overnight. It was just a short flight from Mercury to Venus while transporting spare parts for fusion reactors. While doing so, my ship broke the current speed record. I tested the spell amplifying runes around my ship and managed to achieve accelerations of over 200 gravities. If I hadn't deployed a counterfield, I would be a smear on the wall. The colony that's hidden in the planet's atmosphere is a main provider of foodstuffs and liquid nitrogen for the colonies in the belt. It was a nice enough place, I have to admit, though their installations aren't that much different from Ether. From there I headed directly to an asteroid colony in the inner belt between Mars and Jupiter. They hollowed out entire asteroids and pulled them together in a crazy construct of metal and rocks. But my target lies farther outwards near to Jupiter's Lagrange point L4, which is called the Greek node. That's why I am currently approaching an installation in Jupiter's orbit. On my last stop I loaded some rare metals and other minerals to sell them here. With the money I'll top off my supplies and then I'll slowly head for the Greek node and search the asteroids in the area which my mother specified to me. It will give me the time to make some final tests and considerations. My thoughts are interrupted as an incoming call from the quantum network draws my attention. I am still fascinated by these marvels of technology. They allow faster than light communication by using the effect of quantum non-locality. I answer the call and a certain avatar appears in my living room. It's Sadana, or better her alter ego, which she calls Nina. Hi. She waves a hand at me. What do you want? I ask. I was just excited about the fact that you are finally starting to move. She puffs up her cheeks. You took your time with your preparations. I didn't expect that you have that much patience. I simply tried to ensure that they'll die. And then I'll pay you a visit. You just thought about going after me when you are done with them. She starts to wriggle once more, something which the avatar does quite often while my mother is controlling it. I wonder if she acts like that in her real body too. Finally she stops her strange behavior. Fine. I won't get a reaction from you whatever I do. I called to see your determination, but it seems like you really want to do this. So let's talk again when you are done. The connection is closed without waiting for my answer. What was that about? I simply stare at the frozen avatar for a long time, then I terminate it and stand up. The orbital station around Jupiter is already closed and I've to decelerate. Back in my cockpit I announce my presence to the orbital station around Jupiter and let myself being directed to the proper dock. Then I file a request to unload my cargo and reload the ship with various materials which could turn out to be useful. I also need to top off my tritium reserves since I don't know how long I'll stay at the Greek node. I already prepared the list for the stations managing AI in advance. Moments later I am informed that I have a little more than a day until the loading process is finished. A day isn't fast, but it's acceptable. I confirm the schedule and head back to the living room after my ship is locked into the station's guiding system. At this point everything is in the hands of the station's personnel. The ship will fly to a parking position until the station's transports are free to get the cargo. In the meantime I can take a look at the station. It's a huge metal sphere with a miniature sun in its center. Wasteful, but it's a nice place to live out here where the real sun looks like nothing much more than another star. I step into the teleportation chamber, which is located in a corner of the room, and order it to connect to the station's network. Half an hour later I wander through the city while buying all sorts of interesting toys for entertainment. Having them sent directly to my ship spares me the burden to carry them. I've no idea how long I'll be away from civilization. A poppy seed ice cream in my hand, I realize that I strayed into some kind of entertainment sector with many restaurants. It's already evening and the miniature sun in Oibraz's center is in the process of being slowly encased in two halves of a large shielding sphere. They are also simulating day and night here. Remembering my grandfather's words, I look up a certain restaurant by downloading a street map. He told me that I absolutely have to try the food there, and incidentally it's only 2 railway stations away. I fight my way through the crowd of people who are going about their business and step onto one of the speeding walkways. Using short-distance teleports or gravity magic to fly is forbidden inside almost all small colonies. The first means of travel isn't exactly safe, and the second could interfere with the station's gravity field. The coincidence turns out to be a relatively large restaurant and the neighborhood seems to be good. I enter through the front door and am greeted by a busted waitress who offers me a wristband. "Welcome, sir." I look at the wristband in a curious manner and then at her. "I am sorry." "Oh, you are new. It's a tradition of the house, just dial in how many nights you want to stay." The young girl smiles at me and practically forces the wristband into my hands, already turning to the next guest. I enter the restaurant slightly baffled and study the wristband. There is just a digital counter on it with 2 buttons. I set it to 1 and the whole thing turns green. Okay. My eyes wander through the strangely arranged hall until I stop at a big mirror close to the entrance. I am wearing a dark brown coat with a black pilot's dress beneath it. My face has similarities to the strict, edgy face of my grandfather, and the beginnings of a beard make me look older than I am. Maybe I should have shaved before coming here, but 3 days of beard growth isn't that bad. Being alone in a spaceship without my grandmother nagging about my negligence made me a little lax. At least I've already thought about getting a haircut right after coming to the station. I simply can't stand the itching of long hair. It turns me mad. Surveying the restaurant's hall further, I mentally shrug my shoulders and continue on. There are no separate tables. Instead there are long rows of tables with a conveyor running food and drinks along them. It's like a running sushi bar. "Grandfather, you were always a Scrooge." I search for a free seat in a silent part of the restaurant and receive an automated request for payment from the restaurant. Since it's all you can eat for an acceptable price, I acknowledge the transaction and start digging in. The portions are small, so I am able to try several different dishes. Though I am very careful to stay away from the alcoholic drinks. While I eat, several different women take the seat at my side and attempt to initiate a conversation. I always answer in short replies, not exactly sure about the intentions of those strangers. All of them lose their interest in me quite fast and head off to search for other company. I am not used to being chatted up like that. Maybe it's a cultural thing on this station? I sip on my fruit juice while staring at the dishes which are passing by. "Hey, are you free?" Girl number 8 sits down next to me. "Seriously? What's up with this place?" "No," I answer. "But your wristband says something else." She points at the armband which I got from the waitress. Then she raises her hand with a green wristband around it. I am also searching for one night and I saw that the others were turned off very fast, but I have no problems with technomages. You guys are simply a little strange, but I like that. Can I assume that it's your first time here? I feel my left eye starting to twitch. Where the heck did my grandfather send me? Excuse me. The left corner of her mouth rises a little. Oh, could it be that you didn't realize where you are? Where am I? I ask, starting to doubt my senses. She answers with yet another flood of words. This establishment is for people who are searching for partners to fulfill certain needs. By setting the color of your wristband you announce what you are searching for. Green means that you aren't looking for something permanent and are only one night available. So you are a pilot, yes. Yes. I must admit that I didn't realize the nature of this place. I'll kill grandfather. No, better. I'll tell grandmother in detail where he sent me. I am Amy Jeffrey, Pyro Mage. I am working as a technician in the main fusion plant. So if you want to take a look at me, you just have to look up to the miniature sun. It's a little romantic if you think about it. She continues talking about cabbages and kings without a care in the world. In the meantime I take a real look at her for the first time. She could be around my age, though she is probably older. In this society it's not easy to judge someone's age. Her red hair is cut at shoulder length and she is slim, maybe one head smaller than me. Her face looks like she is the serious type. She is wearing a white one-piece dress. It is tight at the right places, but can't be called indecent. After a while she stops talking and I realize that she probably expects an answer. Gideon Alvar, I am piloting a private freighter. But that's enough to set off the flood of words once more. Really? Where have you already been? I always wanted to take a look at Neptune, and there she goes again. Our exchange continues like this and before I even realize it an hour has passed. Suddenly Amy stops her monologue and reaches for my hand. You know, I really like your type and you have acceptable looks. You are also a good listener who looks someone in the eyes. Do you want to go somewhere more private? I am not sure. Is what I wanted to say, but Amy pulls me up from my seat and pushes me towards a stairway. On our way there she shows her tongue to a group of women. Some of them look familiar. They tried to talk to me earlier. You know them? I ask, already dreading the answer. Oh, they are regulars here. Like me. They said that it's impossible to talk to you, so I got interested. I like the dark and silent types. She leads me up the stairway and along a corridor with many doors. At a door with a green unoccupied sign she pulls her wristband over the lock and opens the door. Did she just rent the room? Ew, on second thought, this is going a little fast. Did I just get into a first-time situation? I try to remember about my mangas and how it's properly done. I mean I know how it's done, but all my knowledge is intellectual. And I am not entirely sure if I want to do it like this. Of course my body has the urge. I am an adult now, but I try to deal with it as good as I can. Amia, I am not sure if that's a good idea. I am not that experienced with situations like this. She doesn't listen and pulls me further into a spacious room with a big bed, closing the door behind us. That's fine. Actually I like technomages because they are rarely bad partners. She drops herself into the bed, pulling me on top of her and locking her legs around me. We have all night if you want to. She whispers into my ear. Her white one-piece dress is pulled open easily with her left hand while she is reaching with her right hand between my legs. There are no strings attached. Tomorrow you are back on your ship and I am working at the fusion plant. You have the prevention treatments, don't you? Of course I attempt to answer, but she kisses me. Even daring to use her tongue. Whatever. This may be better than having to deal with it by myself. I reach for her chest, which is small but big enough to serve the purpose. This may turn out to be worth my time. 21 Search. And the great archmages of each trade held a great gathering in Alexandria to discuss the world's future. History had taught them that with the growing numbers of people, their rivalries and wars would also grow. The mages had tried to intervene, but how do you choose for whom to fight if the reason for fighting is the same on all sides? How should they decide whom they should save and whom they have to crush? And would it ever end? And mages were involved in all of humanity's societies, so it was just a question of time until even those who had greater powers than the rest would start to fight each other. In the end the great archmages decided to form the Council of Elders. They called magicians from all over the world to form a stable society that doesn't consume itself. And so the Exodus started. History Exodus I. Jupiter, Oibris Station. Gideon. I fear that I might get addicted to investing time behind closed doors with a member of the other gender. Though the price which has to be paid for companionship seems to be high. By now it feels like I know the entire life of the person called Amia Jeffrey. She kept talking and talking and talking. Luckily she kept her mouth shut while we did it. It was long after midnight when she finally got tired enough to let us sleep. Though she seems to be a nice person. The problem is that she doesn't know when to shut up. And I wasn't entirely sure if it was appropriate to tell her to do so. Maybe that's the reason why she is spending her evenings in this club instead of having a real relationship. It may be hard to find a person who can put up with her apparent need to lay out every detail of her day-to-day life. I slowly slide my arm out from under her head, but that's enough to wake her up. You are already leaving? It's early. I am glad that my shift always starts late. I am afraid the dock will charge me a hefty fee if I don't clear the parking position in time. So I have to go. I answer while I get dressed. Amia waves her hand at me. Okay. Give me a call if you are en route through Oibris again. I'll make sure that I am free. She winks at me. Does that mean that I was good? Getting an invitation for another night means something, or not? Don't think too much of yourself. There are worse ones, but I admit that you have endurance. She answers. Can she read my thoughts? No, but it's written all over your face. And besides that it's the thing every guy is concerned about when it's his first time. She answers unashamed. In addition I've way too much experience in dates like this. I see. So my face is betraying me again? How strange. Well, goodbye then. I'll give you a call should I be around again. Sure. She smiles and lies down again. Apparently she intends to continue to sleep until she has to go to work. After having collected all my stuff I leave the restaurant. Should I even call it a restaurant? No. I've to concentrate on another matter and plan my strategy. Today I'll be going to the Greek node and I've to make my last preparations. I make my way to the nearest teleportation chamber and transfer directly to my ship. Luckily short-range teleports are unproblematic. Upon stepping out of the chamber in my command module I halt and start checking the positioning of the items around the room. Everything seems to be as I left it. Even the chips on the ground are untouched. They look the same as when I dropped them carelessly in front of the teleportation chamber. I put them there as an indicator if someone entered my property. The thing which I fear most is sabotage. It's well within my mother's capabilities to gain illegal access to my ship if she really wants to. After I've taken my time to check everything against my memories I head to the cockpit and drop myself into the acceleration chair. Then I place a hand on the plush cat and try to relax. After a while I connect myself to the ship and request permission to launch. Officially I am en route to the thin asteroid cloud beyond Venus to mine some materials there. In reality I'll go dark soon after launching and head for the Greek node. Even if my ship can be considered as big, it's still tiny and insignificant in the vastness of space. The station AI grants me permission and I engage the drive. By forming a gravitational anomaly in front of my ship the huge craft smoothly slips away from the station and into open space. After accelerating for a while on my planned route I rotate the ship and watch the station with my main sensor array. Flying blindly at my current speed isn't that dangerous since I am on a well-charted freighter route. The main sensor array allows me to search a half-sphere-shaped area in front of my ship for obstructions. The one thing you don't want to happen while flying at speeds which can be measured in fractions of light speed is ramming something. The current speed record lies at 0.6% of light speed, which is remarkable if you think about it. Though it was an experimental vessel and the pilot burned out one of his ship's 5 reactors to set the record. For that reason you want to know exactly where you are going. So while flying you want to look ahead as far as possible. I wait until the station is just a faint echo on my lidar and radar. I am relatively sure that their vision isn't better than mine. Though they have the bigger sensor arrays. After giving it another hour I let my ship go dark. Every ship's ability to hide itself has to meet certain standards. That means no heat or light emissions. The modern versions of camouflage technology and spells can also imitate the background of the stars. Everything for the sake of hiding ourselves from the people of Earth. The one thing that most ships can't hide are the minor gravitational distortions from their own mass and especially their drives. But gravitational sensors luckily only work on relatively short ranges for small masses. The planets hide the smaller masses of ships. It takes a lot of precision to measure the minute changes of force which is applied to a free-floating piece of glass within the sensor array. I recalibrate my own drive to smooth out my own distortions as much as possible and engage it to take me to my new destination. Now my opponents have to practically step onto me in order to find the Coeus. But that doesn't mean that they aren't hiding themselves too. In fact I am expecting that my mother snitched on me to make it more interesting for her. Though I should have a slight advantage since I know where I have to start searching. Then there is the fact that I don't know what's awaiting me. Since the region I am heading for doesn't have any settlements I have to expect that they have at least one ship. Otherwise the Revelation Wing wouldn't get there in the first place. Long-range teleportation is kept carefully under control by the government. I doubt that they have access to it. Probably Sadina gave me the position of the base which she used during her time with the Revelation Wing. It could be entirely possible that it's completely abandoned or was towed away in the meantime. If it's an asteroid and was nudged slightly away from its normal path the flight coordinates which I got from Sadina are worthless and I can ready myself for a very long search. In fact it might be a good idea if I start assembling a second main sensor array. Preferably heavily over-designed towards the use of LiDAR. LiDAR is working similar to radar, but is using light to search the surroundings with lasers. Emitting energy to increase the performance of my sensors is also possible, but it would be like switching on a flashlight in a dark room. Everyone would know where to shoot. After I have given the command to the assembly line I check once more if my ship is emitting anything that could give me away, but to all of my knowledge I should be a dark spot in space. Then I lean back and do the thing which a pilot needs to be good at. Waiting. Hours turn into days and days into weeks. On the 27th day of my crusade I finally get a faint echo while passing the indicated coordinates for the perceived 247th time. According to my sensors it must be a well-hidden ship with an active drive, but the information barrier isn't properly calibrated. This results in a slight distortion when the ship passes in front of a star. I engage my drive and follow while keeping the shadow on the edge of my passive sensors. After a while the phantom slows down and I shut down my drive and go dark. My course is slightly off from the phantom, so I let the Coeus drift while arranging all my information gathering devices on the foreign ship. An hour later I study the gathered information quite baffled. The Revelation Wing has a complete asteroid base and 4 ships docked to it. The base is a round rock and 2 of the ships are normal spherical freighters. There is also a smaller cylindrical courier boat and a big hauler which is normally used to pull damaged craft or asteroids. Probably they used the hauler to pull the station away from the coordinates which I got from Sadina. I could have searched for a few more months if the badly stealthed ship hadn't passed through the area. Do they attack other ships from time to time and play space pirates? What else do you need a hauler for? I access my database and search for lost ships in this region and indeed, the freighters on my screen match lost vessels. Though they don't seem to do this on a regular basis. The ships vanished over a long period of time. I guess if they are too active, then they would alert the faceless of their presence. Admittedly, having 4 private ships is nothing special, but I am dumbfounded by the fact that they have 4 pilots for their craft. Technomages are extremely logical. I discussed the reasons for aiding an organization like the Revelation Wing with my cousin Sodden. The only thing we could come up with are certain forms of blackmail or indoctrination from birth. The last one was actually Sodden's idea. I am not saying that every technomage thinks the same thoughts, but there is simply no reason to wreck a livable life by joining a group like the Revelation Wing. The other possibility is that the pilots aren't technomages, but I doubt that. The ship I followed made a perfect docking maneuver. A mage with another disposition wouldn't be able to control the spell matrix for the spell amplifier that well. I close my eyes and place the plush cat on my lap to stroke it. I wonder if going in with weapons blazing is a good idea. They must have at least some kind of countermeasures and I want to search the base to know if there are more of them. What would Captain Picard do? He would probably talk them into making peace with the government, but this world isn't Star Trek. I could pull a space pirate Captain Hancock. Blast their hulls full of holes and demand their resources. And while doing so I'll set off every trap they prepared while they were sitting out here. No good, I want to stay alive. Going with Plan B and deploying my stealth sensor drones to get a better image sounds better. I'll take a good look at the station's surroundings. I was baffled at the number of ships they have. Who says that they don't have more? A stealthed ship which is waiting to ambush any attackers is a good way to secure a big target like the asteroid base. I let my ship drift 2 more times through the region and find 3 ships lying in ambush around the base. Unfortunately I can't get a good image of them since they are fully dark like my ship. I don't know what they are and I dislike it. After a felt eternity of thinking about my situation I decide that I can't do much more at this point. I've taken a really long look at the situation and I doubt that my current resources can uncover anything else. I engage my drive and form a gravitation anomaly to pull me once more through the region. My course will take me right next to one of the sentries. Then I'll take him out with the plasma cannons and point defense cannons along my ship's hull. No matter what he is, that has to be enough to take him out. Then I'll use my torpedo tube to send one rocket at the one who is the farthest away from me. The railgun is reserved for the closer target. No matter how you put it, projectile weapons like the railgun and the plasma cannon pack a punch, but they are utterly useless for ranges over 10 kilometers. My rail cannon fires projectiles with speeds at 5 kilometers per second. I would have to fill space with hundreds of projectiles to hit a target that engages in evasive maneuvers. So with other words, those weapons are uncomfortable close-range weapons. Getting so close to an enemy craft is very unhealthy if you intend to live a long life. It's doubtful that it'll kill them outright, but it may give me the time to accelerate to the station and take a shot at their docked ships. One attack run is all I'll probably get, then I have to make evasive maneuvers while dealing with the sentries. The docked ships have to go though. I don't want them joining the battle. When my plan is set in stone and programmed into the computer, I lean back and watch it unfold. All I can do now is waiting for something unexpected to happen. My ship slides into range of the first sentry without being found and fires a full broadside. Thanks to my ability, I am able to notice a huge explosion which confirms the kill. The rail cannon and the torpedo tube fire. In the next moment the automated sequence starts and my chair rotates into the direction of the acceleration. I feel blood rushing to my head and almost black out, but I manage to take a little acceleration away from the evasion sequence. The Coeus is an over-engineered monstrosity which can kill the pilot if the ship isn't handled carefully, and I realize my mistake just in time to correct it. The ship rotates to empty all close-range weapons into the docked ships and the station's point defenses. Then the whole ship bucks under me and my chair snaps in yet another direction as I register a laser beam breaking the barrier spell around the Coeus and grazing over the hull of my ship. But the fast evasive maneuver of my ship and the rotation doesn't allow the laser beam to transfer enough energy to melt the hull. Though I register the loss of one of the plasma cannons. I switch to the lasers and empty their energy banks into the attacker, but he escapes them the same way I did. By rotating the spherical hull of his ship he disperses the energy enough to avoid taking serious damage. But the Coeus is more powerful than him, and after a few seconds of struggling with each other his hull suddenly bloats and I notice gas escaping his ship. The rail cannon ends his struggle as a metal projectile slams into his hull and tears the ship apart. The pressure on me lessens as the ship turns to accelerate back towards the station. The silence of the whole fight was a little disturbing. I didn't even hear my own cannons fire as the command module is the only part of the ship which is under pressure. Next time I'll program the cockpit speakers to add some appropriate background sounds. But I don't have much time to dwell on missed chances as the acceleration kicks in once more and returns me to the battle zone. The rail cannon proved to be my most potent weapon in close engagements. While the plasma cannons took out the first sentry, the second sentry was sleeping and got hit by the railgun and was obliterated. The rocket though proved to be completely useless. It wasn't fast enough and must have activated the automatic asteroid defense of Sentry 3, who was the farthest away on the opposite side of the station. A laser beam simply obliterated it before it could do anything. That's why I had to fight it out with him after passing the station. I return my attention to the docked ships and notice that all of them except for the hauler are out of the equation. The hauler is in the process of drifting away from its docking clamps, and my infrared sensors inform me that there is a strong temperature change in the rear section of the 200-meter-long cylindrical spacecraft. It seems like the fusion generator was powered down. So in other words, it's currently a sitting duck. I change my course slightly to bring the station between me and the hauler while sending out a barrage of plasma bolts and a railgun projectile. Under normal circumstances both weapons are useless at my current distance, but if the hauler can't evade them it's toast. Several lasers lock onto my ship, but once again they don't have time to burn through the adaptive armor after overloading the hastily erected energy shield. And in the next moment the station is between me and the hauler. All I get to see of the hauler's death is a bright flash and wreckage tumbling away from the station. Too bad that grandfather wasn't here to see this battle. He would have gone ballistic. The rest of the battle is just a formality as I circle slowly around the station and pick off any functioning defenses. Since the station is just a sitting duck I can do this slowly, not exposing myself to too much point defenses at the same time. After 2 rotations without spotting anything that is capable of harming my ship, I decide that it's time to inform them of my presence. I open a communication channel to the station. This is the private experimental freighter Coeus. Power down your fusion generators and prepare for being boarded. A thought opens one of the freight compartments and a stream of automated battle sprites pours out of the Coeus. They are really stupid if you measure them by the standards of real sprites. It would be more appropriate to call them drones since the Coeus quantum computer is coordinating them. I expect that many of them will be destroyed if the station's personnel decides to fight. But I had a month to think about this scenario, and my greatest concern was how to deal with a base full of crazed fanatics. Maybe they have dozens or hundreds of fighters over there. No way I can deal with that all by myself. Hence I ordered my manufacturing plant to build the drones. Lots and lots of drones. 22 ego. But not everyone left. Some stayed behind in hopes of being able to help their fellow humans. History Exodus 2. Greek Node, Revelation Wing Asteroid Base. Gideon. I tap into the recorded video feed while the drones swarm all over the enemy base. Some are breaking through hatches while ensuring that the air doesn't escape. Others seek electronic warfare and try to access the station's network, taking over control bit by bit. The first reports from inside the station are satisfying. The station's personnel is fighting a lost battle despite destroying drones in the dozens. One of the station's security cameras shows me a mage who is enclosed in a bubble of water while commanding 2 whip-like appendages. He is slicing drones apart as if they are sheets of paper. But the drones are simply charging forward, not caring for their losses. I doubt that they would act like this if I had given them real sentience. After a while the bigger picture of the fight comes to my attention. The fighters of the Revelation Wing are still holding a central complex which is close to the main fusion plant, but the station is firmly in my hands by now. I've got the fusion reactor and the station's main computer under my control. It should be safe to take a walk at this point. The essential parts of the station seem to be under control. After securing the Coeus in a stable position relative to the station, I get up and take my battlesuit from the storage unit in my living room to put it on. It's an enhanced version of a spacesuit and has similarities to a full plate armor. Maybe I got a little carried away while designing it. It turned out like one of those suits from the game Warframe. I'll put on my coat over it, so that I don't look completely like a comic character. My cousin informed me that the face mask looks rather menacing, because of the 6 sensors instead of eyes. But I don't get why someone would want a piece of glass between himself and the vacuum. The sensors provide me with everything I need. Normal vision, infrared and a few other electromagnetic wavelengths. Space is a dark place when the lights go out and I want to see what's going on. After putting on the suit I head to the teleportation chamber and use it to go over to the station. The fighting is still going on, but most parts of the station are safe by now. I take my time to stroll through a maze of corridors while encountering dead resistance fighters from time to time. While doing so I access the station's main computer and take a look through its files. I feared that my mother lured me into a hidden trap, but what I find in the computer confirms that she indeed pointed me towards a base which belongs to the Revelation Wing. And not just any base at that. It's their main base of operations. There are detailed financial records of their operations in the whole solar system. With everything that's in their computer it should be no problem to hunt down all their remaining operatives. They'll have a hard time hiding their asses from now on. I just have to give the data to Ed and he'll start a witch hunt. I order the Coeus to pull a complete image of the station's files and continue my inspection. They had a quite big living area. After tramping the maze of corridors for a while I am quite sure that the station was in a bad shape. They were lacking people who could maintain a closed environment in space. The camera feed from my drones alarms me to a problem and I make my way to something that can only be called a detention center. Behind a big blast door I find long rows of cells with people inside. Men and women in poor condition are being held behind bars in separate cells. Some of them don't even react to my presence while I am passing by. It seems like they have given up. At the end of the corridor I find a room with a chair. It has several needles embedded in its armrests. An interrogation chamber? Or something worse? I shake my head while walking back the way I came. The Revelation Wing seems to be the worst scum of our society. Luckily I programmed the drones to try to capture the enemies first if they don't offer resistance. Not that I care about the people in the cells, but I'll need to interrogate some of the terrorists to find out what was going on here. After leaving the detention center I head directly towards the last pocket of resistance. So far my drones report that they have taken only 3 prisoners alive. I send the order to bring them to a place on my route, but upon arriving at the meeting place I am disappointed. The 3 prisoners are 2 men and a woman in ragged clothing. They look frightful while being held by the drones. I shaped them similar to Chrono, the crab design of my silent bodyguard influenced me a little. I muse about the situation until the woman interrupts my thoughts. Are you here to save us? No, my answer wipes the hope off of their faces. What were you guys doing here? Do you belong to the Revelation Wing? All 3 of them shake their heads vehemently and start explaining. One of the men was an engineer on a free asteroid colony until he got a very good job offer. He accepted his new post and took a freighter which was supposed to bring him to his new workplace. Only that he ended up here upon stepping out of the airlock of his transport. The woman has a similar story and the other man was a pilot until he was attacked and taken by the people of this station. What the Revelation Wing lacked in skilled personnel, they apparently simply kidnapped or stole. The 3 people in front of me had to work for them under slave-like circumstances. People who absolutely refused to do their master's bidding were reprogrammed by a combination of drugs and mental pressuring. Okay, I think I've heard enough of this. Bring them into their cells and keep them there for the time being. I order the drones and continue on my path. Cleaning up this mess will be a fucking nightmare. Originally I simply planned to wipe out the Revelation Wing and be done with it. Making them disappear should be easy enough, but what about their victims? Killing off a few terrorists and hiding the evidence won't get me any problems from Ed. Ed even gave me the permission for my personal crusade in a certain way. He decided to look the other way when I confessed my illegal plan to him. But if it ever gets out that I accidentally disposed of a few innocents while doing so I could get into trouble. I don't think that Ed would keep looking the other way in that case. Being on the run for the rest of my life isn't something I desire. And it would probably send my grandmother over the edge. I've to decide what to do later. Purging the data core of the station and activating a beacon for the faceless is always a possibility. If I am extra careful I can still hide my involvement and wash my hands in innocence should the truth get out after all. Though I doubt that I am able to keep the Coeus in that case. As I close in on my target the noise of fighting gets louder. The last resistance fighters bunkered themselves up. 8 fighters are holding a choke point to a separate part of the station. According to my drones the number of killed opponents already reaches 107 men. They are fighting to the last. If the prisoners' words are true, then the least that awaits them according to law is a complete wipe of their personality. I watch the senseless firefight between my drones and the last defenders from a safe corner, tapping into the station's security network. The drones have problems advancing through a single long corridor. Every time they try, they are blasted to pieces by the fireballs of a very potent fire mage. I frown while fuming over the stupidity of my constructs. Maybe I should have given just a few of them real intelligence. There is always a next time. To end the stalemate, I tap into the station's environmental controls and slowly ramp up the gravity for the section with my opponents. When they are all pinned to the ground, I order my drones to take them and follow through the corridor. The drones swarm over their enemies in order to detain them, and I return the section's gravity to normal. Upon arriving at my destination, I find 3 of my enemies dead on the ground. Apparently they tried to keep standing when I ramped up the gravity and fell in the end, breaking something important. You will be killed if you even attempt to cast a spell. I warn them and snort, focusing on the 5 remaining men. By checking their faces against the data files from my ship, I find 3 matches. Before I left Oibras, I downloaded a list of the most wanted persons in the solar system. On top of the list is Xerxes Tamaril, the leader of the Revelation Wing. I recognize one of the 5 men as him. 2 others are also on the list, although with a much lower priority. The others don't have a wanted poster. Who are you? Show your face, you coward. One of the men who are wanted barks at me. I reach for the seals on my helmet and take off the mask. Gideon Alvar. I've some questions regarding this station and your prisoners. Then it would be nice if you could tell me some stories about my mother. She is a nuisance, so I want to pay her a visit to settle some family matters. Like we would bow to a monstrosity. Like one of the men without a wanted poster raises his voice against me. I suppose he isn't that important if he isn't known to the public. So I decide to use him as an example for the others and point my finger at him. With a flick of my fingers, a pulsating lump of flesh appears in my hand. It's a spell which I learned from my grandmother, and I had to train like a maniac to master it to this degree. You. A genetic experiment shouldn't. I throw the heart into the stunned man's face. The stubborn man keeps talking and doesn't realize that he is already dead. But finally the strength leaves his voice and he falls backwards, lying still. I hate when I am ignored. You should realize that I am not bound by any social norms in this place. Currently your lives belong to me. So talk and don't annoy me with your pitiful worldviews. My eyes wander to Xerxes. The public leader of the Revelation Wing raises his head and sits up as straight as he can. I don't understand what you want to know. Your mother betrayed us when she created you. We couldn't let that stand, so we tried to get our hands on you to lure her out of her hideout. Unfortunately the Faceless tightened their lockdown on Earth, so there was no chance of getting there after our last attempt. Created me? I ask. None of them answers, instead they look at me with frightened expressions. I raise my hand and gesture at the second worthless terrorist. The drones which are holding him clamp down their pincers and both his arms drop to the ground. His screams end as one of the drones crushes his head with a leg. You are a genetically engineered abomination. Xerxes starts talking. Your mother promised us a tool which is able to break the information barrier around Earth and announce our presence to humanity. We found out too late that she was using our funds to engineer you from several different gene codes. Something inside me snaps. What is he talking about? I feel like I am floating freely, but intellectually I know that I am still standing on both legs. Prove. Before they can answer, I kick one of the terrorists, breaking his jaw. Doing so feels right. The sealed door behind you. Xerxes' eyes wander to the ground. Sadana condemned us all when she committed that crime. The laws are quite clear on genetic manipulation. I turn around and leave them where they are, guarded by the drones. The door actually resists my first commands to open and I have to override the security measures to get inside. What I find inside is close to a biological research laboratory. There are various machines like gene sequencers and other laboratory equipment. On the wall to my left is a set of incubation tanks with failed versions of myself in various stages of development. Some are children, some grown men. But all of them are definitely related to me. Were those things ever meant to be human? Most of them are horribly disfigured. Am I not human after all? But the doctors said that Melon is my grandmother. I have a family. I step to one of the computers and switch it on. Then I start searching the files until I find the Coeus folder. Coeus? Somehow I don't feel anything while reading the whole process of my creation. It feels like the world doesn't affect me anymore. That's until I get to the part where the 4 main providers for my genetic code are mentioned. Sadana Alvar, Jenny Hast, Edward Klein and Xerxes Tamaril. I tap their names and their personal files appear in front of me. My mother, with a heavy tendency towards a technomagic. Jenny Hast, a former elder of the Technomages, deceased. Edward Klein, an electromage. Xerxes Tamaril, also electromage. My legs feel wobbly when I return to my prisoners. All of them look horrified when looking at me, except for Xerxes. He actually seems to be relatively confident in himself. Don't ever think of me as a father. I've my pride. Pride. My voice breaks and I decide that any more words on this subject are wasted. I turn away and wander to the next airlock, the drones dragging the 4 prisoners after me. The airlock opens and the screaming trash is shoved inside. Xerxes is the only one who takes his fate with dignity. When they are inside, I watch them through the window of the airlock. The fire mage attempts to melt the door with a spell, but I command the station to blow the seals of the outer lock. All 3 men are sucked out into space and I watch their bodies disappearing in the darkness. Maybe I should have done something more satisfying. This method was definitely too fast. You simply killed your father. How could you? And I thought you two would have a father and son moment. Sadana's voice echoes out of a speaker next to the airlock and her avatar appears right next to me. Oh, if you could see your face right now. I guess that I achieved my goal in causing an emotional reaction. Let's call it even from now on. You caused me some emotional pain by being heartless towards me and I returned the favor. What do you think of my experiment? Not only did you get your wish, I also sent you on a mission to answer the question why you exist. I never asked that question. I answer. Yes, that's exactly why I had to answer it for you. Don't you think that it's important to know your own roots before you can truly choose your future? She tilts her head. Though killing your provider was a little excessive. I hope that I won't share the same fate as him. I don't want to talk to you. I start searching the station's network until I find the back door which Sadana left behind. It's obvious and simple. The Revelation Wing really lacked qualified personnel. Don't lock me out yet. We have so much to catch up to. Act A thought closes the back door and Sadana's avatar disappears. I head back to the laboratory where I step in front of the incubation chambers to stare at my other selves. 23 Pain. If you can't protect yourself, then don't protect others. A simple truth. Greek Node, Revelation Wing Asteroid Base. Ed. The corridors and hallways of this place have a sinister feeling to them. I imagined that the base of the Revelation Wing must be a dark hellhole, but it's worse than I thought. Coming across the prisoners was particularly shocking, though it explains a lot of things. Our intelligence office anticipated something like this, or at least something similar. I was right in letting Gideon do as he pleases, even if cleaning everything up will be a mess. Following his ship wasn't a problem up to the point when he left the normal trading route. From then on I had to search blindly while relying on a few favors from the Techno-Mage Elder. If he hadn't given me a ship with a reliable and secretive pilot I would still be searching this sector. Sanguine is the easiest to deal with of all the Elders. All you have to do is give him a logical reason to help you. I would never approach the Elder of my own branch for matters which have to be kept a secret. He doesn't understand that the Faceless and the Elders are two opposing weights on a pair of scales. The corridor in front of me splits and Chrono takes the left. I follow the battle sprite without questioning his decision. It's a little surprising that Gideon chose to imitate Chrono to create his little personal army. But he had enough time to watch Chrono's design, so it may not be strange after all. Apparently Gideon's weaponry overwhelmed the forces of the Revelation Wing and he even captured their base. If the battle between his vessel and the station hadn't been visible throughout the whole sector we would have never caught up to him. My pilot was already beginning to bitch about the boring mission. It must have been really annoying for him when I gave the order to him that he has to stay on the ship and close his eyes and ears. The battle sprite guides me through a huge blast door and into a separate part of the station. There are more of Gideon's drones here, but all of them seem to be powered down. Or I don't fit into their commands. That's much more likely since they don't seem to have intelligence of their own. Upon entering a laboratory I find Gideon in front of. Fuck. So I was too late. Why did those idiots from the Revelation Wing keep proof like this around? Are their brains rotten? Gideon didn't even react to my arrival. I hope it wasn't too hard on him. Stepping closer to him I place a hand on his shoulder. Gideon, are you okay? Have you gotten the enemy leaders? Yes, he answers with a mechanical voice. They are having a date with the Void. He spaced them? How long have you been standing here? Are you sure that you aren't in shock? If Chrono is right, then the station was taken 10 hours ago. There is no way that he is okay. I was just thinking about my life and some other things. And I also researched some things about my past, just to be sure. Don't you think that there is something you want to explain to me, Edward Klein? My fingers tense and I take my hand away from his shoulder. I won't defend my actions. How did you find out? Old news reports, the voice, the lazy pseudonym, Gideon answers, not taking his eyes from the incubation tanks. At least they are dead. It would be awkward if there are more things like me. You shouldn't say that. Don't you have a family in Ether? I intentionally didn't say anything to you or them. I wanted you to see that there is more to life than someone's origins, I answer. Gideon starts chuckling crazily. Don't tell me that I should call you father from now on. I grip my clothes at my chest and try to think very hard about my answer. No. I've no right to be called that way. For all intents and purposes, your grandparents are your father and mother. They adopted you where those who should have taken the responsibility didn't do so. And didn't Ether's doctors themselves identify you as a member of the Alvar family? Tell me, Gideon, what's 1 times 1? 1. So why should a mix of different humans be something other than a human? That's not logical. So don't hang yourself up on that. From what I've seen so far you turned out to be a much better human being than me. I gesture at myself. The story between your mother and me is more complicated than the media suggests. A sigh escapes me. To make it short, it's my fault. That's why I am hunting her. She is my responsibility and because of that, you are too. We were young lovers and I was young and stupid. I pursued my career before everything else. I reach for the mask on my face. In doing so I shoved her away from me in the most idiotic way possible. It's no excuse, but do you know that I can't have children, Gideon? The younger me didn't take that news well when the doctor told me so. I thought that ending my relationship with Sadana was for the better and I did so in a very unfortunate way. I guess in return for hurting her like that she'll haunt me for the rest of my life. Maybe I'll tell it to you in detail someday. Does she annoy you too with that busty avatar of hers? She is quite good at hiding herself. Gideon snorts. And you can't even lock her out of your systems because you are an electromage. I guess you deserve that. I nod. Yes, probably. Why don't you take your time to relax while flying back to Oibras? Take some time off and relax. I'll stay here and sweep this whole place under the biggest rug I can find. Why? Do I really have to spell it out for you? I ask. No. On second thought, I don't want to hear it. Gideon turns and leaves. Chrono scuttles aside and waves one of his pincers at him to say goodbye, which is a rare gesture for the sprite. I turn back to the laboratory equipment and start massaging my temples. Yes, cleaning up all this will be a real headache. Jupiter, en route to Oibris Station. Gideon. I took Ed's advice and flew back to Oibris at low speed. The flight should have taken just a few days, but I stretched it out to over a week. It gave me time to think and be alone. While doing so I also repaired the Coeus and made some changes to its weaponry. If nothing else, I made at least some improvements to the ship. What I found inside the station affected me. In hindsight I wish that I had simply blown the damn thing apart. My problem is that I am not entirely sure what sent my mind over the edge. Was it the death of all those people? But I've killed before. What does it matter if it's a handful or 100? Did it get to me that one of them was supposed to be something like a parent? Or was it the sight of those prisoners? I don't know them, but according to the social norm, I should have felt something for them if I am not mistaken. Probably I'll never know the answer. Whatever it was, I'll simply try to calm down when I am back on Oibris. Maybe I'll even make an appointment with Amia. Though I am not sure if that's a wise decision. She isn't someone whom I can do anything else with besides having sex. We are simply too different and our interests don't match. I'll sleep over it. Oibris is still far away. It'll take me a while even if I press the drive. Without any energy left to wreck my brain over my mental problems, I readjust the pilot chair to take a nap. Then I reach for my plush toys to use them as a pillow. Soon afterwards my exhausted mind drifts away. It feels like I barely took a nap when the noise of an alarm wakes me up. I activate my ability out of reflex and connect to the ship. The first impulse is to check the ship's functions, but everything turns out to be working properly. A closer look at the reason for the alarm leads me to a system-wide message which is flagged as critical. Something like this can be only sent out when a catastrophe happened. Is a ship in need of rescue? In the next moment I receive a live feed from Oibris. The station is a ruin and its AI is screaming a warning through the whole system. I hastily gather the received information to puzzle a picture of the events together. 4 unknown ships with strange configurations appeared out of nowhere on the station's radar, heading directly towards Jupiter and into the restricted flight zone around the station. 3 ships were taking the lead with the 4th following them closely. I hold my breath while I watch the events from a few seconds ago. While ignoring all warnings the 3 ships enter the restricted flight zone. It's like they don't even notice the station's existence until the very last moment. Then they open fire. Laser beams so powerful, that they are freely visible lash out at a spherical transporter, wiping it out of existence. Another beam tears a huge scar into the station, overloading barriers and shields. The station is a living habitat. It isn't designed to be attacked like this. Other big freighters fall under the random attacks of the unknown ships while the first ship passes the station and leaves the engagement area. The ships tore a path of destruction through the waiting vessels. A second strange ship tries to avoid the area around the station and I notice that it actually produces something like an exhaust jet. The ships are roughly shaped and look a little like claws. One of the transporters around the station suddenly finds itself in the attacker's path as the powerful laser beams lance out again. I don't know what went through the head of the transporter's pilot, but being faced with the decision of running away and dying, or taking the unknown attacker with him, he does the latter. He probably noticed the strangely lacking engines of the new ships. There was no way that he could have run away from such powerful lasers. If the first hit doesn't destroy him, then the second or third will finish the job. A laser beam takes a huge bite out of the freighter, but doesn't destroy it outright. In the next moment the freighter shoots towards the strange ship like it was kicked by an angry god. The pilot must have overloaded his gravity field and killed himself in the process. The other ship has no chance to evade and both ships disappear in a flash of light. Before the third alien ship gets even close to the station, and the surrounding fleet of commercial vessels, the station's anti-asteroid lasers activate. The third strange ship lights up as several of the station's laser beams intersect at its position. The huge, over-engineered lasers of the station stay on the ship for a whole second before its energy barrier flickers out of existence. The ship lights up like a matchbox and is reduced to its atomic state. The fourth ship which was following the other ships starts accelerating away from the station, but it's already clear that its puny engines can't get it to safety as the sky is filled with the station's energy beams. Many of the commercial vessels in engagement range join the station's weapons. Lasting even longer, the fourth ship takes out a small private ship and one of the merchant vessels. A spread of 10 small objects leaves the fourth ship before it is consumed by a huge explosion. I register that one of the mass drivers for smashing asteroids was turned into a weapon by its mining crew. The small objects wink out of existence as they are picked out of the sky one by one. Luckily they don't turn out to be some kind of warheads. They fly past the station and 2 manage to get out of engagement range while making slow evasive maneuvers. Unfortunately that doesn't save the station. The first attack must have hit something vital and I watch as a huge explosion tears a large hole into the station. Then the lights go out and the station is torn apart by its own artificial gravity and the angular momentum of the station's spin. I switch my attention to my instruments in order to find the escaped attacker. A moment later I curse myself upon noticing that I am still 13 light seconds away from Oibris. The light which could inform me of the events hasn't even reached me out here. The information feed from Oibris is continuing though. Apparently one of the ships around the station took over the feed when the station went to pieces. An incoming high-speed call shakes me out of my observations, so I answer it. The level of acceleration needed for me to take the call surprises me. There aren't many techno-mages who can accelerate to such speeds. The avatar of a person whom I didn't expect at all appears in front of me. It's Sanguine, the Techno-Mage Elder. We have to be fast. You are in a perfect position to intercept the alien intruder. Accelerate now and follow him. You are hereby enlisted as a vessel of the Solar Defense Force. What? Hell. No. I try to break the connection, but it doesn't work. Shit. My next impulse is to activate the manual override. But Sanguine stays where he is, totally unimpressed by my actions. It seems like this isn't going to get any easier, even if I took over the mainframe of the quantum net. There are still people who refuse to cooperate. Young one. We are currently being attacked by an alien race, and according to the law I am taking responsibility for defending our people, so the least you could do is hear me out, the old man growls. Okay. I'll listen. Doesn't seem like I have a choice. I want to punch my armrest, but I can't do so while my mind is accelerated to this speed. Sanguine is known to me by watching him over the news. I also got to talk to him in person once or twice in my short life, but I never saw him angry. Sanguine places both his hands together in a praying gesture. I'll make this as short as possible since you seem to be one of the problematic cases. It helps that you are a fast one though, so I won't lose too much time while talking to you. He continues like he already held this speech a few thousand times since the attack. Yes, the government hid information about long-range teleportation from the public. I am currently uploading a complete explanation to your data core. Everything about our first encounter with them, plus the instructions on how to modify your teleportation circuit to long-range transition. He takes a deep breath despite having no need to do so as an avatar. Time is almost standing still while we are both accelerated to this degree. I've also drafted a complete mission plan for your deployment. The instructions should be detailed enough. Let me just inform you of the benefits of taking this assignment. First, you'll get a military rank and influence, depending on your performance. Second, I'll take measures to ensure that you are rewarded properly. If not with money, then with power. The only thing you have to do is to fulfill the mission criteria and find out the intentions and motivations of the attackers. My thoughts race as I try to reason myself through the situation. My ship isn't configured for that. I stop before Sanguine can rebuke me. His unwavering gaze tells me that he knows the little secret of my ship. I don't have the resources for such a task. Sanguine nods. That, at least, is true. That's why I took over the long-range teleporter of Oibris Station. It's still working. I ask. Who would have thought that? Though it's possible. Teleporters have numerous fail-safes, and all of them have redundant circuits with their own power supplies. If the teleporter was inside one of the bigger fragments of the station, then it could still be functioning. Yes. Luckily your ship is very close to Oibris. I am currently using the teleporter to fill your ship's cargo bay with resources and war materials. I'm also sending a few blueprints for new weapons which were previously a secret. I interrupt Sanguine. What? How do you know where to teleport the stuff? That's dangerous. You could destroy my ship. I've made so many changes to the Coeus that the old plans are completely wrong by now. Wait a moment. Why don't you use the teleporter to destroy that fleeing ship? Calm down. I've access to your quantum computer. I am using it to triangulate your position and it has a complete log of the changes to your ship. The teleports won't fail. For the same reason I can't hit the enemy ship. It's not linked to our quantum network and I can't get a good resolution of its position. I decide upon a course of action. It's not like I want to get involved, but I can't ignore aliens who seem to kill without reason. And it looks like they already killed a person whom I knew personally. Even if it was just for one night. I accept, just promise me one thing. What? Sigan asks. See to it that my family isn't anywhere dangerous when the shit hits the fan. I've read enough bad sci-fi novels to know what aliens mean. Okay. I'll order Ether to relocate to the Forge. That's where the new warships are being built. I guess that's the safest place in the solar system. He nods to himself. I almost forgot. Your ship is so highly automated that you are able to fly the ship alone. But you'll need at least one co-pilot on this mission. You can't stay awake all the time. I've arranged a very skilled pilot to accompany you. No, I don't need an annoying crew member. I manipulate my ship's gravity field and accelerate towards the fleeing enemy. Maybe he can't teleport any more stuff to my ship if I am traveling fast enough. His eyes flick left and right, then he answers. I am afraid that you won't get around your company. She's already been briefed on her new deployment and in a similar manner to yours, so try not to kill each other. Sanguine cuts the connection and an ass appears in my field of vision. He teleported my co-pilot directly into my cockpit. That old fart. I contemplate several possibilities to get rid of the uninvited intrusion into my private sphere. But I don't find a solution that doesn't resort to murder or violates my agreement with Sanguine. I sigh inwardly and deactivate my ability to let the events take their course. The inviting ass drops into my lap and the impact drives the air out of my lungs while unbearable pain shoots through my entire being. I've made a mistake. I've made a grave mistake. This is worse than anything that ever happened to me. Where am I? Why is it so dark in here? A shivering female voice echoes through the cockpit. Go, I breathe my death rattle into her ear. Kia. She jumps out of my lap, maybe crushing the last remains of a very important organ while doing so. I get out of my chair and crouch down, lying on the ground. Tell my family that I love them. So, sorry. It's that stupid elder's fault. I am Celestine. See, can you make some lights in here? The lights are too dim. The voice stutters and a pair of hands tries to help me up. Gideon. 24 meetings. 534 radiation burst detected, location, Jupiter orbit. Earth, Russian observation radio array. En route to system 34.244-56-7802, Star Cruiser Rye. Captain Angel. I have to repeat my objection against continuing the pursuit. We are violating the restricted sector. The XO dares to speak yet another annoying rebuke in front of the crew, not realizing that he is undermining my authority. Captain Angel, you realize that we are violating the Senate's orders. I turn my chair to face him. And do you realize that we can't always stop our pursuit when the Drazi accelerate towards the forbidden sector? I grab the armrest of my chair tighter and try to ignore the man's stench. He is reeking of fear. The Drazi are an annoying species of pirates and multiply like a virus if left unchecked. They frequently attack our shipping routes along the border. But if you let them be for too long, they tend to become more aggressive. There are records of them attacking whole planets. A long time ago the Senate forbade the establishment of new colonies in the direction away from the galactic center. Something frightened them so much that they even stopped all attempts to explore that region. This wasn't a problem for a long time. The Drazi operated only in a small region so far. But they seem to be wandering along the galactic arm. The Empire is raiding their bases in a 100 light-year radius around its borders. It's a gigantic effort to keep them away from our worlds, but it's worth the price. The real trouble arose when they realized that we don't follow them into the forbidden sector. I don't think that they have a big base there. At least not until recently. In the last few circles they began attacking the colonies along the border to the forbidden sector. After a successful raid they retreat into the void before we can stop them. I face the crewmen who are on the bridge. We've followed them already a long way, stopping now would be a waste. We are just a few seconds behind them and all our calculations are saying that we'll get them in the next system. So once we have freed the universe of them we can go back home and tell the Senate that we destroyed the menace. And that their fear of the forbidden sector is absolutely unreasonable. So far every system we passed consisted only out of dead rocks. Their drives will run out of power in a few minutes. I recommend that everyone goes to their battle stations. The officer at the navigation informs me of our status and I nod. He turns back to his station and gives the necessary commands. The others also return to their tasks. Once our trans-light drive runs out of energy we'll have to try our best to catch the 3 fleeing ships. We wait in silent anticipation as the time passes until an alarm signals that we are arriving in the next system. Falling back to real space. The navigation officer announces and the ship bucks under me. For a moment I experience the feeling of free fall and then I am pressed into my seat as the ion engines start accelerating us towards the Drazi ships. The system seems to be empty, though I get weak electromagnetic signals from the third planet. The Drazi are accelerating towards a planet, probably a gas giant. The man at the sensor station starts rattling down his results as he gets them. I tighten my grip on the armrest. Electromagnetic signals? A civilization. If it is one, then they aren't very advanced. The energy levels are very low. The officer replies and I relax a little. Then he leans closer to his screen and starts mashing buttons. There are some strange gravimetric distortions around the planet. The Drazi are heading directly towards them, probably they intend to use them in order to hide from us. I wince, a look on the central screen tells me that there is no chance of catching them before they arrive there. The Drazi are just a few seconds ahead of us, but that's enough to render our weapons ineffective at these speeds. Weapons fire. The Drazi are shooting at something, but not at us. The officer at the sensor screams and calls a magnified picture onto the screen. Tiny explosions flash up in the darkness around the planet. One of the Drazi ships was destroyed. Turn the ship around. Decelerate. The Drazi must have run into something unpleasant. Set the weapons to defensive fire. A second Drazi ship is gone. There was definitive laser fire, not ROR the Drazi's frequency. Suddenly the screen lights up in pure white and all the tactical information disappears. What happened? Laser attack, low energy, but many beams. The energy shields can't take it. We are overloading. The man at the weapon station screams. We can't reverse. We're too fast. Another voice screams as the bridge dissolves into chaos. I exhale slowly as I realize that I've led us to our doom. There is no thought in my mind as I flip a cover on my armrest away. Then I push the panic button which launches all the ship's message drones. If we die here, then the Empire will at least know what happened. A second later the ship's shields break. En route out of the system. Gideon. I place 2 cups of coffee on the table and muster the woman who introduced herself as Scylla Esteen. Her eyes are transfixed on the news report which is projected onto the living room's free wall. Scylla has a slender face with green eyes and long black hair which is bound to a ponytail. I would call her beautiful if it wasn't for her eccentric choice to use silver lipstick and eye makeup. She looks like she was on a manhunt when Sanguine practically abducted her from Oibra's station. According to her story she was the station's commander and owner up until its demise. I looked up her career to find out with whom I'll be sharing my ship. She started her career with buying up tritium supplies from Jupiter. Then she managed her own small company while trading tritium for fusion reactors. While doing so she took an education as a pilot, which helped her in understanding the needs of the market. Once she established her company on Oibras, she slowly took over the station until the entire thing practically belonged to her. I highly doubt that she did all this legally since her career path is simply too steep. It's highly likely that she used her position to manipulate the market prices once she was able to. But I don't judge her since she wasn't caught. All her references make her seem very competent. My grandfather always said that everything is allowed as long as you aren't caught. The not getting caught part is the important piece of this advice. Getting caught only shows that you are too stupid to cheat. My eyes wander down her nice figure and I lean back, taking a sip from my coffee. Having your company crushed from one moment to the next must suck. En route out of the system. Scylla. I try to ignore Gideon's cold and measuring gaze. He isn't even trying to hide it, which speaks volumes in regards to his character. After my forced relocation to his cockpit, I landed in a very unfortunate place. I even had to use healing magic to get him back to his feet. It's exhausting if you don't have an aptitude for it. His dark eyes and the short hair in combination with an average body are my type. I don't like those overtrained types who paid a sizable part of their income to a doctor in order to change their looks to the current beauty idea. Though his cold and expressionless face destroys any ideas of approaching him. It feels like he is regarding me as an unwanted pet that was pushed onto him. Of course I researched him over the net, but I came up with very little. He is a blank slate. The only facts I found out are that he passed all the tests for becoming a pilot with flying flags. Then he got an official employment at Star Drive, though some sources indicate that he already had previous ties to the company. Then he created his own company with money that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Gideon Corp is officially a subcontractor of Star Drive for testing new technologies and ships. Accidentally I am currently also on the company's only ship, which is registered as a freighter. There is no hint from where he got all the money. So either he has ties to the government or Star Drive. Those are the two most likely candidates who could have wiped his records clean. Most likely it's the latter since he is obviously tied to them. Suddenly Gideon leans back and sets his eyes on me. Having your company crushed from one moment to the next must suck. I almost choke on my coffee. That's what you are thinking about? Almost 200,000 are dead. 100,000 are not accounted for. My hands clench into fists and I start shaking as I start thinking about all my friends who probably died during the attack. He shrugs, looking down at his coffee. It's surprising that the losses were so small. If you take the size of the station into account, I would have estimated at least twice that number. I massage my forehead and try to contemplate my situation. Apparently I am caught with a serious case of a technomage on this ship. I am also a little dense in some aspects, but at least I am able to care about people. I've to keep my emotions under control. It doesn't help to lash out at him for his lack of sympathy. So let's try to go through this step by step. Apparently we have to deal with each other, so what's your problem? I can see that you don't like my presence. I ask. He raises his eyes and looks deep into my eyes. Living space. I furrow my forehead. Living space? This ship is huge if Sanguine told me the truth. What's the problem? Gideon stands up and gestures for me to follow. The living room looks spacious enough. Behind the next door is a small kitchen, nothing special there. Taking me up the stairway leads us to a bathroom and a bedroom with a single, big bed. One level higher we enter a big storage room, filled with foodstuffs up to the ceiling. I bend over the cartons and start reading. Pizza, lasagna, spaghetti, cheese noodles. Even after several minutes of searching I fail to find anything remotely healthy. With a sour expression on my face I turn back to Gideon. He waited for me at the entrance. Do you have salad? He shakes his head. Vegetables, fruits, anything with vitamins. I ask, feeling despair rising up inside me. I don't like those. Gideon focuses his gaze on the floor, thinking hard. Then he turns to the left and opens a compartment right next to the entrance. He leaves a handprint on the cover by doing so and I realize that it's covered by a layer of dust. It seems like he didn't touch the hatch since he started his trip. After some rummaging he unearths a big box with the label medical supply on it. Inside it are several boxes with pills. He turns his attention back towards me, expecting a reply. I roll my eyes. Okay. I just hope that the supplies which Sanguine teleport to this ship contain something edible. What's next on the list? Gideon leads me back to the cockpit where he finally decides to switch on the lights. I already gathered that he isn't a man of many words. That's all? What's with the rest of the ship? I ask, shocked. Where will I sleep? Is this Leviathan really planned with only one pilot in mind? Which maniac designed this vessel? Who designed this ship? Me. Gideon bends down and picks up two worn plush toys. They look like they were extensively used and repaired many, many times. That's all. The rest is completely automated. He places them on the pedestal next to the pilot chair. Then he runs his fingers through his hair, looking around the cockpit. We need to find a way to install a second acceleration chair. Otherwise you will be crushed during our next battle. I force my eyes away from the plush toys. Other grown men would be embarrassed about having something like this around, but Gideon seems to be completely oblivious of me seeing them. Ha! Crushed? And you need a spacesuit. He gestures at the chair. Here, sit down. Familiarize yourself with the ship, but don't touch the controls. We are currently pursuing the enemy ship while the ship's manufacturing line is producing parts for the needed changes. I'll take my suit and go outside to supervise the work. We also need a bigger airlock to get the assembly sprites into the command module. I don't need only a spacesuit. I need clothes and other daily niceties. I need my own room. Gideon leaves the cockpit and I wobble to the chair, then I drop myself into it. A moment later I activate my ability and connect myself to the ship. It automatically recognizes me as co-pilot and grants me the necessary rights after creating an account. Apparently Gideon already made the required changes while we were talking. I dive into the systems in order to study them. The more I explore the ship's design, the more I realize that this ship isn't a freighter. It's a dedicated warship. Upon trying to find out what Gideon intended to do with such a weapon, I run into a firewall which is flagged as personal data. All I get is the flight plan of the ship's short life. It's very plain except for a random trip to an uninhabited sector close to the Greek node. This person with the name Gideon Alvar is a single big mystery to me. Upon calling up the star chart, I find 3 red dots leaving the system. One is the escaped enemy ship and the other 2 are the probes which were fired by the 4th ship. They are fleeing in different directions, but it looks like one of our ships will be able to catch one of the drones. The other drone and the enemy ship will leave the gravity well of Sol before we can catch them. The ship which we are hunting down is accelerating towards Rigel Centaurus, also known as Alpha Centauri. It's a binary star system. The escaping drone is accelerating towards Altair. According to Sanguine's intelligence briefing, the alien race has a warp drive which allows them faster than light travel. They also have a means of generating unbelievable amounts of energy, which turns their ships into juggernauts with almost unbeatable shields and really powerful lasers. I experienced that firsthand. If my station's lasers had focused any other ship, it would have been atomized in an instant, but the alien ships lasted for seconds. On the other hand, the aliens are using ion engines to propel their ships and lack the means to manipulate gravity in a meaningful way. That makes them incapable of reaching the same accelerations as our ships. Next, I skipped through the first contact records which were made available by Sanguine. The first missions found no signs of other intelligent races in a 30 light-years radius around Sol. Then a deep space mission returned with intelligence from a 60 light-years distant star towards the galactic center. They encountered a colonized star system, but weren't able to do more than confirming that the people there were obviously in some kind of civil war. Ships of similar design were fighting each other. After the aliens tried to engage the exploration ship, the ship escaped by a hair's breadth, using our superior drives. After their return to Sol, the elders decided that we aren't ready to contact a warlike civilization. Since Sol's resources still weren't used efficiently, the elders decided that spreading our forces to colonize different star systems isn't wise. They buried the knowledge about long-range teleportation and encouraged the technological and industrial build-up of our colonies. They hoped that we would stay undiscovered for a few more years and intended to release the knowledge about long-range teleportation as soon as our military and industrial might grew too strong for a single system. Since we are now obviously discovered, the elders already started to build a dedicated warfleet with this ship as a model, though their design has differences. Ships are being sent out in all directions to cover a sphere of 30 light-years around Sol. They carry the necessary blueprints to build observation platforms and industrial nodes. For that purpose they are refitted with automated manufacturing lines and IMS, which are a recent invention and make this plan even possible. With astonishment I realize something important about the Coeus. It should have come to my attention when Gideon leisurely mentioned the changes he wants to make to the ship. The ship has 2 separate manufacturing lines and an army of IMS crawling through its insides. There is a patent on this technology and the fees to have even one manufacturing line with IMS are astronomical. The elders did this to avoid having our economy crushed overnight. They released a plan to slowly turn our society's last workers away from their jobs as the IMS are taking over. Otherwise we would have been standing there with scores of unemployed people. Before my station was blown to pieces I was working hard on scratching the money together for a single assembly line, and Gideon has 2 in this ship. My thoughts are interrupted as I notice Gideon's return. It has been a while. To my own shock I realize that 2 hours have gone by. I disconnect from the ship and stand up to face Gideon. He is holding a spacesuit. No, it's more like a dirty princess dress. There is a deep transparent V-cut in the front, which goes down to the navel. Taking the suit from him, I notice that the spine section is also transparent, running to the butt. What's this? Your suit. Gideon answers with a flat expression. I took the design from a game called Warframe, like my own suit. Don't worry, the chair measured your sizes when you sat down. It'll fit perfectly. A game? Warframe? What are you talking about? I am beginning to get a really bad feeling about being locked up in a small, confined space with this guy. There is no way I'll wear this. You don't like it? I thought you were the type. With all that lipstick and the makeup. He looks down at the suit. We can always change the parts which you don't like. I reach for my mouth and wipe the lipstick off. Then I curse, remembering that I was searching for a partner before everything went to hell. I was in the coincidence during the attack. I mutter. Gideon's eyes narrow. That's why you look so familiar. You are one of the women who tried to talk to me when I accidentally walked into that brothel. Something in my head clicks and I remember that particular night. I and some friends tried in turn to pick up a sad and gloomy guy. It was just a matter of who would manage to pick him up. No. It's you. It's not a brothel. I call out, feeling my face turning red. I have to change the subject. This has to be changed. Especially the part revealing the butt. For the first time since I met Gideon, he shows another expression than utter disinterest. But the emotion vanishes as soon as he displayed it. Was it disappointment? And one other thing. What's about the assembly lines in your ship? How are you paying for them? Are they illegal? I ask. Why should I need to pay for something that belongs to me? He sighs. Put it on for the time being and come with me. I'll show you how you can use an assembly line to make a new one. Design it yourself if you like. He turns and leaves while my brain keeps making somersaults. I've never had a real brain short out before. Either this idiot broke a ton of laws and will pay debts until the end of his life once someone finds out. Or he is fucking, filthy, insanely rich. 25 waiting. 8:34, I want to know what happened at Jupiter and I want to know it now. 8:34, we are researching it, Mr. President. 835, researching isn't enough. I want answers. 835, what about the giant city which flickered into existence above the Philippines and vanished? 835, a hallucination, sir. 835, shared by the citizens of the entire archipelago? 835, it may have been the mages, sir. Earth, Australia. Earth Central Government Building. President's Office Protocol. En route out of the system. Gideon. My ship tries to evade, but yet another laser beam spears through my shields and armor. One of the fusion reactors turns critical, but I manage launch a last set of missiles from point-blank range. This time my opponent won't be able to evade. There's no way to take out all the gravitational warheads before they reach their target. Then the cockpit is consumed by fire and I die. I yawn and open my eyes. 3 days of playing through various VR simulations are wearing me out. We killed each other. Again. Scylla grumbles in her seat beside me. Your gravitation missiles were a surprise. Do you really think we can rig up a spell matrix small enough to make it possible? Tapping my fingers on the armrest, I contemplate my newly devised simulated weapon. For the sake of preparing ourselves for possible future battles, we started training against each other. Both of us are allowed to make changes to the simulation as long as it stays inside certain parameters. I honestly don't know. It would be the answer against their damned shields. All the power in the world wouldn't help them if they are smeared across their decks by the force of 30 Gs. At least I hope that they are made out of flesh like us. Maybe the techno-wizards in Paul's research lab can make the idea work. I already forwarded a draft to them, but they have to miniaturize the concept. Your trick with using the missiles to create phantoms of your ship wasn't bad either. Maybe we can use it in the short run. All we have to do is to remove the warhead and replacing it with an ECM generator. The battles could very well be decided by electromagnetic warfare. Scylla nods. If this training wouldn't feel so pointless. We aren't military. There should exist a dedicated navy to do this. The elders made a poor choice in handling the situation like they did. I tilt my head. She isn't wrong, but she isn't completely right either. They did what they could under the circumstances. If they had created a dedicated navy, everyone would have asked what we need it for. If they had made the knowledge about long-range teleportation public, then surely some idiots would have spread across the neighboring systems, encountering the unknown much earlier. There is no way to tell which avalanche we are about to break loose. They did the best they could in giving all pilots and faceless a semi-military education. Scylla snorts. I always wondered what the theories regarding space battles were about. Do you really think that we can catch the enemy ship? I wish our sensors had gathered more about their drive. They went FTL a while ago, all we got is a trail of photon emissions. I think we could wreck our brains all day about it. The truth is that we know the theory behind warp drives, but we have no idea on how to put it to the field. I would like to call the photon trail a front wave from going FTL. It seems like they enclosed themselves in a space-time bubble to slip through real space while annihilating all matter they encounter in the real universe. I answer. Scylla picks up on my thoughts. Space isn't completely empty. There is always some dust in the way. That means if we know what to look for, we can detect their entry and exit points in a solar system. It may also be the reason why they didn't engage their drives so close to the ecliptic. Running into a larger mass could knock them out of FTL. I scratch my itching beard. That's actually an interesting idea. We've to confirm it though. It would be nice if we can use it against them. Given that we know their speed and course, we could arrange a nice and solid rock for them to run into. It sounds doubtful though, we would have to get a really exact measurement on their exit vector and hope that they can't change course during FTL flight. An incoming call from the net distracts me. Upon checking up on the identity of the one who called me, I scowl. Bitch. Excuse me. Scylla calls out. Oh, sorry. Not you. I meant the incoming call. I try to clear up the misunderstanding. Your ex? Scylla asks with a doubtful voice. Close. My mother. I terminate the call without even considering to answer it in front of Scylla. Was that really okay? She turns her gaze to me, studying me with interest. Her entire existence is one big nuisance to me. I answer, refusing to look at Scylla. After a short silence, I decide that there is no point in postponing our departure any longer. So should we try our luck then? There is no way to tell how fast the enemy ship will arrive in Rigel Kentaurus or if it is even going there. Then we shouldn't wait any longer and go there. It'll take some time to set up the recon platforms throughout the system. If the ship hasn't appeared by the time we are reconnected to the quantum net, we can think of other options. Scylla answers and starts issuing orders to the ship's teleportation matrix. I check on the fusion reactors and the power banks which are buffering the needed energy for the transition. With the alterations to the spell matrix, we are now able to jump almost 10 light years after buffering energy for a little less than a day. Unfortunately, the changes to the matrix don't help in avoiding the wear on the energy banks. I am ready. Scylla informs me and I give my confirmation to start the transition. In the next moment, our ship disappears in a flash of radiation and reappears in another place with the well-known feeling of teleportation. I immediately power down the not-needed fusion reactors and let the ship go dark. Then I accelerate our ship on a random vector to get away from our entry point. I think we are exactly where we want to be. 40 light minutes away from Rigel Kentaurus, downwards from the ecliptic. My co-pilot informs me while handling the sensor platforms. After a while of studying the system, we decide that it doesn't seem to be colonized, so I bring the ship onto a course to a close asteroid group. The sensors also detect a gas giant and a planet, but they seem to be dead rocks. For our purposes of setting up an industrial node they are also completely useless. Lifting materials out of a planet's gravity well isn't worth the effort if there are enough asteroids around. Though we'll have to think about resupplying ourselves with fuel too. It's better to top off our resources every time we can do so. We could drop a big asteroid onto the gas giant and scoop up the thrown up material. There should be enough tritium inside the gases. Or we convert some of the fusion reactors to burning water. It'll be dirty, but conserve our tritium. That's a nice idea. No, one moment. I didn't think that. What's going on? It seems like the system has a glitch. We can hear our thoughts while accessing the command functions at the same time. More trouble. Disconnect, I'll try to sort it out. Okay, you want something to eat once you are done? Surprisingly Sanguine sent us acceptable supplies and clothes. He didn't completely forget about my gender. Okay. Just get out of my head. I shiver as I feel her mind rubbing against mine. It's an inaccurate description of what's currently happening, but it's as close as possible. Experiencing someone else's emotions like this is uncomfortable. Don't take too long. And with that she is gone. I notice her leaving the chair beside me and entering the living area. The uneasy feeling remains though. Rigel Kenta Urase. Scylla. I lean back on the sofa in the living room. The food is ready and waiting in the microwave. All I am waiting for is that Gideon finishes debugging the computer. A cold shiver runs down my spine as I think back to my short connection with his mind. It wasn't like any other telepathy I experienced before. Gideon's mind seems to be split, but not in the way you would expect from someone with multiple personality disorder. It's like his personality is balancing on a fence between his logical part and a sea of pure, raw emotion. I don't want to be on his bad side when he trips towards the emotional part. My thoughts are interrupted as Gideon enters the living room. I've sorted out the problem. Surprisingly it wasn't a programming mistake, but a crosstalk leakage between our chairs. I've rerouted your chair's access point through another connection. I sigh in relief and get over to the kitchen to warm up the food. That's good. Yes, I already feared that we would end up like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde while our minds are fused to the ship. He starts chuckling. Who are Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde? I send a request to the net, but as with many of Gideon's random comments, I don't get a definitive explanation. You seem to cope well with the loss of your company. Are you sure that there is no problem? He asks. I wince. Of course I felt the loss. But I've made insurances and placed some money in bank accounts. Once this forced deployment is over I can start anew. Or could it be that you want me to stay with you? Gideon shakes his head and answers without even realizing that I was trying to tease him. No. I guess you already realized that I am a little strange. I've no illusions about it. The only ones who are willing to put up with me are my relatives and my employer. I am like Doctor Who. Maybe I'll come to like someone one day, but I am still doomed to end up alone in the end. I furrow my forehead. Gideon, I don't get half your references. Where do you take all those comments from? What's Drive? Who, Warframe, Star Wars, Star Trek, Babylon 5 and all the other stuff you tend mentioning? Gideon turns his head and looks at me like I am an alien. You don't know Babylon 5? No. An uneasy feeling befalls me as the microwave signals me with a ping that the food is ready. I take the plates and bring them over to the table. Gideon gestures at the free place next to him on the sofa. Sit down. We have a lot of episodes to watch. I've to introduce you to a whole new viewpoint on the universe. I give him his plate while trying to keep up my smile. He looks down on his food, a strange expression forming on his face. What's that? Meat, potatoes, and broccoli. I answer. Yeah, I feared something like that. He starts eating while trying to avoid the broccoli. Then the wall in front of us flickers to life and I get to see the first episode of a really old movie.